Hello, YouTube. Oh, my mic is all the way on the side of my desk. There we go. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome in, Cross David Lee, and Teodrin. Demented banana acid. What? That's a crazy one. How are y'all doing?
Sonic.
Oh, I've still got my blanket behind me, too. I am doing great today. I am really excited to get to the second half of Book 2, because this is allegedly where it gets good.
A fierce battle with darkness.
I've not been as into Book 2 as Book 1. I still really like it. But I don't think it's been quite as strong as Book 1 thus far. But everybody seems to prefer Book 2, and I assume y'all have a reason. Welcome in, Mahane. Evening. Trying to catch up on work. Oh, I hope you're able to. I know that your job can be really stressful with that, and not always knowing exactly what deadlines are or when they are. I've been looking for a new job lately. I've been doing lots of interviews and stuff. It's been interesting. But, for now, Shining Force. The main consistent thing in my life at the moment. I have to try and load the state. There we go. Because as soon as stream ended, I left it on the screen of, do you want to save? And I pushed A, which means, no, apparently, to the Japanese. So, I made a save state, and I double-checked it does work, so we're okay. I think you'll see why later on. Hi, welcome in, Justin. I trust you guys. I very much do. Also, Mused rigged Medion's model, so hopefully soon he'll make his Shining Strike debut. That is so sick. I'm so excited for it. Hit me up anytime to test it. I'm looking for a new job, baby. A new job. Alright. If you'll remember where we left off last week, half of our force got on a boat, and then the boat took off, and it's like a magic boat, and we have no power to stop it. So we got taken away on a boat. So the Shining Force begins to panic as their attempts to control the ship fail. I don't even know who we have. What are we gonna do? We need to take control of this ship. If Natasha was here, she could help us. Where we laughed, it was kind of funny. I wonder where they are. Instead of worrying about the others, we should be thinking of ourselves. Perhaps this is one of Eom's traps. If so, we're in trouble. We must stop this ship. Or let it take us all the way there, and then we defeat him. Have you considered that? I don't know that with this group we're overpowered enough to do that, but, you know, it's futile. Natasha, well known for her ship commanding capabilities. I mean, she could, like, light us on fire, I guess, right? That seems to stop ships, if Michaela's correct. You fools, you guessed correctly. This is a trap to separate you from your friends in Portobello. Oh no, we fell into the gnome's trap. I've also got a lot of fun SRPG topics to discuss tonight, so we'll get into that later. It's too late for you. Obligatory boat map to start the evening. Okay. Let me pull up my guide real quick that says when there is stuff to find. Ba-ba-ba. There we go. So... Okay. I'm not entirely sure. It's not being super descriptive, so I'll just have to look around. We all know SF stands for ship fight. I think there's stuff here. Excellent, okay. I will look around and find said stuff. Jodie Watley, you youngins probably never heard of her. Sorry. I've heard of a lot, though. You know, I've worked in assisted livings and stuff. Lots of the elderly there, and I try to play the music that they enjoy. Maybe that's too old, though. I don't know. You just got gnome. I have not thought about the gnome thing in so long. But welcome in, Drew B. Hey, Coco. Are you playing Fire Emblem Echoes? It's a joke, but boat map PTSD is real. I loved Fire Emblem Echoes. That is one of my favorite SRPGs I've ever played. There are a lot of boat maps, though. And the summoners. Oh my goodness. Really, really enjoyed that game, though. I was worried after Fates that I was like, I didn't love Awakening, I didn't love Fates, I wonder if they're going to make another one that I really like. And then the next thing was Shadows of Valentia, and I was like, they've still got it in them. Even if it's a remake of an older game, they still can do it. Get gnomed? Oh. Can't believe I got gnomed in 2026. Had to think about what year it was for a second. Also, I saw you the other day, Coco. I popped into the stream that guy was Iron Manning your game. Looked pretty good. We keep all our stuff. Yeah, we do. Okay. enters room, looks around carefully, then nods sagely. I think there's stuff here. Think you could be right. Not sure, but it is a distinct possibility. Oh yeah, you're our healer now. Do you do 21 damage? Probably not. I don't think you need heals yet. I don't want you getting hit though. I don't feel like you'd take it well. Makes it even more sad when they don't decide to do it. Yeah. I don't know, like, I forget who I was listening to the other day that was, like, talking about the Switch 2, and he was talking about, like, feedback on the Switch 2, and that it was like, well, they should just make another, like, genre-defining classic game like Breath of the Wild to launch the Switch 2, and he's like, I don't know if that's a choice. I don't know if you can just wake up one morning and decide, I'm gonna make a genre-defining game today. I don't know if it's that easy. Although, I wonder if we do overcomplicate it sometimes, and it's like, we could just make cool stuff. Thanks for the heart reacts, I see that. I think he's the furthest blind Iron Man I've seen so far, past the halfway point. Awesome! I hate Iron Man in games I've never played, because I feel like I'm just gonna miss so much. I'm not, like, a full completionist, but, like, a little bit. I want to at least see stuff. Perhaps Donkey Kong Bonanza was meant to be that? I have no idea. To me, it seemed a little bit less ambitious. To me, Bonanza was supposed to be, like, the new Super Mario Odyssey. Which, by all accounts, is a fantastic game. It just is not a generational defining, you know, endeavor. Which I don't think it has to be. And I think that makes sense, because I think it's the same team. I'm not positive on that, though. You can see the fear when he sees a side objective that looks risky and just goes, nah, I'm gonna finish the map instead. And see, I like to screw around too much. I would die. Although, now I'm tempted. I often wake up and decide to make an awesome genre-defining game, but unfortunately none of them are done because I have to afford food to live. A sad reality. I mean, you've shown me a couple that I think could be really special. Have you worked on, I don't know if you've publicly said the name of it, so I don't know if I want to. I'm gonna DM you the name. I'll DM you my question. Have you worked on, this one lately? There you go. I don't have my Discord showing, do I? No. Okay, I was like, did I just say I'm gonna DM you and then show everybody what that DM said? That'd be funny. I could be totally wrong that stuff is here. I'm near a senile old man. How old are you? Jaha definitely needs heals here. That is not negotiable. Estimated Slades move perfectly. So I didn't really take stock of who we have. We have, Jaha is one of our tanks, so I'm glad we have him. We've got Deanna, so I'm like, I'm down for Deanna. He's useful. Also one of our tanks, and then everybody else is kind of filler. Eric is decent damage. May has not really taken off yet. A healer's good. And then Chester's fine. The main thing I'm going to check for stuff being here is, I'm going to check all the barrels, and I assume the bishop is the boss. So I'm just going to try to check every barrel. 44? Ah, that's not even bad. But my standards are also super different, because I take care of people in their 80s and 90s. We need little buttons. I'm down for Deanna. Oh yes, Deanna's campaign merch. I love that. New merch idea, button pins to show your support for different SF pro tags. That would be fun. I might consider that. Maxed out on Max. What else could you do? I would want to make one, like, on purpose laughably lame. Make Bowie's just look dumb. Just make it handsome, Bowie. That would be fun. Makes me almost vomit to say it. There's nothing wrong with getting older. It's better than the alternative. You get more experience, you get more wisdom. Bowie needs the lame one. See, we're same page. I knew you would say that, though. Busted Bowie has to Photoshop his photos to look better. Nobody supports him. Except Astral, who's a little bit weird. More injuries. I don't even. Homie really said getting younger is a worse alternative than getting older. Yeah, that's definitely what I meant. Always the contrarian. I'm trying to think too. I feel like Mars would be the candidate that's constantly like, I'm here too. And everybody's like, you sure are, sweetie. Nobody likes Mars. I don't even know. I'm not sure he counts as an asset. Do we count non-force pro tags? Are they lesser? Do that, and then we'll have to figure out how we're gonna search that stuff. Because nobody talks about Arthur either, or Hero. I think I want to keep Deanna over here. I don't want to aggro the mages quite yet. I don't know about the non-force pro tags, but if they're anything like the non-mainline FE pro tags, they can burn. The non-mainline FE pro tags. Are you talking about, like, Tokyo Mirage Sessions? Like, who else? I forget the name of the one from Three Hopes. I think people liked the Three Hopes pro tag. When Corrin is one of your mainline pro tags, it doesn't mean too much to exclude people from the club anymore, if I'm honest. Like, oh no, I don't get to sit next to Corrin. Shez. Oh yeah, thank you. It sounds like a bad word or something. Like, bless you. I forgot the Lemon Twins from Fire Emblem Warriors 1. They were terrible. Rowan and, I don't remember the girl's name. Yeah, there was nothing to them. The puppy girl from Shadows, Carl or something. Yeah, I think I somewhat deleted Shadows from my brain already. I still cannot believe how bad that is. I really don't want to get everybody hit in an AoE. Corrin exists so we can have someone warm up the F tier in the mainline Lord tier list. I really think Corrin's the worst. Alright, do we have... No. Teodrin, do you know if there's stuff to find here? I don't want to end it before I do. I've only got Shadows on the mind since Robin got announced. Oh, I was not even aware. What is Robin? Oh, Grima, probably. I was like, what does Robin transform into? What kind of furry is he? Listen here, you frickin' Shez. Yeah, it does. It does sound bad. But, like I said, I've heard people like Shez. Do I want to get that kill with you? Probably. I probably just need to get this guy off the board. Corrin was just a piece of cardboard painted to look like a character. I feel like that's more, what's his name? Three Houses protag. Byleth. I feel like that's more Byleth, honestly. Corrin has a character, it's just really annoying. Corrin is, I'm gonna be everybody's friend, and I'm gonna trust everybody all the time, no matter what. What if they are actively stabbing you in the back? No idea, I'm on mobile taking out the trash. Okay, I'm gonna look it up real fast. Shining Force CD Secrets Guide. And I'm just gonna have to squint. Okay, yeah, there's little notes here. Oh, are the names off? Yeah, I think the names are off. Okay. Book 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Here we go. Okay, we're good. Let me move my mouse off the screen here. No, I don't think there's anything to find here. Shez was a good pro tag. Helped that she got a dual wield class that I was a regular... That I'm assuming I wish was a regular FE staple at this point. Yeah, Shez did seem cool. But it'd have too much overlap with Swordsmaster. I'm trying to remember... In Warriors 1, I think they made Swordmaster a dual-wield class. Because Ryoma does, Lyn does, and I think Navarre does. So, it's something they definitely are considering. Attack and Defense 1, we take those. For healers. That doesn't look right. We're gonna move over the void real quick. Oh, I've caught up to you at last. I was ordered to follow them. You must be Claude. Randolph must have sent you. Oh, it's Claude from the previous game. Is the group in Portobello okay? Don't worry, by now they're on their way to Eom. So are we, I thought. Is that bad? Let's also head for Eom. I'll accompany you. Let's go. We get the best Birdman back in the Force. The best Birdman we've ever seen. Fortunately, we're headed in the right direction. We'll land at the port of Demis. Then we'll head for Algem Fort, okay? To be fair, most FE Lord classes are X-class, but Lordly. Kinda, yeah. Lyn is a Myrmidon, Ike is a mercenary, Hector is armor, etc. That's true. Oh, there was a medical herb I missed? Oh, I probably got it from the kill. Do you guys have new... Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, nobody's dead. Do you guys have new talks? Now that we're separate? Oh, yeah, I think they do. Look at my heavy armor. Have you seen a stronger soldier than me? My noble blood never allows me to lose, but I can't hold up my head before dawn. I'm too old to stand at the front line, but I'll be right behind. I think Jaha's is different, but I don't know if anybody else's is. I'll go through them anyway. Hitting away. This is my way to fight. Okay. Only with certain attacks, like the Muso attacks. The promoted samurai in Fates would dual wield with certain weapons as well, but overall there's no class with dedicated dual wield aesthetics. Yeah, I just counted the, Sorry, Drew's totally threw me off. What? Jaha's battle sprite looks like it. Oh, does it? I'm gonna have to double check in battle. I don't think I noticed. But yeah, I liked at least the dual wield aesthetic of it in Warriors. I think Warriors is fun. I just really hate the characters they picked for it. We're gonna save Roy and Ike and Hector for the sequel. Why? And then we got 3 hopes and it wasn't it. We like Claude? We do like Claude. Oops. Okay. You just finished Battle 11. The next hidden thing I see is Battle 18. Anything else is chests or enemy drops. Ah, thank you so much. I'm gonna put a little note to myself. There. Okay, now I've got that. Okay. Broadsword, I'm hoping is not bad. Oh. Oh, I don't have the Sword of Hayja equipped. Maybe I still can't do that. Alright, you at least come with a broadsword. And I saw you say we don't get Claude's stats, which sucks. Okay, let's sell... I'm assuming I can't sell the Sword of Hayja. Thanks, but I won't be needing that. Okay, I wondered what it would say. I've also got the Power Spear, which I don't really want him to have. Oh, there's also the... Okay, let's do that real quick. I couldn't do items at the end of last stream, because we ended last stream on a boat. So let's do that real fast. So give you that. I'll take your axe. And then we'll give the axe to Jaha. Big difference. I'm gonna have to check equips there. Okay, everybody else is good. Let's see. I mean, from the bishop. Okay. If you like dual wielders, I may have a strategy game for you. Perhaps 2 in the recent future. Ooh. I have a feeling I know what you're talking about. Could it be the illustrious Gales of Nieli? $35, $41. Okay. Can I still not use the... No, I can't. Interesting. I wonder why he can't use the sword. I guess we'll find out with plot in time. Alright, let's sell your old axe. And your lance. Okay. Anything else to buy? Assault Shell is probably better than Robin Arrow. Yep. Really is very incremental differences in this game. Oops. Fire Emblem Warriors really just needed a wider series of games to pull its roster from. It really did, and it would have been one of my favorite games of all time, I think, if it had that. And it's really unforgivable that it didn't. They treated Lyn and Celica like they were just total afterthoughts. I was very frustrated by that. I'm still kind of glad that they're there, but it also just needed more movesets. Oh, well... Could have done that more cost-effective, but it's fine. Let's sell your power stick, get you the flail. I don't really know why you use a flail, but... Ooh, there's also a chrome lance. I might skip a tier. I'm gonna skip a tier. I would rather him be ranged. I think that's everything. Cool. I'm curious what a Fire Emblem Warriors roster would have looked like if they did, like, a survey for people to vote. New games would still be overrepresented, but I wonder how diverse it would have been. Yeah, I agree. Choose your legends, won results. Ike, Roy, Hector, Crom, Ike again. Top 5 women: Lynn, Lucina, Tharja, Camilla, Corrin. It's funny how all the top 5 women are playable, but one guy is. Yeah, I do think they were worried about representation, and they were like, okay, you know, we want more women reps in, which is fine. So Lynn makes sense. And then it felt like they knew Shadows of Valentia was coming out around the same time, but that's why they chose Celica over Alm. And I did think it was lame that, like, Celica mirrors Marth's moveset, and they have nothing in common. It's really, really weird. Celica maybe felt like the most of an afterthought. How do you have your only 3 Lance units on launch all be Pegasus Knights with the exact same moveset? I know! Unforgivable. It was awful. I hated the Pegasus Knight moveset. And then, like, the DLC added, what, 2? Obero and Azura? I think? And, like, they both have interesting movesets, but it's like that... The fact that every single Lance user in the game prior to DLC is weak to bows is ridiculous. And you die in like 4 hits to bows. It's really bad. You need a sword wielder taken care of? Too bad he's paired up with an archer. Screw you. Yeah. They wanted more women reps. Might be the nicest way of saying they knew waifus sell I've ever heard. I don't think it's just that waifus sell, because I don't think that's, like, what Celica is. Lynn, maybe a little more so. But, I think they did want to, like, try and balance it a little bit, because it's, like, I do understand the worry that if you are going to do a Fire Emblem... We had long conversations about this before Warriors came out, that if you're going to have a really long, like, roster of all of the playable lords and stuff, it's going to be a lot of blue-haired sword users that are men. They're not going to be very diverse, which is just not great for a Warriors game. Beyond this field lies Algum Fort. Be careful, the ground here seems unstable. Yes, this area is volcanic with many fault lines. Proceed with caution. Hey, Cypress! Yes, you. Did you think you've approached unnoticed? Idiots, we see your every move. Now prepare to die! Yeah, because there were a lot of talks about, like, how do you make, like, a Leaf and, Marth and, Alm, like, maybe Chris, if you want to throw him in there. Like, it's tough to make all of these guys distinct. No playable armor knights. Frederick doesn't count. He's on a horse. Yeah. Yeah, I feel your pain there. Lissa plays more like an armor knight than Frederick does. I mean, Celica's more of a waifu than Alm, unless you want to fight me on that. Yeah, I'm not going to fight you on that. I just don't think that was the reason Celica was in. Ooh. Big hit to start. Like, how Lynn is the FE7 character. Yeah, and like the polls show that should be Hector. They just don't really want to do that for some reason. Forget Elliewood. Everybody else did. The monsters are so inviting and nice. They only slightly call me an idiot. Why? That actually was really nice. Why did he not... That was really weird. I don't know why he didn't attack into us there. They even doubled down on female leaning, with Shadows making both Corrin and Robin their female variants, after Robin has traditionally been represented by the male version. Yeah, I kind of did take that as, like, the canonical Robin as male, but Corrin's always been... they've always shown Corrin as female, so I kind of took that as the canonical one. I do think the mobile audience is different. I do think that's much more waifu-centric. And I'm still not totally sure who Shadows is for, if I'm honest. Like, all those YouTubers that made videos about Shadows is not as bad as you thought, I'm really curious if they... I might be a butt and go check. Because I have certain people in mind. Did you actually make follow-up videos about it? If I put Fire Emblem Shadows into the search bar on YouTube, who comes up? Are you still covering it? Is it anybody I've even heard of? I'll just be like a second on this. It's funny to see Arlo covering it, saying Nintendo made the second worst game of 2025. I don't even know if Nintendo made it. I feel like they just published it. This is who I was thinking of. Like I said, I'm not going to do a call-out, but I'm curious, in this time, have you covered Shadows a single other time? No. No. Okay. So, yeah, I am very curious when, like, even, like, other YouTubers who are like, it's not that bad, didn't go back and then cover it again. It's, like, I'm very confused. I know, like, on the, I think it was the members section of the Discord, we had somebody that was like, I don't want to allege foul play, but, like, Nintendo doesn't usually pay people for reviews. That just has traditionally not been a Nintendo tactic. That's more of, like, a Ubisoft or something. But, like, there was somebody in the member section of the Discord that was talking about, I'm eyeballing. Because it feels like it a little bit. And the fact that the people that said it was not that bad didn't continue to cover it, that looks worse to me than if you just said, I don't think it's that bad, and you continue to cover it. To be fair, if you keep going down the top 20 list, you start hitting characters who would have had cool movesets like Ephraim, Dorcas, Donald, Lute, Felicia, Anna, and Nafini. I mean, we got Anna. She just was the exact same as Takumi and Niles and Sakura and all the other archers. Her ults are cool, because it has like a bunch of Anna clones and stuff, but unfortunately she is just another one. Yeah, having Dorcas be playable would be great. Even if you just made, like, gave us access to more classes, and all the classes had the same moveset, I would be less cranky. If you give me, like, Garcia from Sacred Stones and Dorcas, and they play almost identically, I would not be upset. The fact that I can level Dorcas would be fun. Do I think May can take a hit from that guy? Probably not. I should check Claude's stats. I've kind of been ignoring that. 43-23. He's as tanky as Ja. He is still one of the best Birdmen ever. Still Gucci. Why is Slade a rat man in one game and a goofy-looking priest in another? Because they decided for some reason we couldn't handle names, I guess, and so they copied a bunch of the SF2 names His name is not really Slade. I think that one was Thane. Shining Force World put all the names in chat last week, which I really appreciated. Deanna is Shu. I don't remember all of them. But they all have, like, actual names that were their names. And, yeah, I don't know why they decided we couldn't handle that. It is really funny what will make you attached to a character. I love Dorcas and Lowen, and for Lowen it was the instant when someone introduced him saying, "This is my man, Lowen." Since then, he's my man. That's cute. I mean, yeah, to me, part of, like, the fun of SRPGs is getting attached to characters that it doesn't make any sense. We're spreading a little bit thin. Don't worry about that. Well, Commander Regnarocker, I hope work went well today, at least. I'm trying to think of, like, some of the SRP... Like, I liked Zyhark a lot from Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, and it's like, is there much to him? Not really. He's just kind of a guy. You kind of build your own narratives. You do. I really think that, like, part of what I like in the character design is you kind of projecting your own personalities onto them, using kind of the hints that they've shown you as a basis. So nerdy to say, but you're really right. Lowen in one save file is a bumbling idiot who killed 2 brigands before being benched, and in the other save file is a god amongst men who broke the game on his knee. That's funny. And RNG makes it go that way sometimes. I've definitely had, my weirdest one was also Path of Radiance, I think, in that, my very first playthrough I used Rolf, and he was a god among men. So I thought he was really good and had really good growths, and then, when I was playing it through again with friends, I was like, we have to use Rolf. He's, you know, a pupil unit that gets really good. And I looked up his actual growths, and he's awful. He's just awful. Like, his growths are terrible. He never gets good on paper. I just got really lucky that first time. It did go well. Good! Glad to hear it. I don't know if I know what you do. Oh, I thought these were incubi. We got evil pixies now. Okay. RNG can make or break any character. I've got a Sarah in Fire Emblem 7 who's stat capped in 4 or 5 areas, and she's usually the first character I bench. And I love that. It's just fun to see people work out. I think people talk about Amelia as another one that... I think she's from Sacred Stones, if I remember right. She's another one that statistically does not work out. But every so often, you get a playthrough where Amelia kind of takes off. Just RNG. SF2 Slade's real name is Jippo or something? Oh, I missed that. I don't like that. It's just the weird localization. I don't know why they think we can't handle names. Jippo is very weird, though. But yeah, I forgot the SF2 ones are different, because, cameos and other stuff, yeah. That was made a little more confusing. Growths being random is very funny. The streamer you stumbled upon last time swears that Kitiko is the strongest character in the game because her kinda middling 30 to 25% strength magic growths are popping off. And that's funny to me. People are also just super different. Like, SRPGs are weird. I stumbled onto a streamer the other day, who put on a great stream and seems like a great guy, so this is not like me, like, dogging him or anything. But, he's streaming Fire Emblem Fates. And I was like, you know, I really... We talked about it some. I was like, I really wanted to love Fates, because I think, like, the plot is just really fascinating. It's a really cool baseline for a plot. But it just wasn't executed that well, I think. And he's like, oh, I love Fates, though. I love the story. And I was like, oh, like, that's... You know, that's kind of a contrarian take. I'm definitely interested in your perspective. And so he talked about why he loves it and stuff, and I was like, that's really cool. What do you think of, like, sort of the end of the story? And he's like, oh, I've never played Rev. And I'm just like... It's fascinating to me that you, like, love... I didn't say this, but it's like, it's fascinating to me that you love this story. And you have no clue how it ends. I don't know. Let's go for that. Amelia's such a divisive character performance-wise. She really is. RNG blessing and gaslighting you into thinking something crazy about a character is always funny. I mean, I'm like the biggest Ken hater, and Captain has repeatedly shown me on paper that Ken is not that bad. The Birdmen in SF1 are usually not very good unless you get good level ups or you're a speedrunner. Yeah, if you're a speedrunner, like, Bulbaroy is, like, imperative to you finishing the game. Yeah, I knew that was gonna hurt. I remember saying that Guy in FE7 had huge strength and then finding out later it's 30%. I was just comically blessed. That's fun, though. I always remember Elric's real name being Polnareff? Or Pornalef, if you look at the English beta. I think Screech is Fielder or something, too. SF2 got hit over the head with a name change hammer. That's so weird. It's weirder to me, too, that, like, Luke is Lug in this. Like, they couldn't even be consistent with it. Obviously, the best character is the one that survives after I get everyone else killed by incompetence. I mean, kind of, honestly. That's not something I usually weigh in SRPGs, but, like... I maybe should, like, weigh in people's ability to fill in some of the, especially the older Fire Emblems. It's a really... Attack 3, Defense 1, crazy Birdman. It really is a skill that matters. The best part of the Fate story is pressing start and then imagining something better. Oh. I know you're right, but it's still kind of sad. These guys are trying to come eat my lunch. I need to be careful not to get blasted by a spell. Welcome in, Sinister! You always have to watch the stupid cutscene where a faceless punches your pet goldfish, though? Yeah, you do. For a second, I was like, what is he talking about? And then I'm like, oh no, that's just Fates. And see, I'm like... It's weird to be like, I love the story of Fates, but I have no clue what the goldfish is, or why it matters. I don't know. I'm just like... I need answers, man. We're talking about, Fates, a lot of Fire Emblem stuff, but Sinister and I were talking in the Discord earlier in the members section about, like, how I rank SRPGs and stuff, and, like, what am I looking for? And it's been really interesting to kind of dissect that. It's something I've thought about for a while. Like, how I would dissect what I'm looking for. What am I actually judging these on? What criteria? Welcome in to Soye! More CD? Of course! Ow! Who do we want to heal? Probably Eric. That scene made me literally laugh out loud. Yeah, it's not how you want a serious scene to be taken, but I kinda did too. Welcome in, Chud King! First time I played SF1 CD, I thought Lug was supposed to be a new character, and I would not blame you for that at all. If I did not know stuff, I probably would be like, oh, he's like Luke's brother, maybe, or something. They look real similar. As a kid, I would have thought there's a relation, but I would not. I would not know what kind of relation. I'm looking at the SF2 names, and 19 out of 30 got renamed in English. Bafflingly, Eric's Japanese name is Elric, so of course they changed that to Eric so they could rename Polnareff to Elric. And see, this, like, soapbox for 2 seconds, and then I'm done, I swear. I don't understand when people are like, localizers need to do this because they like, need to make the game more palatable to a different culture. I'm like, you cannot tell me that genuine thought went into that. It just sounds super schizo to be like, well, they can't handle the name Elric, so let's change that to Eric, and then make a different guy named Elric. I just, it's hard for me to believe that, like, intelligent design went into that. Alright, let's start knocking the bishop down. I also should peek at... Taya was kind enough to tell me Battle 18 is the next secret thing. Okay, I'm gonna keep up with kind of where we are. So this is 12. Because I'm like, I'm not gonna know what Battle 18 is. But knowing this is 12, I can kind of keep track. English audiences could never handle a name like Linda. Obviously, Taya is a better pick. Is her real name Linda? If her real name is Linda, I'm always gonna think Bob's Burgers when I see Taya. This always brings me back to the Claw, Dictator, and Boxer trio in SF2. Where Bison, Vega, and Balrog are just name-swapped in English versus Japanese. Oh, you mean Street Fighter. I was like... Yeah, Claw, Dictator, and Boxer in Shining Force 2. Uh-huh. I was like really struggling. Her real name is Linda. Yeah, I'm always gonna think Bob's Burgers now. Linda's like my favorite Bob's Burgers character. Funnily enough, some of my friends for Christmas one year got me a spatula that's Bob's Burgers, and I still use that spatula as, like, my main spatula. It's one of my favorite things in the kitchen. I realized after saying it that in this specific context I had to spell it out. I should be used to getting, like, blue-balled by Street Fighter at this point. Because there's times that people even are like, the new SF game, did you see? And I'm like, what? And then, of course they're talking about Street Fighter. No, freaking Shining Force did not show up at the Game Awards. It makes way more sense, or Summer Games Fest, it makes way more sense that it's Street Fighter 5. Hey, Deanna learned Bolt. I can't believe that I've been defeated. Still, I'll not allow you to... Alright. Oh no, it's like Shining Force 1! Oh. No, it's not. Where do we go? Oh, of course, we got away from them. Meanwhile, Natasha and her group hurries towards Algum Fort to save Prince Nick. Okay, so we're bouncing back and forth. Ah, okay. Sarah, are we close? Yes, we're near the village. We're near the village. It's just a mile away, straight up in the air. Oh my gosh. Beyond the village lies the fort. Let's hurry. What? You want us to climb this cliff? Randolph, this is ridiculous. If we climb this cliff, we'll be sitting ducks. Listen to me. The previous group was defeated because they were ambushed in the Algum Fields. We must take the fort before Deanna's group arrives in the Algum Fields. Okay, so that's important right there. That tells us a little bit about what happened to Nick's group, I guess. And, like, the the tactical blunders they made. I didn't read the start of what he said. Something group. We have no choice but to climb the cliff. We can't let them meet the same fate as the other group, probably. I'll link you the list. I appreciate that. Let me peek at what we've got going here. Oh. Are you for real? What is this map design? I have to climb up here, fight over here, go all the way down. Oh my... What is this map design? Why are we doing this? This reminds me of the tree from Awakening. That it's like, I get what you're going for. I'm not sure about this. Chud King, no spoilers. I didn't see it, but you get one warning this time and then I'm gonna time you out. Just don't say anything about what's happening. Shout out to the sorcerer targeting Eric instead of AoEing 2 characters. Oh, do we not? Oh, we're still at steel arrows. Ooh. Okay. Welcome in, Samash? Samash? I don't know how you say that. Holy Based, love this game. I am loving it so far as well. I am super into the Shining series, so this has been really cool. It's my first time playing CD. I'm doing like a no spoilers, no backseating run, just experiencing it for the first time. It's been awesome so far. Why did the bird guy fall? He can fly? That's a good question. Fun battle. Have we figured out yet why Natasha has Egress? I'm assuming, like, no, not definitively, but my guess is that it's because there's the party split. And they wanted us to, it seems important to them to have somebody with Egress. That's my guess. I don't actually know, though. How does a horse person climb a vine? With their arms being really thick. I have no idea. Let's go, Natasha! Welcome in, Ty! I hope you're having a good evening. Okay, you have one range. Do it for the vine. Oh. It's been so many years. Now you're making me feel ancient. Our healer does not have a lot of uses. Is this Natasha related to the Natasha from the Game Boy game? Oh, that's Narsha. Oh, I actually was like, yeah, of course that's Natasha. I forgot it was Narsha. I do appreciate that Narsha, Zuika, and Moloch are not named after characters from Shining Force 2. I definitely appreciate that. It's been good. Hope your week's been well, fellas. Oh, I appreciate that. We were talking about speedrunning Shining Force earlier and how invaluable birdmen are. I only know that because of you, Ty. If y'all don't know, Ty is like the main dude that speedruns Shining Force stuff. I think you're the most prominent Shining speedrunner, right? Like, I know a couple other people do it, but I think you're the most well-known for that. So this is one of the big reasons I think Natasha's cool. She's the only woman we've had officially lead a Shining Force. Do we know that she's leading? Like, are we not just sort of a splinter of the Deanna Force? Maybe that'll become clear over time. I gotta watch out for that guy. That's not ideal. I remember Luke getting really good, actually. I was nervous because he's level 2, but I forgot. He's, like, cracked, isn't he? I don't think I need to worry about babysitting him. I just saw the low MP, and I was like, oh yeah, maybe he wasn't very good. I forgot. He was not very good for, like, 2 whole seconds. And then he got 2 level ups and crushed the rest of the game. Let her die and we'll find out if she's the leader. True. If she's the game over condition, I would count it. You can just tell me though. Is she a game over condition? Because I'm like, so is Gracia, but he doesn't lead a Shining Force. God, he does so much. And takes nothing. Attack 3, defense 3. Luke is insane. I had forgotten. She did make that executive decision, so that seems like leadership. True. True. I usually just don't count us as a Shining Force until they go, the Shining Force! Which sometimes takes a really surprisingly long amount of time. You probably can deal with that just by smacking him. 25, 20, yeah, you probably do 3. Conserving MP. Let's go. No, you're right. I don't want spoilers and stuff, but... She is a game over condition? Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay. No, we won't. You just soft lock if everyone dies. Oh, that would suck. I did, I don't know what I did. I guess it's not a soft lock. I did crash, Lost Eidolons yesterday. I had to send them a bug report. It was very weird. Do I want Luke to get all the EXP? I feel like he doesn't need it. I also don't want this guy to punch Natasha in the face again, though. Yeah, I'll let him do it. I think I'd count leading the Splinter Group as leading a Shining Force as much as the Symbiote and Medion Force are as part of the Julian-led Shining Force. I don't remember, how long does it take them to call you the Shining Force in SF3? Do they call you that with Symbiote or Medion? I meant to go through and, like, I try to note that in every Shining game, like, the first instance of them saying that to you. But I forget sometimes. Dawn leveled up. She can now clean grease off even more dishes. Soap joke, not as sexist. I'm not worried about it. I get that it's a soap joke. My centaur woman who does the dishes is a hilarious visual. I'm now just picturing, like, my trad wife centaur. That, like, that's a manga idea for some of you out there. Billion-dollar idea. She's, like, constantly knocking over all this stuff in the kitchen. I feel like the Monster Musume people would be really into that idea. I don't even really know what that is. There's so many properties like that that I feel like exist to sell waifus, and I'm like, I don't know what the base of it is. Because there's like that, Blue Archive, Kantai Collection. It feels like Fate is that a little bit. But I'm like, I'm not sure what the baseline for any of these is. Like, are they all phone games? Is that what these are? I don't know. Defense 3, excellent. I think you legit aren't one until Scenario 3. Okay. Yeah, it's always interesting. And then, like, alright, you're not my healer. You're not my dad. You're not my healer. Yeah, and then there's some games where you just never are, like Wisdom or Holy Ark. But I'm like, are you the same level of significant? I'm not sure. Very curious. It's when Reacher, or whatever the good priest and Farthest, or whatever calls you it. I like Farthest. Ah, dang, I forgot we don't have the extra range. Remotest, yeah. Mostly gacha games to drain people's wallets. I see. That's kind of what I guessed, but I'm like, I really don't know. I just had a roommate at one point that was really into... I know the monster one. I don't remember if he liked Kantai Collection or not. I know that one's boats. It's like the waifus are boats. I found it very strange. Not that I'm saying any of that is bad. Like, there's people that find Shining Force stuff strange, so... whatever. I always look at it like, how can I get them into Shining Force? I really wish they were able to make the battle portraits look like they were hanging onto a vine while attacking, such being attacked if that's where they are. It would be so much more work. That would be cool. You would get to actually see the centaur hanging off the vine, but like... I feel like that'd be an unreasonable amount of work. For like the only time you would see that, I assume. Kind of unfortunate that they give you the series' only female protagonist as a caster, and specifically in a title where casters super suck. Yeah, casters are not real great in this one. I was about to be like, no, they're good, and then I was like, no, I'm thinking of SF3. There's still some holdover from that. In 3, casters are insane because of magic scaling. Magic scales with your stat sum, and this, yeah, they are not. The healers, though, are still good. I'm trying to think, like... I feel like there's some women that sort of share the role. I think Sarah's probably the closest we get in SF2. She's very significant. Maybe, is it Pyra from, In the Darkness? I think that's it. I would say I think those are the most significant women in Shining. Until now. Oh, or Narsha. Narsha's kind of a protagonist as well. She's a game over condition for a little bit. Heal Randolph, probably. There's this anime where the waifus are tanks. I just don't get it. I guess if you're just super into military stuff and women, 3 attack, 3 defense, insane. I just don't get what makes you want to combine the two. Like, I want to watch more girls in shows, and also I'm into military. Like, what if? Hear me out. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. Casters are better in the Game Gear version due to the level 3 spell issue. I would imagine they're significantly better. There's a new one for cat girls that YouTube keeps advertising to me, sadly. I would prefer that. YouTube, like... I'm more likely to watch a cat girl show than I am to buy a car off of a YouTube ad. There's times that the YouTube ads are just so far off from anything I would remotely even consider. It kind of annoys me. Hot take, Nihil gets annoyed by ads. More at 11. Girls and Panzer is a waifu tank crew. See, and I'm just like, why? We all know Peter leads in the SF2. The Shining Force in 2. Yeah. A little bit. I don't like that you're right, but you are. Sarah shuts up as soon as we get to Newgrands. Yeah. It's more about, like, I feel like almost a cultural significance thing. I don't know if you want to count that. It's not as much about her talking. Melody from Holy Ark is much more significant. I feel like she's less, though, just because people don't like her as much. That's more what I'm, like, gauging off of. I don't know if that's fair or not. But it's also hard to gauge Holy Ark in terms of how much people like the characters, because nobody's played Holy Ark. What if we made a healer that has low MP? How do we convince players to use him? Give him the best stats. Luke is nuts. We definitely need to buy new weapons, though, with this part of the Force. Do we share gold? Probably. But I'm just realizing how weird that is. I don't want him to get that kill anyway. Let's do this so maybe you don't die. To be honest, my favorite YouTube commercial was the Volkswagen commercial with the ski masks. I don't know if I saw that one. I feel like turning it into a popularity contest is very reductive. It is slightly. I'll give you that it is a little bit. I just feel like if I ask somebody, like, can you name 3 significant characters in SF2, they will name Sarah as one of them. Defense plus 3 again. Let's go. I don't know if somebody would say Melody from Holy Ark. I feel like they would say Arthur, Rhodey, Golem. That's more who I think they would say. The Eom soldiers have vanished. This guy looks like a generic, and I don't know if that's just because he's in green. Did you defeat all those soldiers? Yes, we're the ones. You've saved us. Our entire village would have been destroyed. We were hired to build Algam Fort, but that was our undoing. We were to be destroyed to keep the fort's weaknesses a secret. Ah, if that's true, please help us. Tell us the fort's weaknesses. Show them they were wrong to not destroy you. Not sure if I should. We're the Cyprus army. We've come to destroy Eom. To accomplish this, we must attack the fort. In that case, I'd be glad to help. I've also a debt to repay to Eom. Allow me to join your group. Road! Of course it's Road. The Gladiator. Ugh. Well, command Magnus! I sometimes forget ads are a thing because I'm ad-free. I am too, but I pay for premium. Rest yourselves in the village, then we'll depart. Vega, Bison, and Balrog are 3 significant characters in SF2. Yes, they sure are. Natasha, you prepared for battle? Okay, so, I mean, they are addressing Natasha as the leader here, too. We've promoted everybody, right? Okay. Let's do talks. Because they probably have new talks. When we work together as a team, I believe we can do anything. See, she can't be a pro tag, she talks. Yeah, I like the action on the front line. Unlike Jaha and Eric, I can use magic spells. Only for a minute. I hate bullies and liars, I don't forgive them. My fight lasts until Eom is defeated. To win on the battlefield, one must find their enemy's weaknesses. Okay, how good are you, Road? You're level 3, promoted. Attack 45, defense 25. Okay, you're about on par with Randolph. Who is not bad at all, so I'm down for that. Overall, it's just interesting that they're doing a split route in this. I kind of want to start using some of our stat boosters? We have so many. Let's use that on Natasha. Anybody else? We have enough. Enough slots. Road is Sun Tzu? Is that really his Japanese name? Or Chinese name? That would be nuts. She can only talk because it's a Deanna scenario. Oh, you know what? You're right. That's true. Yeah, and then they have no sword users, which is really weird. That might be the first force with no sword users. That's quite strange. Okay, yeah, this is a huge difference for them. He can probably keep his power spear, so he has a ranged option. Surely you come with the yeah, you come with the battle axe. Battle glove, which Luke can use instead of using a flail for some reason, even though it looks like he has a flail more. Power stick, yeah, we can buy one for Natasha probably. We'll sell her rod. Nobody can use the flail. And then, yeah, we really need the assault shell for Graham. Okay, we gotta sell his thing too. Got it. His quote is exactly like a Sun Tzu quote. Oh, I see. I have that book. I have not read it yet. The Art of War. If you've read it, is it good? I know it's not exactly like a narrative, but... We have so many stat boosters uses one. Okay, that's enough. Welcome in, Justin. You know, it's me. What are you gonna do? It's like the streamer I was watching the other day asked advice on forging in Fire Emblem Fates, and I was like, I never used it. And then I thought about it, and I was like, I am maybe notorious for not managing those kinds of things well, so I'm not sure that that's necessarily something that you should take into account, that I haven't done it. Okay, I think we've sold all the stuff we need to. Just to make sure we can pick up drops, I would like to shift stuff around slightly. Let's give one of your medical herbs to Road. And let's give one of your stat boosters also to Road. I've been here the whole stream, but thanks for the second one. My bad. Yeah, I think I do remember seeing you say something earlier. The front of the fort is very strong, yet from above it's weak. Okay, so we're climbing down from the cliffside. Got it. If we attack from above, we can't lose. Quiet, someone is coming. I like the idea of, like, part of the Shining Force just on top of this wall, like, with all their arms and stuff, like, just don't hear us. Just between us, I think King Warderer is inhumanly cruel, conquering countries just to make human sacrifices of their royalty to Eom. I heard that it makes Warderer close to Eom. Haha, I've heard that the Prince of Cyprus is to become the king's next victim. What? Hey, who's there? The Cyprus army! Sound the alarm! Couldn't stay quiet. Can I look back up at where we came? No. Dang. Alright, what we dealing with? What a weird fort. This is kind of cool. I wonder if there's going to be reinforcements. It doesn't seem like there's that many people, but also our force is 6 people now, so... Maybe I should count it as a blessing that there's not many enemies. I do like games splitting up stuff like this and letting me use and level more characters. So, from a design perspective, I'm pretty into this. I do feel like the other half got most of the characters that are interesting. Like, they have Claude, who I like. They have, Deanna. You know, Jaha's been kind of a staple. I don't know, this side... I'm trying to think, like, I didn't like Randolph as much. Who else? Dawn is kinda eh. Luke is really good. He's the main one that I cared about. That guy is totally gonna catch me off guard if I'm not careful. Flying across and Blaze 2-ing us or something. Let's move Dawn back like that so we can heal her up. Got a little bit wrecked there. Got double turned. Okay, perfect. Like, the first time I can get a healer turn, I'm gonna use it. There we go. The backgrounds continue to be gorgeous. Can I get you to... Can you shoot that guy? Shoot him or something. He can't. I really don't want to set up for a really easy AoE. The Art of War is very short and basic. If you're looking for a book for making someone a military genius, it falls very short, but as a curiosity and historical piece, it's cool. I'm curious if you have a book you would recommend to make someone a military genius over that. You don't have to, like, I believe you, but I'm curious. I'm definitely in easy AoE territory, but I really want Natasha to get EXP. Perfect. Okay, maybe if I block with you, he'll go for you. No. I kind of want to send Graham around. I don't know, maybe that's not worth. There we go. There's Dawn standing out a little better. Defense 3. She needed that so bad. And with a crit, she did 18. Luke does 23 without a crit. He's insane. And she didn't level attack. Y'all said Dawn was kind of like Mei, but like... Mei is usually pretty good. Dawn kind of feels underwhelming. My allergies always start acting up. Ugh. Healer, yeah. Tank that deals 1 billion damage and can throw a couple of heals out. But, I mean, it makes him more usable as a healer than a lot of the other healers in the game. I would take him over probably any SF1 healer. Just because he's able to do more things. I noticed not many in his team are gaining attack, and I don't know why. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Even Randolph, it feels like, is gaining more defense. We'll see how Rhodes' growths are. Maybe Natasha's getting attack and I'm just not noticing. Yeah, we'll have Randolph start. He might be our most tanky. I probably should check. I'm actually okay with that. I thought we were gonna get doubled so hard there. Just because I said that. I'm okay with Graham taking a single hit to bring the Lizard Man in. The Lizard Men do just a lot of damage. I didn't really want to aggro that group that quick. That is less than ideal. Okay. I felt like he was weak to freeze, maybe because he's cold-blooded. 11 is a lot for her. Alright, let's see how Road does. I think he looks a little different than Jaha. Despite them being, I think, the same class. That's interesting. Oh, that's not ideal. Do you live that? No. Oh, it's a crit. Of course not. Oof. Okay, that probably does 1 at this point. Yeah. We gotta get rid of the Lizard Man. Of course, now you crit. Always the unnecessary crits. Yeah, I'm down for you helping out with the Bow Rider. I'm really worried she's gonna get picked off. You probably kill that. Oh, no, not quite. Attack 3, defense 3. Bruh. What? I don't know what they were thinking in terms of, like, leveling. I really don't. Or in terms of growths. Like, is Luke a joke? Are they trolling with him? Like, what? He's so strong. Comparatively, I'm gonna compare his stats in just a sec. Are you serious? Members. Attack 52, defense 31. He's so much stronger than everyone else. And his HP pool is higher. This is one that I'm like, in testing, I would have been like, he's a bit overtuned. Is that on purpose? It's fine if so. I don't think, like, Peter is balanced badly because he's stronger than everybody else in SF2. But, like, he feels like that's kind of intentional. You know, or Xylo, I'm like, okay, I get what you're going for with Xylo. I'm not confused by him. It would probably take an entire education to make somebody military genius. I'm just saying the Art of War does not move you along very much compared to more sophisticated works. It's like the Dr. Seuss of military strategy. I wonder if that phrase has ever been said before. The Art of War is really like Dr. Seuss in terms of tactical prowess. More defense! I like defense. I am a tank player. But, like, nobody's gaining attack. Okay, that's probably a level for you, yeah. Attack 1, defense 2. Bruh. We purposefully trained him wrong as a joke. Luke trained like an IRL Tibetan monk, not a fantasy monk. Apparently. I'm just confused by it, like... I kind of want to maximize on EXP. Okay, they're gonna let me go by and fight the people up top, maybe? Oh yeah, that's nice of them. I think this guy does more damage. Dawn is super mid. How much does this do to her? 5? Like... She's not even that good of a tank. The 2 is better, but like... I knew he would come for me the second I didn't want him to. Randolph is a good target for that, though. Especially Randolph by himself. Probably just stay on the Bow Rider. Another crit, okay. Defense 3, no attack! What are we doing? I don't want to put Natasha quite that far out. I just don't trust it enough. I think Randolph's fine, but we'll heal him for the EXP. Mostly. Because Luke needs more. Him being able to get chip EXP too, even while overleveled, is crazy. It's like you don't start a really young kid on War and Peace when the kid is learning to read. Why we start him on Dr. Seuss and The House That Jack Built. I'm trying to say Art of War is more of a primer. Yeah, I mean, that makes some sense to me. I feel like some of that is, like, because it's just so ubiquitous as part of life now, maybe. Because it was so well known. It's also weird to me that they think Sun Tzu is not a real guy. They think it's, like, the Sun family from back then, but they think it's, like, multiple generations stacking up in writing. Which I think is really interesting. Where did the Force's attack go? Suspiciously. Attack-shaped Luke, yeah. I'm very confused. I'm trying to give Dawn EXP here, too. Alright, let's do that, just to get Natasha a little bit more. Attack 1. She's getting attack. Randolph, at least, is... Attack 2, defense 2. Okay, Randolph, at least, is keeping some pace. But Luke is just nuts. He's even better than Cray from Part 1, or Book 1. I think Cray had a much more impressive MP pool, but, like, with stats like this, who cares? Oh. Okay, we're gonna play it like that. I am not going to give you that easy AoE. I wondered who would be the target and all that. I guess Randolph has the highest priority. I did say I thought there might be reinforcements on this map. I know Luke makes the most sense to hit that, but whatever. Item management. Doesn't even matter. I guess you can have one more heal. I don't see why not. And then we can use him to go start on the boss. I liked this map. This was, the last one wasn't that painful. It just kind of felt unnecessary. This one's a little bit more fun, though. I'll probably let her finish that, why not? The gargoyles remind me of the sealed tower from SF2. I mean, in Shining Force it always comes down to a tower. There has to be a tower. I get the why, but like, Taya and I the other day were talking about like Shining Force archetypes. I think that might have been last week, actually, on stream. I forget sometimes what's on stream and what's not. But it's like, yeah, there's definitely like the female male centaur pair. He feels like, I feel like that's less of an archetype. But he feels like Ken and May definitely are one. There's the red-haired archer, red-haired fire mage. Dropping down into a fort like this is a pretty unique, it's pretty unique conceptually too. It very much is. I really like this one. I wish the guys at the top left, when we didn't go for them, like, started to move after us a little bit better. But that's my main critique of it. Do you just get annihilated if... No, we're gonna kill this guy before the pixie has a chance to move. I believe that in my heart of hearts. And just to make sure we don't game over, I don't have a thing to use. Never mind. Okay, it's fine. Luke's got us. Because of course he does. HP 2, attack 2, defense 2. Lloyd Solo has... the enemy has... The last guy gasped and then died. Solo, he's the fort leader. Find him in the Wookiee. Oh, it's this mechanic again. We love this. Where are we? I can't see a thing. Where's Solo? How do we get out? Are we having problems? Who are you? You must be Solo. Show yourself, you coward. Solo? Haha, we can handle you ourselves. If you insist on seeing Solo, you must defeat us first. With the aid of Solo's powers, this is where you'll die. Solo's powers? Haha, you can't see us, can you? But we can see you, thanks to the giant spotlight that our trusty spotlight operator has on you. This fort is protected by Solo's power. Now, witness its power. Okay, we're gonna egress to get our man back. I love that we're doing this. Do we do this in the Game Gear? Is this like the thing? Is this the like thing that the SF2 fight's based on with the Hobgoblin? Let's see. I think we're good on everything else. Darkness maps are so much better on Game Gear. Why did they ruin them? How's it different on Game Gear? Oh, okay, that's a thing. Yeah, like, this is just not... Okay, there's another one. It's really hard to get Fog of War maps right, and this is not it. Like, this is just kind of irritating. Fog of War maps are, like, such a touchy subject. But I've never met somebody that really likes them. And I don't know if that means you should never do one. But definitely not like this. Are there like 4 enemies on this map? What even is... Like, surely they have to have ambush spawns. Attack 2! Defense 2! Finally. Randolph is so much better. I've already explained like 20 times, but just the whole map is blacked out, and when you enter a room, that whole room lights up, and the enemies in it appear. Okay, I remember now. I do remember you explaining that before, but it's helpful to, like, put it in context with what I'm comparing it to in real time. Okay, yeah, there are some ambush spawns. That makes sense. So as long as you stay out of a room, it's not activated. No dumb spotlight. Hero quest style. There's also some Fire Emblems that do that. But yeah, I agree, that is much better. And makes a lot more sense than this. Somebody talked about you not being able to see them, so presumably they're ambush spawns. I think that's part of it, but I think it's also that, like, they are acting like I can't use the spotlight to see them. Kind of the same as what they do in SF2. These maps make me sick. Oh, do you get, like, motion sick from this one? I get motion sick real bad, so if there's anything I can do to, like, make it less, let me know. Because I don't usually get motion sick from YouTube videos, but it's happened a handful of times. Probably just use freeze. If I keep us in battle cutscenes, you don't have to look at it. In an SF2, and here specifically, the darkness is ultimately pointless because you can still see where you're going because of the cursor. It just seems to be an annoyance. Yeah. Like, I don't really understand the point. Could have punished me for grouping up there, but decided not to. I don't think I like the Fire Emblem fog maps. I don't particularly. Okay, we're gonna go get that chest, and then we're gonna go get the other one. I might just send Randolph to go get that, and then send Road to get the other one. He's probably gonna get, yeah, an ambush spawn or something. He can handle that by himself, I think. We're gonna send these two together, and then we're gonna send a group down to get the other one. Gets you motion sick too. Aw, dang. Not like actually sick, I just wish they weren't a thing. Yeah. I mean, I can see why, like, especially if you have this, like, full screen, I can see how you might be like, huh, when it, like, jerks around and stuff. We're gonna go down to get that other chest. And those guys can mill about in the darkness for a minute. This style of Fog of War is so pointless because of the cursor thing. It feels purely for flavor. Yeah, it's just not particularly good flavor. And I think it's maybe telling that they figured that out, that Shining Force 3, as far as I remember, did not have anything that was, like, even an equivalent to this. I still much prefer this annoyance to FE's fog maps. Those are just not fun in the slightest. I'm trying to think of, like, engages, because that's, like, how the most recent time they've done it. So, like, that is probably how they feel like it should be done. So, I'm like, engages was not as offensively bad. I didn't love it. I remember it's the map where you get the Wolf Rider. Have we done anything with the museum ticket yet? No. I don't want to know what it does. But I have no idea what it does yet. SF3 had the stealth map, but you could see during it. Oh, that's the Lighthouse Darkness thing. Yeah, I consider that totally different, because it's not a... That's not a, Don't get poisoned. Okay. Uh-oh. Dang. Well, that sucks. Alright, we move on. Let's try that again. Do I want to split up the same way? Maybe. I think I want to split up from the beginning, though. The SF3 one is, like, not a fog of war, it's just a darkness thing, and it's... God, it's very weird. It felt like that just didn't even... I, like, at a programming level, am not sure how that was supposed to work. Like, I feel like I can't even properly critique it, because I didn't play it properly. But, like, I so do not understand what they were even going for. It just kind of felt like it didn't work. I keep forgetting to re-equip his thing. Engages weren't too egregious, but still not fun. Yeah. I think ultimately my problem with FE Fog is being unable to move blindly into the darkness. I like Advance Wars letting you do that, but running into an enemy makes you stuck. It makes a little more sense, I think. It slows you down to a crawl inching along. The Shining Force 3 one definitely does, or I think it was supposed to. But, like we figured out, it feels like you just can ignore it. Which is really not what you want in, like, your special, unique map. You really, if you work to make a new mechanic, I shouldn't be able to just ignore it and, like, truck on. I shouldn't want to. What about the Path of Radiance bridge map, the random holes you fall into? I've heard people get really upset at that, but, like, I don't think that one's that bad. Luke is nuts. That map didn't, like, drive me up the wall. I'm trying to think, like, in Path of Radiance, what the worst map is. Because I'm like, that's one of my favorite SRPGs, but surely there's, like, a bad map or two. Even if I can't, off the top of my head, think of what they are. I don't know. What? Oh. No, I know what it is. It's probably the, like, I forget if it's 3 or 4 parts through the swamp. Oh, that one. Because your move is super limited. And if you're not Iron Manning, like, if you lose somebody, you can't save for so long. Oh. I remember that. I remember getting to, like, part 3 or 4, and I think I lost, like, Braum or somebody. And I was like, do I go back? Like, it's so many hours I'm gonna have to redo. Really did not like that one. I meant the Fire Emblem Darkness limiting your move range slows you way down. Yeah, it does. And, like, I don't hate that inherently, I don't think. But, yeah, just in that one, it's really bad. And a lot of them, it's really bad. I don't know, it's just something that should work on paper, I think. I love that map for that reason. Oh, you're just a masochist, huh? It's definitely a really punishing stretch. And I don't think I would mind as much if it wasn't quite such a slog through the muck. But maybe maybe that's on purpose so that you feel like it's a slog, both like mentally and in the game. I don't know. If they wanted me to feel like it was a slog, they succeeded. You know what? We're just gonna be nice and we're gonna heal you. The forest map kind of reminds me of like a Red Wedding from the Game of Thrones situation because it's so easy for characters to die. It feels like a pivotal moment in the game. You're not wrong. I just don't know that it feels good to play. If you had, like... I feel like heavily limiting your move in any SRPG is really not... I don't like it. I'm realizing as I think about it, I don't like any map that limits your move that heavily. If I end up constantly moving like 3 to 4 tiles with people that normally move 5 to 7, it just ends up feeling not good. I feel that way about like Shining Force 1 map 2, a lot of the outdoor ones, you know, just slogging through the mountains or the forests. It just... I think SRPGs are already... Yeah, Chud King and I are on the same wavelength. Like... I think it's because SRPGs are already a more slow, chill genre. When you take it and slow it down even more, it gets to a point where you're just kind of like, alright, like, come on now. I feel like I shouldn't put Natasha out that far. Alright, where's the chest? Up here to the left? Yeah. I sent Jill all the way up the map, so I don't think the mud bothered me as much, but I totally get you. It took 4 unnecessary turns to get my knights through the mud. Yeah. And I almost feel like, I know some of the older Fire Emblems I've not played had, like, dismount options when your knights are really suffering movement penalties. And I'm like, you know, the game maybe could have benefited from that in those. Also, why the last battles in Chapter 6 and 7 are also crap. I know which ones you're talking about, yeah. Like, it just is not fun. I can't think of a single map that has loaded in, and I've seen, like, a ton of terrain that I know is gonna make me move uber slow, and I'm like, yay! This'll be fun. Veil of the Witch took notes and gave you maps with boosted movement to rob people. Yeah, Veil of the Witch very much gets that, like... I think that's hilarious. Oh, hi. I feel like that sorcerer is more surprised to see me than I am to see her. Like, what a terrible spawn point. Attack 2, defense 2, let's go. So, Taya, do you feel like Randolph and Dawn are the Ken and May in this situation? Also, the sorcerers have crazy amounts of hit points in this. Just an observation. I didn't realize quite how big their health pools were. Graham is so gonna die again. I'm really struggling to keep him alive. Oh, you spawn and... Okay, there was nothing I could do about that. You're gonna spawn a dude in the middle of my dudes. I genuinely think I could not have prevented that death there. Other than just don't use Graham. Try and get through this sorcerer quickly. It's Eric and Don, obviously. Oh yeah, you're right. They just kind of split them up. I just kind of felt that way because, like, I have them being a two-man squad out here. And they're doing pretty good. Do I think that will do 8? I hope so. Randolph is closest to, like, your Ernest type. I feel like he's good, though, which puts him as more of a Pele or Venker. Ernest is the one I constantly want to be good, and he's just kind of mid. I feel like Randolph is, like, our best character here outside of Luke. I'm gonna bait that guy in further so we can hit him with 2 people this time. Crit Luke for 1. Yeah, Luke is insane. Also, counterattacks do less, though. It is weird in this game, though, that it feels like counterattacks, doubles, and crits are all elevated. If you proc 1, you are more likely to proc another, is what it feels like. I don't know if that's totally true, but it very feels like it. Sorcerer is a weird way to spell Marionette. And maybe that's why they have such elevated health pools. Maybe it is that they're like, oh, it's supposed to be like the Marionette, so... Attack 2, defense 2, heal, level up. Every time this guy levels, I'm just like, it's Christmas. Attack 2, defense 2. Yeah, Randolph's catching up. Not catching up, but like... slightly keeping pace, which feels like keeping up. I think she kills with that. Let's go. Attack 2! She's getting attack 2. Okay, next turn he can pick that up. For some reason I constantly misremember Eric's name as Kyle. I mean, maybe his real name is Kyle, I don't know. Japanese, he's Kailu, or some Caillou. That'd be funny. Man, do parents hate Caillou. Oh. It's funny looking back at Caillou and, like, seeing their complaints and being like, oh, I didn't get it for a little while, and then I actually read people's complaints about that show, and I was like, oh. Yeah, I see why y'all hate this. The most annoying non-desert battle in SF2 is the heavily forested Red Baron battle. I feel like I didn't mind that one too much because it was a Red Baron battle. Because it felt, like, plot significant, so I was like, okay, this is, like... I have a little bit more grace for it because of that. Alright, let's get... Demon Rod. Ah, oh, fun. I assume that's cursed in this game. But the curses have been kind of selectively applied here. What did Caillou do? He ended up, like... inspiring a lot of bad behavior from kids that they were not doing otherwise. Because in that show, Caillou, like... will, like, pinch his baby sister and stuff, and, like, do kind of small, violent things to her. And a lot of parents reported that, like, their kids ended up mimicking those small, violent things. Which they, like I said, were not doing before. A protector ring, excellent. So parents ended up having a really big problem with, Caillou. In a way that they didn't for, like, the backyardigans. Yay, small violent things. Yeah, it's definitely, like, if I had kids, it would not be what I would want my kids learning either. I don't know how I feel about this map, other than the spotlight thing. It doesn't feel great losing, Graham to stuff like that. I just don't even want to bring Natasha up. I probably want to get EXP. So I think I'm going to just heal Randolph. Most outside battles, there are patches of forest, but in the Red Baron battle, the breaks in the forest are in small patches. I really do think it's just because it's, like, such a plot-significant thing, and Lemon is so cool that I'm more down for it. Attack 2, defense 2, let's go. Yeah, go ahead and target Luke, that's fine. You do a lot to everybody else. 1, of course. Caillou's also never really corrected for his bad behavior. I think I remember that, too. I think they get onto him a little bit, but, like, not really. I don't remember any, like, actual major consequences for him. And if you're like, I'm surprised you remember watching Caillou. I ended up, I've talked about it a little bit. I ended up with a cyst in the bone of my arm growing up. And I had to have a bunch of surgeries to get that taken care of. So, I ended up spending a lot of time at the Children's Hospital. I'm just gonna heal to you. And at the Children's Hospital, they just had shows like that on loop. Got to watch a lot of Caillou and the Backyardigans. My kid watches Bluey and Super Kitties. I've heard nothing but good things about Bluey. Like, a lot of the other YouTubers I watch that are parents are like, Bluey, if I have to watch something with my kid, Bluey is the one I'm picking. It just has, like, very good messages, it seems like, and is kind of fun for adults to watch, it sounds like. And also, whoever is animating it is a Fire Emblem fan. There's lots of little Fire Emblem Easter eggs, which I think is cute. I'm not sure what Super Kitties is. I'm gonna peek at that real fast because I'm curious. Have I even seen this? Super Kitties. I have not even seen this. This must be a newer one. First episode, January 2023. That would be why. You really don't need the EXP, so I'm just gonna heal into him. They're obviously giving Lemon help with a terrain advantage because it makes follow-up attacks harder. Does it? Does that affect follow-up attacks? The battle that bothers me in SF2 is the one to Creed's mansion, I think, when you first get Elric, who's terrible already, and then placed at the back in the woods, so there's no chance to get him out to try and level him. I forgot about that, but you're so right. Because I like archers, and elves, so when I got him, I was like, oh neat, I'm gonna try to use him, even though chat's telling me he's terrible. And then, yeah, I do remember, it was like, he is very far away. It's kind of like Lyle when you first get him, that it's like, we have to immediately give you a map that his move is terrible on, so you can't use him very well. Not gonna lie, I was a big Bluey hater before, but now I've legitimately made parenting decisions based on it, and it's made me tear up a few times. Why were you a Bluey hater? I just didn't even know about it, so I'm like, I'm not a lover or a hater. For most of these kids shows, like, unless you have a viral clip about why you're terrible, I really don't have an opinion. Enjoy your last attack. This map, I was not as big a fan of. You're 7 now. You're 6. I maybe should let you get the kill. Yeah, because you'll level. Oh, or I should get Natasha up there. I probably should do that, actually. Road is not going to survive another attack. Maybe not. Okay, Road can have it. Yeah, I could, but he's just not going to live, so I would rather him get it than die. I can't believe we were defeated! Gasp! We're just going to end every mission with gasp? Phew, that fight was tough. Let's hurry to Algum Fields. We must catch up with Deanna. Meanwhile, Deanna's group is headed north in the underground caves. Coincidentally, they are heading towards the Algum Fields. Are we going to do a second map like that? No, this has Light School. I didn't love that map. It's not just the spotlight. The ambush spawns are a hard thing to get right. And I think Fire Emblem realized eventually that, like, I think on Maddening, they spawn and move in the same turn. And losing Graham there, like, didn't feel good, because it was like, you spawned a guy in the middle of my guys, and he got a turn before most of my guys did. The only thing I could have done is use Natasha to use a healing herb to heal Graham back to full, but he was missing, like, 4 health, I think. So it's like, I don't know that I could have done anything different there. I didn't know that was going to happen. So, yeah, not a great map. Fire Emblem did eventually figure out with ambush spawns that you need to not have them move in the same turn they spawn. And also, even in the earlier ones, I don't know if it's in Fire Emblem 1. I know in Shadow Dragon, they at least are like, there's gonna be, I think there's gonna be some ambush units soon. I hear the sound of hoofbeats or something. So there's at least a wink wink, this is coming. Are you certain Algum Fort is in this direction? Do these caves ever end? Wait, I hear voices up ahead. Fun song. Listen up, the Cypress Army is in these caves. We must stop them here. Hawkman, over there! It's Hawkman from the Justice League. What? Oh, the Cypress Army finally arrives. Attack, my legion. They must not get any further. I think we have everybody alive here. Did we lose somebody? No, I think we did. Either way, it's easy to egress back. I also should save. Okay, yeah, we did lose somebody. Oh yeah, we lost May. Coincidentally, yeah. We know where we're all headed. Okay, let's save, because I actually haven't done that since we started stream. Kind of important. Yes, we will continue. I remember this map because of the lava. I can see how this one would be memorable. I'm gonna check, too. Ty said, stuff to find on map 18. We are on 16, I believe. Grr, chat delay, I know. May has not made a super strong impression yet, unfortunately. Probably just because it's, like we talked about, casters not being very good. I want this to be like a Fire Emblem where I can attack this random tree that's down here and make it like a bridge across. It is weird that there's just these random trees down here. If that's what that is. That might be a crack. Maybe that's a crack in the ground. It looks like a dead tree. The little guide I'm using to keep track of what map we're on says that he feels like this is the best music track in the game. Which is weird, it's not... I like it. I don't think this is my favorite yet. Oh, the battle art looks so good. That is one of the best backgrounds I've seen. That looks really nice. I would say casters are good when they get level 4 spells, but their MP pool means you're lucky if they can cast it 3 times. Maybe 4 with Blaze. Yeah, but, like, I would say that they're not good then if you have to put that much work into them. Because that feels like a whole lot of babysitting to get you to that point. With, especially Blaze 1 doing, like, 6 damage a lot of the time. Ah, dang, poisoned. It would be nice if it even did 7 more consistently. Kind of like an SF1. Because 7 is, like... I think it's because, like we talked about with, Steam price charting, that, like, 6 is 5, but 7 is 10. It really is that kind of difference. Such a shame, because I love my mages. I do too. Oh. Okay, there's something I don't feel like they were capable of coding in SF1. That's kind of cool. Do you have detox? No, you don't actually even have detox. Okay, let's antidote and try to not get poisoned again. It only does 2, so it's not that big a deal, but like... Blaze always does 6 unless they're weak to it. SF1 and 2. I don't think so. Because, like, when you first get Teo, she often does 7 to the goblins. And I don't think they're particularly weak to Blaze. I could be wrong. But somebody that knows, like, the code of SF1 could correct me. But I think the Dark Dwarves and the Rune Knights also take 7. And I would be surprised if they all had weakness to Blaze. I really need to level Jaha. I'm gonna try and do that. He's really lagging behind. Mei is too. Try to get both of them leveled on this map. I even remembered that was a thing with this map, which is why I wanted to blindside you. It's really cool. I think I would rather that guy come try to get me. Okay, I'm alright with that. Oh, the crit on Mei. They have such small HP pools that a crit from anything is just devastating on the mages. Okay, Claude can probably fight that just fine. Oh, that's taking more than I thought he would. Wow. They can do a lot with this. I feel like even in SF2 they don't, like, change the map that often. Like, mid-map. That's, like, reserved for Odd-Eye. They're doing it pretty early. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible for you to reach it with anybody but, like, Claude before that actually collapses. It feels like they're doing it pretty early because they don't want you to reach it with other people. I'm not sure exactly where the triggers would be, but... We'll heal May as soon as we get a Slade turn. Ah, Deanna's poisoned again. Crap. Let's kill you before you kill May. Okay. Well, we've got 10 heals. That's probably plenty to get us through here. Yeah, Claude can fight this guy. Okay, yeah, he's got it. Don't even need to worry. I'm surprised the gnome didn't move to heal him. Yeah, Chester can help us out there. I'm probably just going to keep moving Deanna up to block. Because he takes, like, nothing. Do you kill that? Probably not. Sweet. That looks like a May kill. Perfect. Surely freeze 1 does 5. I was hoping that would be a level. There we go. Attack 3, defense 1. Claude remains great. Oh, he's not gonna go for Deanna. I hoped he would. That's probably safe. I don't know if I have another antidote. Do you have one? No, you don't. Do you? Yes, I do have one. Okay. Can use that next turn, probably. Can also heal Claude up. I probably deserve that. And now you move your full range into us, okay. This one doesn't seem too hard still. We'll definitely keep Deanna healed though, for sure. Deanna looks really good with, like, the lava framing him. One shot, let's go. Oh, the 1 EXP makes that less exciting. I've not played this game in over 20 years, but back when I did, I took a few runs through this game. It was because it'd been a long time since I had my Sega Genesis/CD set up. It's still crazy to me to think that this came out 20 years ago. There's just something about old SRPGs, like, I feel like they hold up really well. Probably gonna try and get that to May. Block with Claude. Because he's pretty much out of MP. I don't think that'll kill. Nah. But that should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's really tough to find, like, newer SRPGs that I enjoy quite as much. I think there's something about, like, just the limitations and stuff forcing you to get creative that people just don't have to do today. I said earlier, too, that Sinister Designs and I were talking about, or Sinister Design, I always had the S. We were talking about, like, what I look for in, Oh, also, yes, Taya, sorry. I misremembered, what he had named it. The game he was working on. I can tell y'all kind of what I grade based on. So, my, like, quick list was, when I'm thinking about SRPGs, I think characters, overall story, which is plot and world building, map design, and then secrets. And Captain thought it was pretty interesting that I don't have gameplay/mechanics on the list. And I'm not entirely sure why that is. I feel like part of it is that a lot of SRPGs, I feel like, hit a baseline of how easy they are to play or how good they feel to play. And as long as you're across that baseline, I'm happy. There's certain ones that even, like, I don't totally mind, but definitely feel jank, kind of like Sinbear's Tactics is definitely the highest on my list that just felt not good to play. Some of the more default asset SRPG studio games also don't really feel good to control. But there's a couple of standouts that... It's not something that I super take into consideration, I think, but there's a couple standouts that really feel good to play. Like, I still think Lost Eidolon's Veil of the Witch feels the best that I've ever played, and then, Fire Emblem Engage actually is up there in terms of, like, just moving characters around the map and, like, hitting stuff. It feels good to do that in that game. And then I think Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem, honestly. I think there's a reason so many people use that for their fan games. Like, they stumbled onto something very special with that a lot of people resonate with. But that's kind of my, like, super quick criteria for what I'm looking for. It's really hard for me to recommend a game if I really don't like the characters in the world you've built. Even if gameplay-wise it's okay. Like, I talked about, like, I would recommend a game like Shining Force 1 over something like Fire Emblem Fates for your first SRPG, because for Shining Force 1, I feel like you get just a better idea of what an SRPG is. Whereas for, like, Fates, with the way the story and the characters are written, I'm worried that you're going to be like, oh, is this what this is? And get kind of a wrong idea. Chester's really starting to do damage now. Attack and Defense 2, let's go. It seems like they went for the disappearing paths were made as a novelty rather than a cheap way to kill your characters. Yeah, I think so, but, like, not in a bad way. Like, I'm good with, like, flavor like that. Can probably have Claude start on that one. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just more about, like, flavor text, kind of, than, like, this is a trap that will kill you. But it's cool. So, I like it. Can you reach that? You sure can. We're starting to have a good archer, which I am also not super used to. Heal Deanna up again, just to be safe. 4 more heals. Slade being useful. MP2, attack 1, let's go. Model level 2, yay. I'm so excited. I'll do freeze 2 to make sure it kills. neat ideas do not always have to make the game harder. Yeah, and like Shining Force is a series I don't think is very hard. It's one of the most forgiving SRPGs out there. Like, a lot of them have permadeath, and then Shining Force really doesn't do the permadeath thing. Unless you just really try, it's kind of hard to, like, soft lock yourself in a Shining Force game. You can't lose too many characters. That's part of why I kind of recommend it more to people for their first one, despite it being slow, is that, like, you're just not gonna get stuck. I also find some Fire Emblems, like, I love Path of Radiance, y'all know that, but it's hard to recommend it sometimes as well, because it is permadeath, and for your first one, that can be pretty scary. That doesn't ease you in that well. And, you know, I had SF1 to ease me in before. Path of Radiance is the second one I ever played. I at least had Shining Force 1 to ease me in. Attack 1, Defense 2, let's go. SF2's chess battle is probably the most likely to semi-soft lock. Actually, yes. Especially if you're not very good. I'm trying to decide, is it that or the Kraken? Because the Kraken's another one that, like, if you're really not very good, and you run into that, like, because you run into the Kraken a lot of the times earlier than you're really supposed to, I feel like that one also makes it kind of hard. Let's heal Chester just to make sure. Funny you say that. That happened to me as a kid. I think it happened to a lot of people. It is a really big difficulty spike. And I don't know why they did that. It feels like surely they had to know. The chess battle, you're locked into Desktop Kingdom with no item shop. True. Yeah, so I hope you kitted everybody out before you got there. If you save in Desktop Kingdom, you're locked until you win the chess battle. The main thing is just, did you kit people out before that? Because I feel like, in a lot of SRPGs, you're locked until you beat a battle. So I don't think that's super unique. It's mostly just the lack of item shop. Which I'm like, how bad is that, really? I'm not sure. I had issues once in SF1. I was playing a used copy I bought, tried the existing save. Max was level 8, unpromoted in the Kane fight. You can at least beat SF1 without using Max, though. Like, my first playthrough, I realized that if you lose Max, it's a game over, so I just didn't ever use him. So, he was level 1 for me at the end. I'm gonna do that so Jaha can get in there instead. Because he really needs the XP more. I think we just take some hits here. I don't really mind. Try and get May around. Yeah, I figured he'd just heal. Sometimes big spikes like that are fun. At least it's memorable. I mean, Desktop Kingdom is such a weird concept. I feel like it should have been memorable anyway. I feel like you didn't need to suddenly crank the difficulty to make that memorable. You know what I mean? We'll have Slade wait in case somebody really needs a heal. May might just die to that. Okay, not quite, but... she can't get that kill. Maybe you can soften? I don't know if he just kills this. Okay, perfect. And you level 4 it. Excellent. Attack 3, defense 1, best Birdman. I'm good with you just getting that. Did you kit people out, and are your healers able to provide enough healing with no ability to buy healing items? Yeah, have you been leveling Sarah or not? No. For me, the answer is no. I have not. But yeah, that is where that kind of catches up. It was doable, I just hated Max being one-shot while trying to get him up to speed on that map. That's probably pretty tough. Because what, are you going to grind off the golems there for... I don't even know how long. Like, one hit per... Or 1 HP per hit, like... Sounds kind of awful. I'm just going to let Jaha EXP max here for a second. The double barrel battles like the Dark Soul and Dark Dragon in SF1 is manageable, but harder in games like Tactics Ogre, it's totally brutal. Yeah, the ongoing ones. That's what I was talking about earlier in Path of Radiance. There's like a 3 or 4 long gauntlet like that. Where if you lose, you gotta start over from like 3 battles ago. It's kind of rough. Oh, she got Bolt. That'll help, maybe. I don't even know if that'll help her that much. Yeah, we're just gonna let Jaha kind of do this. We spent so much time on this tile set, we need to keep the player here longer to get our money's worth. It's just black and white, surely that didn't take that long, right? He took a lot more from that than I thought he would. I'm really glad I kept him there and didn't let May take that. She'd have taken that a lot worse. Do we kill you with Jaha here? Yes, we do. Okay, I'll let May try. I don't think she kills that. No. Jaha may have his revenge. Hey, Protect Staff. Neat. HP 2, Attack 2, Defense 2. It was worth it. But Gallum / Zeon is not a double barrel because they gave the king infinitely spawning henchmen. I forget. You don't have to redo Zeon? Or you don't have to redo Gallum if you have to redo Zeon? I don't remember. Always level your healers. It's so hard, though, in SF1. 2, it's at least a little easier. Sarah's better than Lo or Chris, I think, but Lo is awful. There's the gargoyles or whatever's you're supposed to use for blue. But blue also only does 1 damage to them every time I do that fight. It's terrible. Like, blue is terrible. I don't know if I've done a back-to-back battle more stressful than Engage's Cathedral fight, followed by the escape from Illusia. That's a scary set of battles for permadeath. Oh yeah, it really is. I remember it, because it also takes away all the stuff you've been relying on. We're in trouble. This is a dead end. We've got trouble. The Eom army is behind us. Quick, we must find an exit. We have to jump into the lava. Oh. Look. Light. It's coming from that hole in the ceiling. It's shining down into the darkness. You've done well to make it this far. I recognize that voice. Aha, yes you do. I'll lower a rope. Pull yourselves up, quickly. Who are you? Why are you helping us? I'll tell you later. Hurry, climb the rope. The Eom army approaches. When the time is right, I'll reveal myself. Who could that be? He's gone. Come on, everyone up the rope. I do appreciate that the story is a lot more interesting in this path so far. Hey, look over there. It's Deanna and his group. Oh, okay, we're joined back up. Ouch! That's no way to treat our MVP. We've been worried about you. Is everyone here? Let's set up camp and plan our next move. Interesting. Hot stuff coming your way. SF2 is the only SF game where you can egress the last fight and not do the prior one. One of the many reasons SF2 isn't a real shiny game. I'm trying to think if you can do that in stuff like Wisdom. I'm not sure. Okay, so we are out of people. We're out of slots. Randolph, I do want in. I think Dawn is out. She's just not been very good. I think she is my first choice to replace. She started doing okay, but it just ain't enough. Her defense is actually a lot higher than Eric. Maybe I should replace Eric. He felt better on the path we were on. But comparing them, he's not real good. Yeah, I think we do that. And then I'm not majorly attached to Road. I think I'm okay leaving him, honestly. I don't know if y'all have new talks, do you? I don't think so. No. It's a secret, but Slade is spoken ill of by the girls. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, you're right. Dawn is not as bad. She kind of caught up. Eric is probably worse. He has a weaker weapon, so she's more behind in attack, but defense-wise, yeah. She's alright. Is there any items we want to pass off? Probably the Protect Staff. I'm good with giving that to her. And then... the Protect Ring. Who's got terrible D? Do you notice you have a new party member? Was Sarah not part of the party before? No, she wasn't part of the party before. You're right. My bad. Okay, yeah, Sarah's joined us now. Okay. I'll check her stats in just a sec. Oh, Deanna's still poisoned. I gotta deal with that. Who do I wish had slightly more defense? Not Luke. I could make Dawn on par with Luke by giving that to her. Or Chester, surprisingly. Ooh, let's give it to Claude. Claude is cool. And then the Demon Rod we'll give to... we'll give it to Sarah. I don't know if I want her to equip it, because I assume it's cursed, but it'll be fun. We might. Okay, you've got the better thing equipped. Let's do that. And then, yeah, we have to cure. Let's go. There we go. Natasha's defense is awful. Yeah, but she's a mage. Like, it is, but, like, she gets some grace for it. There we go. Speaking of Claude, in SF2, Claude's original name is Mardo. Claude sounds like a golem name. Mardo does not, but I don't hate Mardo either. Mardo sounds more like a centaur name. It was in these fields that the prince was captured by Eom. But this time, because of Sarah's help, we won't be ambushed. So let's head for Eom Castle. Eom Castle. Okay. Ha ha ha! The idiots, as we ambushed Prince Nick, will ambush them! So there's ambush spawns, maybe. But they said Sarah... Oh, okay. Ah, okay. We cleared out the other ones, so that's why there's not. Are we at battle 18? No, that was 16. Got it. So this is 17. Our other battalion has been defeated. We won't be able to ambush them. It's interesting, that was like a musical sting before the whole song in SF2. What? Ah, they knew our plans. We must inform Barbara and Solo. Yes, sir. Stall them. We need time to prepare for battle at Eom Castle. Okay, what we dealing with real quick? This looks like an okay battle. I guess that's Eom Castle. We are right there, huh? What is the new zombie variant? A ghoul, okay. And a cleric. Heal 4, wow, okay. Do you have the MP to support that? Not really, if you do it a bunch. And then I want to check out our new Viker. 34 MP. Pretty good. Defense 21. I mean, compare that to Slade. Yeah, she's alright. I don't mind that at all. I like Vikers more in this as well, because it looks like her and Slade were kind of made for it, versus in SF2, I really don't like the class because it feels like it was made with Freya in mind and no one else. If you promote, like, Sarah or Karna to Viker, or Vicar, it just looks silly. It feels not intended. Oh, do you have detox? No. I maybe should have bought some more antidotes, because we're still dealing with worms. There's guys in Fire Emblem like the Dancer that allow you to pass their turns to others. Is a cool concept. Yeah, I do like the Dancers. They let you do stuff. I do think it's a cool concept, but like, often they're not characters that I'm excited about either. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. Graham's kind of been falling behind. He's also maybe on the chopping block, but I'm not gonna ditch him quite yet. I'll get him like another level or two and we'll see. It's awful for a mage, and dang, mages are awful. Yeah. I do, like we said though, I kind of like them, so I'll try to get her to work. Especially Natasha being, like, somewhat important. I'm not sure how important. This looked like a good opportunity. I wonder what does more, Freeze 3 or Bolt 1? Probably Freeze 3. Even then, it's not great. And that was so much MP. Their battle portraits makes them look like their costumes are like Randy on A Christmas Story and they can barely move their arms. Oh, that's so sad. I know what you mean, though. I watch that movie almost every Christmas with my parents. We either do that or we do Christmas Vacation. One year I brought Christmas Vacation 2. I don't know if they've forgiven me yet. One was really bad. I think the plot of that is that, like, Cousin Eddie gets bitten on the butt by a radioactive chimp. And, to make sure he doesn't sue, His business, like, gives him an all-expense-paid island vacation. It's awful. Yeah, I love Christmas Vacation. The Cousin Eddie one, I never watched it, but I heard things. It was awful. And not, like, the good kind of awful. Like, oh, come on, Graham. They couldn't even get, they couldn't get most of the actors back. They got, I forget what his name is. They got Eddie's actor back, but that's really it. Like, all the kids are recast. I think his wife is recast. And, like, I don't blame them looking at the script. Even just that plot concept, if I was, like, your acting agent, I would be like, I know it's important to reprise character roles, but, like, let's think about this. I don't know if the kids went on to, like, be actors in more things, though. If they did, I might not recognize them. I don't remember them being like... They weren't bad, but... most of the kids in that movie are not standouts. I think the main movie I watched that I felt like the kids were super standouts was, The Witch, with 2 V's. The kid actors in that movie are insanely good. They got the original Audrey back from the first Vacation. Did they? I don't even know if I remembered. I saw that SF2 Jaha's name is apparently Jaja in Japan, so I went to check Gaiden 2, and I'm convinced they changed the names just so they weren't normal people names. In Gaiden 2, Jaha equals Aaron, Dawn is Angela, and Luke is Bill. I really wonder why. I'm trying to think about, like, what other SRPGs were coming out at the time. Like, were they looking at Fire Emblem and being like, oh, we need to make sure we're not doing what they're doing? Because they have, like... I don't know, were they having slightly eccentric names? Were we on, like, Fire Emblem 4 at this point? I don't even feel like Fire Emblem's names are that eccentric most of the time. Leaf is a little bit weird for 5, but, like, it's not that weird. Oh, that one. What did you think of Krampus? I thought the Krampus movie was just okay. I actually ended up seeing that one with friends in theaters. And I think my expectations were a little bit different than what I was going into. It's kind of a dark comedy. And I did not know that going in. So I think that was a little bit hard of an adjustment on the fly. There were parts... There were times that it just felt, like, kind of bad. But I don't know how it'd feel on rewatching it. Like, there was ups and downs. I do feel like Ragnarok are maybe onto something. Localization is definitely one of those fields that it feels like constantly has the need to justify their own existence by making changes. If something is just good, we're not needed. And so we need to, like, you know, we need to find things that we need to change so that we're considered necessary. Half the kids' actors and half the Vacation kids had decent careers. That's good. I'll have to look up later what they ended up being in. Oh yeah, her model looks great. They just did unique models for everybody regardless of class in this, huh? It's just confusing to me to change some of them. And it's like I said, I think that they are just trying to justify themselves. I don't think that, like, thought went into it. It's just hard to imagine that. It's harder to imagine that, like, they seriously, critically sat down and thought about it. And that's what they ended up doing. I think I would rather you not get another turn, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill you before... Oh, that makes it hard. Chester looks like a generic sniper from SF1, but then you have Sarah and Luke. Yeah, I mean, I think they, like, only worried about it for some of them. I think it's fine to reuse some of the assets they had. Like, they clearly... I don't know if they traced it or just used it as a base, but, like, I'm not opposed to you using assets you've already made. That's a really good cast from him. We have 3 healers, though. We can... Or 2 healers and Luke. We can handle that. Jaha having huge priority, apparently. Anthony Michael Hall was in a bunch of movies. Juliette Lewis in some, including Mallory and Natural Born Killers. I haven't seen that yet, but one of my friends made a band named after it. Johnny, Hiroki Roseanne, and Big Bang. And Ethan Embry, Can't Hardly Wait, and others. I've heard of some of these, but I've not heard of all of them. Let's just do that. I wish the wizard sprites weren't so ugly. I don't feel like they're that bad. Oh, come on. I feel like the wizard sprites are just kind of mid, honestly. Like, I don't hate them, but they're not... They're just kind of there. I don't think they're as weird as the wizard sprites, or the mage sprites from SF1. They only had a year in between developing these games, so they reused assets when they could. And I can see that. That's like why I'm like, it doesn't super bother me. They clearly put in effort in some spots, so I feel like I see it where I need to see it. Welcome back, Sinister! I was excited to see a Hawkman enemy, and it's literally a Pegasus Knight. Yeah, it's a little weird. I appreciate a good reuse of assets, but that's really pushing it a bit. It is a little bit. I wish they would have titled that differently. Who do I think's gonna get hit more? Look at that, Luke can heal himself. I think you missed me talking about our conversation earlier about, like, how I rank SRPGs and stuff, if you're just getting back. We can talk about that if you want to. The H in Hawkman stands for a horse. The best Shining Force enemy, Horse Hawkman. Would be such a weird name. I don't like that at all. Palette swaps were so common in retro games. Yeah, I don't mind palette swaps. There's a lot of stuff I don't mind when you have small teams. I really just feel like my expectations have gone up because, like, of what the industry deems as important, I guess. There's so much when it's like small teams and stuff, I really don't care. Or even just big teams, but like they make their kind of their values known. The way like Koei does for the Warriors games, that they're like, we're gonna like do some palette swappy things, we're gonna like reuse assets. I'm like, that's fine. You're putting out a bunch of different games a year, they're still fun. I'm down. Old Koei more than new Koei though. New Koei is getting a little bit too lazy, I think. They'll do really intense stuff, like all of Dynasty Warriors 9, and then they'll half-ass that for some reason. Like, the way characters control, they'll, like, half-ass that aspect. As long as you're, like, making a bunch of... As long as you're putting in the effort somewhere where it counts, I don't mind. But if you start slacking, I will notice. That's not going to significantly damage that. This will kill that, probably. Poor Sockman, yeah, You just take some random witch creature with black hair, make her hair green, and voila, you've got a Medusa. Yeah. Kind of. Aren't there Medusa creatures in SF2? Am I remembering wrong? Palette swaps are fine, I use them in my own games all the time, but taking a Pegasus and calling it a bird is just a wee bit beyond that. Well, maybe in Japanese he's not even called that. That's a definite possibility. I mean, Ty has pointed out that they've changed a bunch of stuff randomly. Do that. Claude is gonna need a heal. Attack 2, defense 2? Okay, now he probably doesn't. Wait till you hear about Batman, you're not gonna be happy. I mean, he looks like a bat, though, right? He's got, like, the whole bat motif going on. It's not like it's, like, you know, his name's Batman and they turn on the cat signal or something. Might send Jaha down to deal with that guy that's coming up to deal with us. Okay, you can get over here and heal Claude. I've actually got a comic book shirt on today. Indie comic I like. But, the main thing that drives me nuts about Batman or any comics is just them, like, constantly hitting reset on the lore. It just feels like nothing matters. Batman died, and he'll be back next week. Who cares? I've talked about that, though, on stream, I think. Even recently. So I won't get into all that again. We'll start on that horse Achman. Going to the stables and slapping a saddle on my hawk. I kinda hate that. This is such a weird visual. I think I'll leave that for somebody that can AoE still. They don't abuse palette swaps as much in newer games because expectations of production are higher. I feel like they just end up cutting corners in other ways. I feel like gameplay is more what gets cut now, for some reason. Oh, I thought we were doubling. Attack 1, defense 2. I'll take it. I'd probably like one of the mages to get that kill if possible. This Hawkman just The wall that won't go down because of that priest. I don't even mind because we're getting so much EXP out of him, but it is just funny to me that he's lived that long and we're healing up Claude, so it's just this weird battle of priest attrition. I'm wearing a shirt of a knight riding a cat. Oh, that sounds fun. I like the sound of that. Even if I'm allergic to cats. Okay, we can let Graham get it if he doesn't miss again. Alright, let's go. Jaha looks like an armor knight from Fire Emblem. I don't know, Mahane hasn't been gushing about him, so I feel like he's not, like, quite close enough. Terrain. Me when I walk outside and look down. That would be a good bit. Okay, let's freeze to that. Get Natasha some EXP here. Yeah, her and May do share a palette, don't they? Or do share a sprite. Attack 1, defense 1. Eh. Truly the worst kind of rain to rain. My nephew's also allergic to cats. It's an unfortunate allergy since cats are great. I've never really been a cat person, but I grew up with a cat that was not very nice. It was like a very feral cat my mom rescued. So I feel like that's kind of just put me against cats. I do have the Equate pills. It's like 24-hour anti-allergy stuff. Those work great. So if I'm going to like stay the weekend with friends that have cats, one of those a day keeps me going. And I really don't like some of the other ones because they either don't work or they make me really sleepy. So I was really happy I found some that actually like work for me. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I figured I'd let May try though. Is Claude finally gonna win this? Let's go. Deserved. I can't gush about any high defense characters in Shining Force because you always take at least 1 damage. There's no satisfying tink. Yeah, you're right. That was a really big difference. I remember getting into Fire Emblem for the first time that I was like, oh, we take no damage sometimes. That's interesting. I think I let Deanna tank that, and then we let Natasha get the kill. Cats are the best. I'm more of a dog person, but he can't even pet the one cat my mother has. It's such a fluffy cat. I've never pet a softer one. Well, that sounds nice. I do like fluffy pets. But yeah, like, my hand will, like, break out if I do that, so I can't really either. Horsockman down. He did his best for his country. It is interesting to hear, like, the random nameless mooks talking about, like, you know, Eom and stuff, and being like, oh, these guys are brutal. It's interesting that they have, like, thoughts about it. Deanna was already poisoned, I think, so... Because I have wondered if they are just kind of mindless creatures, like... I think it came up that, like... I'm trying to remember which game it was. Shining in the Darkness, there's a lizard man that you get. Also Holy Ark. That are, like, sentient. They, like, talk to you and stuff, but I'd wondered if the ones from, Shining Force 1 where, like, there's some races that it's just kind of like, do y'all have, like, a village and a place you're from and, like, a culture? It's a little bit harder to tell sometimes. I'll do Blaze, because I can do 2 of those. Let you get rid of that one. That is tragic. I had a super fluffy cat when I was a kid that was really sweet and would let me use her as a pillow. Oh, that sounds nice. I'm gonna put Claude out here, and then I might let him get more kills, because he's still not quite at level. Oh wait, that's Detox. I forgot you had that. You're a dog person? Like Kurt, our favorite FE Lord? You never did comment. Do we count, like, non-main lines like that? Does Kurt get to be an FE Lord? Does Mars get to be a Shining Force protagonist? Does Arthur? In Lizardman culture, it's considered polite to stick your tongue out at people. Maybe. They do it a lot, but usually they're enemies, so maybe it's like flipping me off, who knows? I'll let you help out with that one. But yeah, it's just weird thinking about, like, if there are some Shining Force races that don't have stuff like that. But the fact that, like, we get them in SF1, I could write, or sorry, Shining in the Darkness, I could write off as, like, a one-time, like, anomaly, but then Holy Ark having another one, I'm like, okay. No, y'all are, like, developed somewhat. But then this reinforces it again. Especially with what he's saying, that it's like, you know, I worry about them being too brutal. It's like, okay. But then I wonder why he's serving EO. I'm just doing this for EXP. The ghoul just running back and forth. I don't have anything that can reach. I don't remember if you get the kill or not. Probably not. Okay, you do. That's fine. I mean, I said I count the SF ones. I have no strong opinion on the FE ones. Is that because you just don't have as strong of opinions about Fire Emblem? Ghouls just want to have fun. I guess he's having fun, just running around. Let's detox yourself. That way we don't have to spend money on it. One of my only SF complaints, one should not take damage if one's attack is below one's defense. But then Yogurt doesn't work, and I love Yogurt, so gonna have to make a better argument than that. I don't know, I guess we could, like, tag a special property onto Yogurt that he always does 1 damage or something. And that would solve it. Kurt gets to be an FE Lord, but only as an act of courtesy. Oh. Definitely the worst FE Lord. It is weird to think about that, like, if Fire Emblem Cypher was still going, like, would they actually, like, create, like, a faction for Kurt? Or would they just lump her in with something else? One game I want to play is FIDA. It's a SNES game that looks like a ripoff of Shining Force. I believe it's some of the same people. So I wouldn't call it a ripoff if, you know, it's the same, some of the same people. You get to rip yourself off. Have him start the ghoul, I think. Trying to EXP max a little bit. Attack 2, defense 1. He is so good. I love Jaha's priority. As a tank should be. Do you have anybody to heal? Okay, you can do that. I just saw Deanna's promo sprite. That's a huge downgrade from the pre-promo. I like it less too. I don't think it's like the worst, but yeah, it is a little bit of a downgrade. I don't have much of a strong opinion on FE canonicity. To me, it's much more disconnected series than the classic Shiny games, which we've gone around a bit with before. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like they're almost totally disconnected from each other. Like, 1 through 3 are all in the same world. 4 and 5. 6 and 7. 9 and 10. Like, it's very disconnected until Awakening is like, what if we mashed them all together? But I don't feel like that really happens on a grand scale until Awakening. They do that, so there's always a rough way to catch up in levels. I'm trying to think. They do what? I could get that with Deanna, but I kind of don't want to. Do you get that kill? Probably. I still kind of want Jaha to catch up, if possible. If the villain wasn't trying to stop you, would the wild monsters still attack travelers with other monsters as a unified force with strategy? That's kind of what we were talking about, that I'm like, I don't know what is a, like... So the lizard men seem like an actual race that has, like, a culture, maybe, and, like, some thoughts about things, but, like, are the skeletons... Also, welcome in... Jody Allison Kari? I'm guessing that's how you say that one? I'm not entirely sure. But, welcome in! I want Natasha to get that, if possible. Even if it takes her 2 casts. Oh, that's such a little EXP. Like, surely, yeah, these skeletons are not, like... There's no skeleton village, probably. I don't feel like we've seen anything that would indicate that. Yogurt's trash, how about that? He's my favorite, though. But, yeah. But, he's still not as trash as Adam, how about that? I've long been curious about FIDA. The idea of having an overworld map that actually reflects troop movements in an SRPG is really intriguing to me. There's a lot about FIDA that intrigues me. We're definitely going to play it on here. I just worry about both which version, because I think there's a Saturn version and a Super Nintendo version, and only the Super Nintendo one has a fan translation, but the Saturn one looks a lot nicer. So I'm kind of like... I don't know, I'm gonna have to make do, I think, but it's a little unfortunate. Okay, can you get this now? I don't think you can. I think the 2 recovery keeps you from getting it. Dang it. Ah, well. We'll get to somebody else. The always 1 damage regardless... Oh yeah, of defense programming. I mean... Yeah, you can finish off a 1 damage enemy, but there's also not a great way in Shining Force to leave an enemy with 1 health. So, I feel like it doesn't super do that. Like, it only does in the vaguest sense. You do too. Give it to you. Crit for 5, let's go. MP2, attack 1, defense 1. And Aura, let's go. MVP incoming. Your Bustokeite girlfriend turns to you. Would you still love me if I was an ice worm? I wonder if they do have to deal with stuff like that. And then is it racist if you don't like the ice worms? Do they have an underground kingdom with the queen of the ice worms that you would be, like, talking crap on? I don't know. There were zombie villages, though? When? Was there? I don't remember that. Are you talking about, Shade Abbey? Maybe they were always like that. Maybe they didn't turn into that. Maybe, yeah, maybe that was just like the convent of zombies. Is there a random factor in EXP game in this game? Natasha gained 4 from blazing the priest before and 5 from doing it now. I think so. Good night, Justin. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. I like the fact this game does justice to flyers and archers, not including SF3. Wizards peter out in this one. We can't say peter out is a, like, synonym to being bad for Shining Force. Come on. Low MP, insufficient damage, since most bosses tend to have some resistance magic. They have been bad. You are right. Our effort here will not go in vain. Balin will avenge our death. You will pay in his Wonderworld. Not Balin Wonderworld. What or who is Balin? Does anyone know? We must be careful of a trap at Eom Castle. Oh, I appreciate it, Justin. Thanks. You are thinking of Shade Abbey? I don't know if that counts, but sure. Okay, I did successfully cure everybody. But yeah, I do like that flyers are good in this one. I had good luck in 3 as well with Eldar. 0 and Fending, not so much. Their availability, both of them, is tragic. Okay. Are we going into 18? Yes. Yes, I think so. Okay, so there's a thing to find here. They've destroyed Solo's underground fortifications. Could Solo's power be weakening? What? You doubt my power? Why not try me yourself? Oh, they're actually gonna do infighting. This looks really good. That's a hype cutscene for the time. Stop. Stop this pointless bickering. It's not my fault. Solo's a coward. That's enough, Barbara. Solo has years of experience, which will still serve me. When that screen scrolls on this pattern, my eyes are just like, oh. By the way, what were the results of the revival experiment you tried on King Emil? Aha, it was a big success, but something else is bothering me. What is it? I feel like this guy with the helmet on shouldn't be talking. He feels more like a silent villain. There's a traitor within the Eom ranks. There is? Do you know who it is? It's you! I believe it's... Over there! Oh. It's the Cypress Army! We gotta talk to somebody, I suppose. Solo, are we prepared to entertain our guests? Aha, relax. Everything is ready. Then we'll leave this to you. Everyone else, follow me to the shrine. He's very Garnef. He reminded me of something, and I wasn't sure what it was, but it's Garnef. Look over there. Way in the back. That must be King Ion. Okay. I see why you would think that. Quick, after them. I don't think that's Io. No, we know it's not. Aha! I'll not allow you to go any further. With help from the death balloon, I'll blow you to pieces. Oh, he's got the giant flying mushroom from SF3. If it's like SF1, your XP gain is scaled by the percent of the enemy's total HP you didn't damage, so a lower high damage roll on Blaze gets different EXP. Oh, okay. I still love the idea of a character's parents deliberately naming them Zero. We would have named you Worthless, but it was already taken. The ghouls seem to be sentient. It just declared it'll be avenged before going back to hell. I mean, maybe. I just don't know how much. There's so many chests. Because I feel like we'll be here for an hour otherwise, can I give a small recommendation about the secret? I trust you to do that, Taya. I mean, we're already going to be here for a minute picking up chests, it looks like. My guess for the secret is that if it's not the chests, maybe we need to speak to Solo, or... What else would I do? It could be something weird with bushes. There's a lot of weirdness with bushes in Shining Force, and the fact that there's bushes... Let's take a look around near your starting... yeah, I'm thinking it's got something to do with bushes. Either that or the castle walls. But we'll take a look around here. I appreciate the slight direction if it's that esoteric. I mean, this eye thing is pretty weird too. Ah! Do you have items? Yes, you do. Dawn found Higgins! Of course, it's gotta be another SF2 name. Wow, you found me. You're pretty good, aren't you? But it may be just luck. Bet you can't find me again. See ya! Really? Okay. That's really weird. That, like... He just wants to play hide and seek? The fellow in Japanese is called a Hanzo. Am I currently supposed to recognize that as SF1 Hanzo? Am I supposed to go, oh, it's him? Which ties into my whole timeline because it places Hanzo here at this point in the timeline. Okay, so I am supposed to recognize that as SF1 Hanzo. I later learned this is supposed to be the ninja from SF1. Okay. And see, y'all telling me that is not a spoiler because I, like, in a perfect world where localizers didn't exist, I guess, I would recognize that as SF1 Hanzo. I just don't. Because they named him Higgins for some reason. Yes, he is. Okay. He is the only Hanzo in the series. Got it. So... this ties into your timeline theory. How I get that places Hanzo here for obvious reasons, but like how is that significant, if you can remind me? Higgins, the stereotypical ninja name. Yeah. Terrible. The Death Balloon still has to be the most comically least threatening name they could have come up with. It's not great. I don't see yet what he's talking about, but I assume I will. Great level for Randolph. I wish I could call them all by, like, their actual names, but I can't, like, keep track of that many for characters that I'm not even super familiar with. I'm biting my tongue to not spoil something else. Yep, just keep doing that. We will get there. What would the world be like without localizers? Localizers, Simpsons hand-holding meme. It would be better. I really appreciate translators, though. Like, people, especially that do it just for the love of it, like, not even getting money, just... Fan translators are genuinely just the GOAT. And I don't just say that because I've helped out with that before. You have to really care about something to just, for free, try and make it accessible to other people. Just to do it. Healing Rain, excellent. So part of it for me is that there is a claim that Hanzo is being referenced in Holy Ark is just referring to it being, you know, a famous ninja name in Japan. Him showing up here, for me, removes any doubt that we're consistently referring to this one specific Hanzo. Because this is at least 2 instances of Hanzo showing up in something. Yeah, I agree. That does significantly, I think, increase the chances that we are talking about the same guy if we've referenced him twice. And it's the same guy. It would be weird to do it a 3rd time and be like, well, no, this time it's a different guy. Name aside, if they wanted us to recognize this dude as Hanzo, they could have at least kept his portrait similar. Dude looks completely different here. Yeah. But also, like, he's a ninja, he's got a mask on. Like, I get that. I can give you maybe a little grace on that. But yeah, like, that is kind of why I initially was like, oh. Cypress, beware. Just ahead awaits the Death Balloon. The Death Balloon is a mine. What? If you don't disturb it, you can pass by it. Who said that? Are you the traitor? So you're the one Warderer suspected. Show yourself. He's gone. It doesn't matter. Cypress can't avoid the air mines. Air mines? Death Balloon has appeared. That looks like a brain. What? Does that have a portrait? No. 49 HP. 0 attack. Okay, it must do some kind of spell if we get near it. I feel like a lot of other SRPGs would have made this really dense with enemies. And we really aren't. On one hand, I'm a little confused. On the other, I admire the restraint, but I feel like this is not going to be very hard. I would have expected Eom Castle to have a lot more dudes. Hanzo being a recurring character who appears bodily in 2 titles makes it really unlikely the 3rd reference to him would not be that character. As usual when it comes to timeline stuff, I'm fully on board with you. I do think it would be really weird to just be like, no, there's some other 3rd Hanzo, or 2nd Hanzo that, like, now we're going to reference. That would be very strange. To me, that would be stranger than, It's kind of like Occam's razor, you know, the simplest answer is probably correct. It's like, yeah, it would be a lot more simple if it was just the same guy. I don't think, like, it's in the text that... I think if you just assume it's a different guy, I think you're reading into it more than somebody that would assume it's the same guy. It kind of looks like a Proto-Colossus. A little bit. Like, they didn't quite fully design it. They just got the brain. Ooh, the slowdown on that was kooky. Let's see what happens. Oh, I think it's just supposed to be a little floating mushroom thing, but it almost looks like it has eyes, but I think that's just, I can't remember what it's called, like the human want to see faces and things. Does that blow it up? Yeah, it does. Oh, okay, that does a lot. We gotta be careful with that. I thought that might blow up, but I was like, I gotta see what happens. Like the mushrooms, they're kind of cool, yeah. It is kind of like a Proto-Colossus. And it's more threatening than the mushrooms that didn't do anything last time. Do you still have the other... Yeah, you do. Cool, cool. Item management. Oh, Pareidolia. Okay. That's, for a second I was like, is that a medication you're on? No, it's the want to see faces and things. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. They don't need more defenders, not with another set of completely ineffectual environmental hazards at their disposal. You know, you're right. Alright, let's give you the crit sword, I suppose. Ah. Do you just do 1 billion damage now? Do you do like 30? Critical hit, 47. Attack 2, defense 1, because you're not busted enough. Claude is great. I really feel like they played SF1 and were like, we gotta make them good this time. Unless they had a 3 Hanzo Brothers idea and turned that into 3 Yasha Brothers we got in SF3 instead. Possibly. But it's again that I wouldn't ever say that because there's not, like... I get where you're coming from. But to me, because they don't, like, explicitly set that up, I would say that, like, that would still be... The idea for, like, interpreting text, I think, is always that you want to create as little as possible. You want to pull as much as you can from what's there. So, I'm like, that would still be creating more characters that we don't necessarily have a basis for. It's also that we're on the same... I was gonna say we're on the same continent as SF1. Maybe we're not. I really don't know where Cyprus is. That is still one of my, like, biggest, like, eyebrow raises about this game. That I'm like, where... Would really love to know where we are in relation to Guardiana, or the rest of Rune. I feel like because Guardiana is so far west, I feel like we've gone further west. But, like, I'm basing that on very little. Dang, I was trying to get to him before we... This is a different continent. I kind of thought so. Because we took, like, a boat and stuff. Do you agree that it feels like we've gone west further? Because I feel like it would be a lot more of a journey if we went east. I'm gonna let one of the mages get this. Or Graham. Graham needs it real bad, too. I feel like if we went east, it would be a much bigger deal because, like, that's where Runefaust is. Like, I feel like we would have stopped by there and seen it or something. I wonder who's ruling Runefaust now. That might be covered in a later game. In, like, Final Conflict or Book 3 or 4 or something. I think I'm gonna send Claude to go get the chest to the left. I don't think he needs more levels. I think I mostly wonder if, like, Narsha is, like, pseudo-canon and she's ruling. Because she definitely is at the end of Resurrection, I think. I kind of want to destroy that at range. And I think we're capable of that. Do that, and then Luke can detox. Good night, Ragnaroker. I've got to wake up early to move things to my new place. Well, that's exciting. I hope it's a good new place. Good luck with the move. I'd assume Narsha if we consider her canon. I kind of do. That is so weird when that blows up and nobody's in range, that it like still makes the hit sound. Okay, let's have you go get that. You still have a slot, right? Yeah. A lot of treasure on this map. I don't need to find any other, like, really hidden thing on this map, do I? That was the one. I know, I'm assuming I'm going to have to find Hanzo again in the future, but... They never did close the loop if Runefaust went back to its original name, Protectora. Protectora was a localization thing. Is it? I didn't know that either. Does it have a different name? Or, like, in Japanese? Or is it just... it never changes names? Aloha from Hawaii! Well, welcome in, Sheldon. That's exciting. I have never been, but with you and Caldera both hanging out in Hawaii, maybe I should go. Could do the first Nihil meetup in Hawaii. That'd be sick. Yeah, it was... Okay, we didn't get doubled. I know she doesn't take that well. You need to look around this map some more. Got it. Heard. Well, at least the boss is pretty far out that I don't think we'll aggro him on accident. I'm just gonna have to start checking walls. But yeah, I consider most of the plot change things from Resurrection to be canon. I basically consider Narsha and Zuika canon, and then Moloch is canon in the sense that he's this weird meta creature that exists in the Shining Universe and travels between dimensions and timelines or something. Like, he's really weird. But I know Moloch is like the least popular thing. The other place to look is near the end of the map. Okay. Alright, that way I'm not just checking everything. This must have been really hard to find if you don't know to look for it. It's a little bit like regular Hanzo. There was nothing there to point that out to me, was there? I'm not, like, missing it or something. Like, there was nothing to indicate that he was there, right? I went to Hawaii in 2nd grade and hated it. Oh, why did you hate it? Probably keep you moving. Running ring. Ooh, okay. I'm glad he didn't just zap us over the wall. There was nothing, just a flat wall. They love to do that to us, huh? Can have Graham get that one. He's not doing much damage, but, I mean, he's still providing some utility. Just by being 3 range. Goes for May again. Dang. She's almost out of MP now, so now it's less of a loss. If we do lose her. Critical hit, 7. Great. Versus our healer. Not a crit, 29. That is never gonna get old. I'm glad I didn't get huge AoE'd there. I probably deserved to. A lot of factors into why I didn't like Hawaii, but the reason I haven't worn sandals since then is my brother throwing up on my foot in the car when I was wearing sandals. Just can't shake the association. There was one time I remember vividly when I was a kid. I don't remember where we were. We were in the parking lot for my church. And my brother was like saying his stomach hurt really bad. And he's like, I'm gonna throw up. And my mom's like, no, you're not. And she kept saying, no, you're not. And I was like, Mom, I really think he's going to. He's sitting next to me in the car. And she's like, no, kind of the way, you know, parents are in denial. She's like, no, he's definitely not. And I'm like, no, he didn't really make stuff like that up too much. He did a little bit, but not often. So I was like, I really think he's gonna. And she's like, no, no, no. And so I ended up... He's sitting next to me in the back seat, which is like a kind of bench seat that, you know, just goes across. So I end up sitting like this, just holding myself up, because I'm wanting to be out of range. And he threw up all over the back seat. Like, would have gotten all over me was I not sitting like that. And I think we were on the way to church, and had just gotten there. So she's like, dang it. Like, okay, yeah, he was being serious. And I remember she had to go in and get, like, I think she just went and got a couple paper towels. And then came back and did her best to clean it up, and then we went home. It was not a fun day. Good times, yep. Hey, Blaze 3, that's something else for her to deal almost no damage with. I should have done this differently with Claude. I should have cleared another inventory space to let him do that. Pop over there. I might do that and just have him pop over there. Good night, sister. Great place to leave the stream on. Thank you for hanging out. Oh. I also could use Claude to look around more. He does have the move for that. Do you have slots? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have you go back and meet Claude, because you're still kind of at the left. You probably can stay there, too. And then I'll send a squad to the right to get that chest, that chest. I think that's it. Oh, they're gonna catch... There's a lot of enemies, I feel like, that are just very weirdly out of place. But I can have Claude fly over that wall and get that easily. I probably have enough going to the right. I don't need to send everybody. Can have this squad just hang out here. Man, they really didn't want to put anything but chests in this map. I understand not wanting overly dense enemy placement, but this is a little too far in the other direction. I mean, it kind of felt like when we did the drop down into the fortress, it was kind of the same thing, that, like... And that had, like, plot reasons, I guess, that, like, the enemies are a little bit out of place. But... yeah, it is a little... This is kind of a weird one. It is very stretched out. Did you read my other tip about the secret? I zoned out. I sure did. I wanted to check this spot just because. But yeah, you said it's around here somewhere. So I'm down for that. I'll find it. I was saying I might use Claude to do that. I'm kind of sending a squad to the left to deal with stuff. Yeah, you could do that. That's all your MP. You are now useless to me. 9 is not too bad. The number one thing I don't like about this game is the characters with the same name but completely different roles, like Slade. We were talking about that earlier, that, like, their names are very different in the Japanese one. For some reason, the localizers just changed it to be the same as SF2, which also changed all the names for some reason, so I don't know what they were doing. I'm not quite sure why they did that. I don't know why they did it in SF2, but then, yeah, changing all of these to match SF2 is just a bizarre choice. I almost wonder if it was a marketing thing. That it was like, well, if people buy this and on the back of the box they see SF2 names, they'll be more excited or something. Oh, hey, another of those. But I'm like, did SF2 even have, like, the recognition? To where, like, that makes sense? I feel like the Shining series has always been, like, kind of niche in the West. So maybe they just needed to do whatever they could. But I don't know, I'm really spitballing here. It just feels like they didn't care. I'm not in a great spot to deal with the mine. Okay, Jaha is gonna go down there. I'm gonna give Claude to hand off at least one item. Do you have a slot? Yep, you do. Heat Axe. Okay, that'll be good for Jaha. Let's give... Your Protect Ring is what you're using. We'll give that to... Jaha, I think, already has a ring. We'll give that to Graham for a minute. Graham does end up kind of lagging behind. And then we can attack into the mine at melee range, if we want to. We have a healer here to help us out. I'm not too worried about it. Attack 2, defense 2. Alright, Dawn's really coming online. I was dogging her for a while, but she's not too bad. Do you do 24? Yes. Will that hurt Dawn? Yes. Okay, I wondered what that would look like. Animation on that still looked a little bit funky. Because it panned over to Dawn, and then it, like, did the slide like she was at a distance. It's fine, it's serviceable, but it's a little weird. Okay, we'll use Randolph to look at that side. And then we're gonna send Claude up to get that chest. You guys vibe here. You can equip the ring for now for 2 extra move. You did get Aura. Sure, we'll see what that looks like. It's not as good as an SF3, dang. It's not a full heal on my party across the map. How will I ever survive? I should check what Solo has before I just send Claude into death range too. Okay, what do you have spots? Yeah, you have a bunch. 800 gold. Alright. And Taya's hint was that there's something to find up here. Okay. I'm good to start sending the crew around. That's stay right, yeah. Okay. If we can start baiting him away, I'm down for that. Jaha really doesn't... He's gonna take a while to kill that, I'm realizing. I guess he doesn't even have to. Alright, before I send Claude in, what do you have? Bolt 2, Dispel, Heal 2. It's interesting seeing a boss that has heal spells. Alright, I wonder if that will aggro him, or if he's cool with us doing that. Yeah, I think they're starting to wake up and come at me. Okay. Yeah, and he doesn't have heals, so yeah, Jaha and Graham can get that guy taken care of. And we take that just fine. It's fun that we have 3 healers, so every group can have their own. Don't have to share. And see, I feel like I'm having more fun with this map than they even intended by splitting up my party this much. Ups the challenge a little bit, makes it a little more fun. Okay, let's look around. I bet it's this wall over here. I bet it's like one more space over. Alright, you just heal yourself. You maybe don't take another of those. That would not be ideal. Alright, let's see. Is it here? No, it's not. I'm more concerned about the sorcery. Let's get rid of that. Need to be careful with Deanna here. We're a little bit low. You don't one-shot Graham, right? No, but close. Dang. Okay. Honestly, the safest thing to do is that. And we're not foregoing a lot of damage by having her do that. 28. 2 and 2 again. Alright, because you were saying you wished you knew where we really were, I finally did something I've been meaning to do, and made a theorized map based on one tiny hint in SF1. Maybe we can look at it on a chapter break if you want to. I would love to. Because I'm very curious about this. Okay, let's pick that up. Halberd, okay, neat. I figured we'd get bolted for that. Why he's an old man. Why he doing the hip sway? He looks like an old man in pajamas. He looks ridiculous. Ooh, that's good. I don't know if we take that. Okay, we barely do. I see our way out. We do that, and now we've blocked the path. Attack 1, defense 1. It's alright. Graham needs a lot more than that, though. But now we can retreat with Slade behind Graham. Oh. He looks so silly. His head looks too small for his body. Oh, he double turns. That's good to know. Ah. Dawn found Hanzo. Again. Huh? You found me again? I give up. Maybe I need much more practice. Let me follow you. I'll wait for you at the... Oh, what was it? Headquarters. Hanzo the Shinobi has joined the Shining Force. Such a cool musical sting. Do they only use that when you get a character that, like, you should recognize? SF2 Slade could never take that hit. Solo is here to slay. Yeah, he... It's kind of weird. I could attack into that, I just don't wanna. Alright, we do that, and then we do that, and you probably live, right? Surely he doesn't do 21. No, Higgins, the Sin Bearer's tactics. Ugh. It's so dumb. I mean, that took so much of his MP. I kind of want to sit here and just eat another of those. That is definitely the safest thing to do. And then we can do this and just eat the damage. It dodged? Okay. I agree with the first map. Okay, I'm definitely curious to check it at a chapter break. You can freeze to it for EXP. I don't think you'll kill it. No. That's fine. We can eat 2 more of these. I assume attack doesn't... Oh, okay, well it crit, so... I was like, I assume attack doesn't actually buff his magic, but... If he's gonna crit, it's gonna hurt anyway. Sweet. Okay, we live another of those. Assuming that we don't get turned. Giving caster bosses limited MP was a mistake. SF1 had it right. I kind of agree. And then he just casts attack again. They just don't attack, they just run into us. That's maybe a little bit silly. It's worth it to me to get the MP, or EXP for Deanna. Oh. This one was bigger? Or I just didn't realize it went that far. Okay, it's got 2 range. Good to know. And then Graham gets the skill. And we can just start healing people up. My light flickered for like a frame. Okay, you heal him back up, and then we take 17. I think we heal more than that? Yeah. They do automatically detonate after a certain number of turns. I tried to avoid them entirely when I played CD, and it wasn't possible because they just explode. Okay. They just don't seem that threatening. Like, I could have pretty easily just not taken damage from that if I cared. Like, with blowing it up. I feel like there's just not enough enemies to, like... If there was a lot more enemies, and I had a lot more trouble moving around, I feel like it'd be harder. Did those hurt enemies? Do they friendly fire? I definitely need more heals before we go in. Yeah, it's a pretty weak gimmick. Yeah. We haven't had a laser eye yet. I'm a little surprised by that. That's another, like, Shining Force archetype, I feel like. Some kind of AoE laser eye type thing. You can use your last heal, and then you're just a damage machine that does everything else. I'm thinking we're gonna bench Graham for Hanzo. That's kind of the vibe, unless y'all just really love Graham. But I am much more attached to Hanzo for, I feel like, obvious reasons. Yeah, we can start attacking, why not? He probably will just heal himself. Especially after this. Hear that, he'll throw another attack on the boss. Can kind of start moving Deanna up. At least Slade's getting a lot of heal EXP. I like Graham, but he's not nearly as good as Stock from the first game. I had bad luck with Stock. Stock was not even that good for me. Alright, now he's out of Bolt MP. Had really good luck with the crits, though. Stock just never really came online in Book 1 for me. We weren't hurting for good characters, though, so I don't even feel like it mattered too much. How much damage do you take? For a spear, that ain't too bad. Whenever Luke marches in, I just feel like he should have like his own theme music for when it's his turn. It's like the Darth Vader theme or something. That would be a fun crap post, like recreating the end of Rogue One, but it's just Luke from Shining Force CD. Like 10 people would get it and be excited. And all of them are in this chat. Oh, I wondered if he would bother to bolt one. Even with the... Does he still have attack increase on? No. Okay, we're off. It's like, even with the attack increase, you do 7? It's pretty rough. Can do that and throw Claude into the fray. I will do that. Heal up these two. I don't think Deanna... Yeah, Deanna was not quite at full. Getting crit right here and getting Deanna killed would really suck. Even though we wouldn't have to get all the chests again. I probably then would just, like, up Claude's attack or something and send him over the wall. Really see how well he can handle it by himself. Randolph's like, oh, we're benching people? Let me double real quick and then take 3 damage. Alright, let's see how this does. Yeah, I think he probably... Yeah, he resists that. But it's so bad. Jaha ain't gonna make it. I don't know who I want to get the kill with. Deanna, maybe? I was about to be like, oh, is he gonna attack back and crit? Well, at least we got to see his cool block animation. That looked neat. Chester's already pretty high level. I guess Randolph can do it if he's soloed the whole boss. There we go. Get it? Soloed. Level 10. Attack 2, defense 2. I've been defeated, but I'll take as many of you... Don't end with a gasp, please. You... Huh? Oh, Deanna speaks, kind of. Now, I understand. You're the traitor. Am I playing as an odd-eye character? Is that what we're doing? That I've completely lost my memory and I'm from... Maybe I am Eom, I don't know. We've crushed Algam Fort. Let's hurry after King Warderer. Such a weird name. Did you hear Solo accuse someone of being a traitor? Do you know who the traitor is, Deanna? Leaving Solo behind, Warderer and his men depart. Having conquered Algem Fort, the Cyprus army pursues the king of Eom. Is it the king of Eom? Or, like, it's so weird. It's like Dark Dragon is an entity. It would be like calling Dark Soul the king of Dark Dragon. What will become of Prince Nick? Who is Eom's traitor? We are nearing the final battle between Cyprus and Eom. Stay tuned! Chapter 3. N. Okay, Chapter 3 was way better than 1 and 2. Y'all were right. Warderer is the king. Okay. It's just, like I said, it's just a little bit weird. No, we're pursuing Warderer. I don't know. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. And then when I get back, I'm going to check out that map you made, because I am very curious. Also, what you're, like, basing it on. You said some hints from SF1, so I will check that out right after a quick break. He's King Eom, like the King of Alteron is King Alteron. So Eom is an area? It's like an evil deity and also an area? It's a little confusing, but we'll get into that when I get back. Be back in just a minute. I'm back. Okay. Thank you guys for being patient. Eom is the name of the god and the country. It's a theocracy. Okay. Let's pop up your map here. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here that I haven't looked at yet. Oh, yeah, I forgot. The giant thing. This is Nihil. Don't click those. I appreciate that being there. Okay. Let's take a look at what Tiadrin thinks. So here's what we're looking at. Can I... Okay, I can scroll around. So, fan world map. We'll start with that. Shining Force world map. Alright, we've got Rune over here. Oh, okay. This is turned a little bit more like this way than I thought it would be. Because we only see Rune. I feel like this is like the east part. Like, due east. But it's also that, like, if you look at, like, older maps of Japan, like, for the Sengoku stuff I'm into, like, the samurai stuff, they also don't use, like, a north and south exactly. A lot of those maps have Japan on its side, because that's just how it was depicted back then. So, you think Cyprus is here. Eom is here. Alright, and then Grand's... Parmesia. I guess this is New Grands over here. Odegon, Thornwood. Okay. I thought Mugi placed Thornwood up here, but I'm open to that. Odegon is like, I believe that's I don't remember if that's Holy Ark or Wisdom. Inrik. I think Inrik is Holy Ark. And then this is like the SF3 lands, I guess. Okay. Mapping, map in the prompt school. Okay. That's fascinating. Alright, so my biggest, like, I kind of agree this is really compelling. But also, like, there is no way they cared enough back then for that to be, like, accurate. Surely. But I don't know. I'm willing. It's in there. I'm willing. So this is pretty clearly Rune, with the symmetrical break and the map being centered here. Either of these could be Parmesia or Grands. You could make arguments for either to look more correct. Yeah, because we know at least it's, like, a short continent away. I noticed this map and prompt during my randomizer playthrough I just finished. You're a genius. And then it's a little off-screen, but it says, this has to be Cyprus and Eom for reasons. It would be between Rune and whichever landmass is Parmesia. Okay. So it's one of these two. Okay. Mapping one onto the other. So this would be Rune. And then that could be Eom and Cyprus. Grand's Parmesia, like... Or, like that. For Shining Force alternate. I'm just kidding. I feel like this one looks cleaner. I feel like this maps onto this a little bit better. It's not perfect, but, like... They're, you know, this is so many games ahead and so many years and different teams, like... I don't know, I'm kind of down for it. Very nice. Thank you for doing that. So ultimately, you think we are either east or west? I don't know, the way it's turned, like the fan world map and stuff, it could be either. It really could. They mention a flying machine, but there is no flying machine other than the freshly invented Kokichi suit. I'm on the fence with whether or not they actually followed that map, but given the scale we're looking at, it matches surprisingly well. It kind of does. Like, it matches better than I would have expected, changing teams and going that far ahead. I do wonder, like, was there a universe Bible? Did they have, like, a world Bible? I don't know. Would love to get my hands on it, though. Chapter 4. Book 2's finale. I lean toward the first one of my mappings, with the alternate mapping just being I could see an argument for Parmesia being the western landmass. As we keep going, I'm sure I will develop more of an opinion. Hurry, we must get the prince out of here before the Cyprus army arrives. Oh, it's Nick! Who is looking... that one pixel of red on his face makes him look worse. Like he's been beat up. King Warder is waiting for you at the shrine.
The Cyprus army. Sir Hindle. The Cyprus army is approaching.
Very well. Barbara. Oh, Mark Baker just subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing. I greatly appreciate it. If you're into Shining Force and SRPGs, you're in the right spot. Barbara, take Prince Nick and go to the shrine. I'll await Cyprus and greet them there.
I can't do that.
What?
I have direct orders from Warder himself, not to take orders from you.
And why is that?
My orders are, if you act strangely, I must kill you.
He really has no faith in this guy. What?
Although I should accompany Prince Nick to the shrine.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go with you to the shrine?
My, you're being agreeable. That's good. I don't want to kill you in front of everyone. Hindle and I will take Prince Nick to the shrine. The rest of you, stay here and hold off the Cyprus army. Diana, are you alright? You appeared preoccupied with something. Are you worried about the prince? Look, they're taking Prince Nick away. Quick, follow them.
Well, I want to Egress and get Hanzo. So we gonna do that real quick. Does Neutral have it? Does he have a map? I don't think so. He probably has opinions about it. Okay, we'll do talk. Patience is one of my disciplines. That's a good line for him when he's benched. Alright, we'll take you, and we'll put... where is he? Oh, Luke. Slade? Graham. There he is. We want to give his running ring to somebody else. Running ring. Sure, we'll give it to Hanzo, why not? How is Hanzo? 51-29? Defense is not great. Attack is okay. Better than Graham. It's not great. We'll see how his growths are. Actually, are there any other items I want to throw out real quick? Probably. Because we got a heat axe. Yeah. Oh, it is better. Okay, let's equip. Jaha. Heat axe. I feel like that's all we need. Probably use the running pimento soon. Oh, no, the halberd, I forgot. Is that just Randolph? Randolph or Dawn? 51 to 53, 57 to 59. I think I'd rather him just hit harder. And then we'll sell his broadsword. Also could check deals. Can sell that. Sell that. If I really hone in, I feel like I'd get this done quickly. Inventory management, obviously, I'm not great at, but it doesn't feel the best in this game either. Oh, I gotta equip his running ring. Oh wait, and check deals. It doesn't feel particularly worse than the other Shining games. It's just kind of more of the same, which is tough. There we go, 7 move, not bad. I also should check if he's got spells in this. Alright, let's go. Oh, he does have magic? Cool. Sorry, I wasn't looking for a second while I was doing item management. Oh, I guess he gets spells. But maybe he doesn't start with them. Alright, what are we dealing with? Another pretty wide map. Are you a Minotaur? Yep. I guess we'll go around the top. Natasha officially is greater than Sarah. She got speaking lines this deep into the game. I mean, I do, like, it's very minor, but I do appreciate it. Sarah just has such a, like, a cult fan base. They really, really like Sarah. Also, anything to find on this map? Or the rest of them? I feel like I might be done. Oh, we have Belials and Gargoyles on the same map. That's interesting. And those are the two enemies that are going to follow us at the bottom left. That we're going a different route, so they're going to be following us the whole map. Cannot use... Okay, yeah, he definitely doesn't have any up. His map sprite looks really weird. I'm curious how much they were pushing the Game Gear cartridge space already with this game. You feel like it's a lot? Ha, I remembered. Your next secret is Battle 21. Excellent. Thank you. I mean, this was CD at this point, so not quite as much. His I can't get over that. It looks so weird. Hanzo's, like, map sprite is the first one that I kind of am getting SF3 syndrome, that I'm like, I feel like a different artist did this compared to some of the other ones. That's fine. Claude takes that. And counters and does decent damage. Let's go. Right, but this is a remake of the Game Gear game, which probably had a lot of constraints on how much text they could fit. That's true. Like I said, I've never really met anybody that had a Game Gear. Was the Game Gear, like, at the same time as the Genesis? Or, like, did it come after it and in between? I'm not entirely sure on the timeline. Did it come after Genesis but before CD, I guess? Dang. Yep, okay. Sega's weird. Sega and Nintendo were weird. I was watching a game show earlier, and the question was, how many home consoles has Nintendo put out? And they didn't count the Virtual Boy or the Satellaview. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I could make an argument for both of those. But, like, for some reason, they just don't count. Like, I don't really understand that. Oh, the heat axe looks so weird. It always has, but... Attack and defense 2, let's go. Probably gonna save Luke's MP for Detox. Genesis came out 1 year before the Game Gear. Being a Sega fan must have been just super confusing. Never knowing what, like... Because it's like, you can't just look this stuff up on the internet back then. Like, I would have been so lost. Like, they're doing another console? Do I need to buy this one too? There's Shining Force games for it that are unique. Yep, I do need to buy it. Oh, but they're doing CD, which is remaking all of those. Oh, except for, like, one of them, I guess. It just is so weird. We've clawed down this way. I really want to see Hanzo's animation. He's so small. Okay. He's a little weird. Oh, hey. Ambush spawns. For context, the entire data of Gaiden 2 is a third the size of SF1. That's crazy compression. Yeah, and then I guess just having to make some strategic cuts for what you're going to include and what you're not. Less text, no exploration. I guess you did what you had to do. You probably don't do 6. Let's not do it. You need heals real bad. That was certainly one of the battle sprites of all time. I mean, it's not as derpy. I know Taya will be happy I'm saying it, but it's still not quite as derpy as, like, SF2 Slade, like, doing the weird backstab thing he does. It kind of looks like he wants to, like, sit on you. Dang. Oh, okay, perfect. Oh, her block looks like Solo's. I guess that's just how they decided mages block. I left my mages wide open. Am I supposed to go down and deal with all that? I don't really see a reason, like, why I would do that. The Nomad was released later. It is just a portable Genesis with a massive port to slot in your Genesis games. I don't know. See, I don't know about the Nomad either. Did people like the Nomad? Did people have those? No SF Ninja battle sprites are nearly as good as Hanzo's SF1 one. It was pretty much perfect. Yeah. I don't know why that's so hard to get right. Ninjas feel pretty easy. SF2 sprites were just ugly. That was another reason I didn't get too far in it. I like them overall. The Master Monk kick is great. There's just a couple creative choices that I don't like, but we've talked about that, like, it feels like they made each, like, battle animation with a specific character in mind. Like, Vicar was clearly Freya. Master Monk was clearly Sarah. I think we need the damage. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones that are, like, obvious to what they ended up being. Oh, the Brass Gunners clearly rode. Although I don't like how the promoted archers look in, like, any SF game, unfortunately. You don't have heals anymore. Well, let's just move you up. And then, you don't have aura, I wish you did. You are worth more than May. If we lose May, it is a sacrifice we may have to make. Oh, no, you're right. It is Sheeta. Or Sheila. I just was thinking that. I forgot about her, because Vicar is just so clearly not what they intend Sarah to be. Oh, whoops. Forgot we already healed her. Oh, she blocked. That's what it was. It did not do well because there were better systems like Saturn and 64 PS1. It also used loads of batteries. The Saturn was already out. And they were, like, trying to push a portable Genesis. That's so weird. It's like Sony making a portable PS2 when the PS3 came out. That might make more sense, actually. The PS2's library was incredible. I was about to be like, I don't know if the Genesis library had people that enjoyed it quite as much, and then that led me to the post Teodred sent me of this guy ranking the top SRPGs, and oh lord. Let me pull that up real quick. Could talk about that for a second too. Cause wow, was it funny. Where... I think it was in the members section. You guys gotta hear this, like, synopsis he wrote for SF2. It's crazy. Alright, y'all ready for this? I don't even know who... Yeah, it's on Comic Book Resources. Right? CBR. I think that's what that stands for. By Marley Hughes, April 21st, 2026. The first thing he lists for top SRPGs is Mario plus Rabbids. Not to totally get sidetracked. 3 Houses is on here, and then Shining Force 2. Okay, y'all ready for this? Shining Force 2 sees a team of devils, henceforth gizmos, planning a vicious attack on the in-game world. There are many gizmos out there, but the leader of these gizmos plans to lead an army that could threaten all life. Main protagonist Bowie has to hire mercenaries to help stave off the gizmos' invasion. I don't even know if that's AI, We debated if it was, but, like, I think an AI would do a better job. Shining Force 2 is known for its standout promotion system, which automatically upgrades the stats for individual members of the player's party. Depending on how the stats looked for any given party member, this could mean a massive boost to their ability in helping to take down enemies. It's so not what Shining Force 2 is. I'm curious, actually. I'm gonna do this in real time. I'm asking Google's AI in 2 paragraphs. Can you please summarize the plot of Shining Force 2? What does an AI actually, in 2 paragraphs, think it is about? Shining Force 2 begins when a thief named Slade accidentally breaks an ancient seal by stealing the Jewels of Light and Darkness, unwittingly releasing the Demon King Xeon. The fallout is immediate. An evil gizmo possesses King Grandseal and later the king of the neighboring Gallum, sparking a war. The protagonist, a young squire named Bowie, joins his teacher Sir Astral and friends to investigate these strange events. After being captured by Gallum and later escaping with Slade, the group witnesses the kidnapping of Princess Ellis and the collapse of the ground around the Tower of the Ancients, forcing the entire population of Grandseal to flee their sinking island and resettle on the continent of Parmesia. On Parmesia, the focus shifts to a grand quest to stop Xeon's encroaching darkness and rescue the princess. Bowie leads the Shining Force across the continent to gather legendary allies, solve the riddle of the jewels, and obtain the powerful Force Sword. The riddle of the jewels, okay. Their journey takes them through various kingdoms and leads to a final confrontation at the Ancient Tower, where Bowie defeats Xeon and uses the jewels to reseal the Demon King. The story concludes with Ellis being awakened from a magical coma by Bowie's kiss, finally bringing peace back to the land. That's not even... like, that's so much better. The only thing that's weird is the riddle of the jewels, but it also is like, do you want to know about the best characters? Please tell me about the best characters in Shining Force 1 and 2. I would love it to, like, try and do this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted for half a second. In the Shining Force series, best often depends on how much time you're willing to spend grinding experience. Some characters are powerhouses immediately, while others require careful training to become unstoppable. Shining Force 1's top performers are Max, Xylo, Domingo, Musashi, Arthur, and Guntz. Okay, that's not like the worst list ever. It even says Arthur starts really weak, and you need to be patient. Shining Force 2's top performers are Peter, Karna, Slade, Geralt, Sarah, and May. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, I'm not positive that guy's output, like, at least a lot of it might be AI, but I'm not sure that one is. Either that or it's just a really bad AI. I don't know which one would, like, summarize those events that badly. I don't know if you have any ideas, but, like, to make it about, like, a wave of gizmos invading, I'm like, is this, like... Are you talking about the plot of the movie Gremlins? Or something? Like, it's just so far off. It's so not what the game is. I don't know, maybe it might... I feel like the deeper into something you ask an AI to go, the more it kind of hallucinates. And, like, wholesale fabricates things. So I wonder if, like, for it to hallucinate and fabricate that much, I wonder if he just asked it to write the entire article at once. Like, he didn't ask it to summarize Shining Force 2, he asked it to list the top 10 SRPGs. And then just wholesale, and generate, like, 2 paragraphs about each, and then he just posted that wholesale. Okay, attack 3, defense 2. And learns Keton, okay, which is fire. Let's go. Good growths on Hanzo. The Game Gear chewed batteries too. 6 batteries to get 2 to 3 hours of play. That's a rub. Oh, it's Sinister who found that? Ah, you're right, my bad. You were just the one that posted the SF2 bit that... Yeah, Sinister sent that and was like, this seems like it was just supposed to enrage Taya. And it's like... I can get why people put SF2 so high. I really can. But it's funny to, like, just... Reading his reasons why, yeah, I don't think he's played it. I just always played my Game Gear plugged in, which, yeah, like, does kind of defeat the purpose, though, of it being a portable system. Just a little bit. Making the Nomad the superior battery muncher. But the Nomad... Could you play Game Gear games on the Nomad? Could I have played Gaiden on the Nomad? If no, then maybe the Game Gear was superior. There's no way if you were actually writing an article like that, you would be that wrong. Yeah, and it does make you wonder about, like, his boss, that it's like, or the editor-in-chief or whatever, that it's like, do you do anything? Because it does kind of feel like no. The state of games journalism is just insane. Really journalism in general, but like... Games, at least it used to have an air of, like, people knew what they were writing, had played the games a little bit. There was, like, a facade, at least, and I feel like that facade is just so far gone. It was portable because my dad kept an adapter in the car so we could play it on car rides. That's cute. Did it have a backlight? Sega usually being too far ahead, probably with the battery munching, it probably had a backlight. And talking about promotion as a standout feature, it just sounds like you've never played any other SRPG because it's such a common feature. Yeah. And, like, we've talked about that being unique to SF2, and I get that, like, people like that because it gives replayability, but I also, the way he describes it, that it's like, it's a huge power boost to your characters that can make or break, it's like, no. It's not really like Fire Emblem, where when you promote, like, especially games like Three Houses that have minimum standards for classes, like, you can get really big boosts on promotion. But SF2 is not that. I don't feel like it massively ups your stats. I mean, let's not forget Cuphead basically being Dark Souls. Yeah. I just don't even know. And it's not even just that they're bad at it. Like, I don't think you necessarily have to be good at games to, like, have opinions on them. I've said before, like, he's very much a meme, and I get why. And maybe it's deserved, but, like, a part of me respects people like Darkside Phil that are really bad at games that just play them anyway. And, like, just do their thing for so many years. I'm like... You have been crapped on for so many years that, like, I believe you do this for the love of the game. Honestly. Ah, poison. It just makes it hard to hate that much after a certain point. It's kind of like people talk about with, like, Insane Clown Posse, that they got hated on their entire careers. And now they've kind of entered, if you listen to them talk about it in interviews and stuff, they're like, we've really entered a new era that, like, people hate, or hated ICP. They were called, like, the most hated band in the world. But they stuck it out for so long that now people are like, oh, you're like a legend act. Like, it's cool to see ICP at something, and people get really excited about it just because they've been doing it for so long. And they've both said that, like, it really gave us, like, kind of a second wind in our career, that, like, you know, we didn't mind being hated, but it's really nice to, like, come out at a festival and have people be really excited you're there. And they're not used to that. Journalism is the one field in worse shape than education. Maybe related. There might be some relation there, I don't know. I'm gonna try to not get Bolt to... Oh wait, no, that's a Gargoyle. You can't Bolt to me. You can just muddle me, which doesn't matter. Attack 2, defense 2. Crazy growths. DSP will still be alive after the heat death of the universe. And you know, if he's still out there playing games badly, I kinda respect it. You don't have to be good at something to enjoy it. I've started bowling again on Mondays, and man, my average is around 86 right now, since it's been decades since I've bowled, but I'm enjoying it. You know, and that's awesome. I like cooking sometimes. I'm not super great at it. I'm trying to think what else. Attack 2, defense 2, let's go. Eventually, I'd like to make my own game. I'm probably gonna start off programming like Booty. It takes more skill to get a spare than a strike in bowling. You know, I'd not considered that, but I think you're probably right. Now I'm, like, thinking about it, like, yeah, actually. Because if you get a strike, you probably just hit it dead on and got them all. To get a spare, you've got to have, like, a higher precision thing. I had never realized that. That's actually really interesting. There's a life lesson there. Does it say that in The Art of War? I don't think so. Sun Tzu could never. He didn't know about bowling. Tangentially speaking, I'm currently 46 pounds down from my starting weight. That's awesome, too! It sounds like you're crushing it. I've got to get going to the gym again myself. I haven't gone in a little while. And I definitely, like, notice. Just in, like, my energy levels and stuff. The crits. I don't know, maybe that doesn't count as a crit. You probably resist fire, but do you resist freeze? Nah, Mahane is crushing it. How much? 10, okay. Started off at 358. 46 down is pretty good. I'm really proud of you. I was trying to avoid that. I guess he doesn't have Bolt 2, though. We can probably Aura back up. Oh, I was like, he's hitting him? I forgot. Is that a heal 4? They still don't have discernment, do they? That's gonna hurt. I hope the Minotaur doesn't decide this is his moment. Sarah hanging on with 1. It's the last hit point that counts, though. Forget who said that last stream. That might have been Mahane, too. Do you have... You don't have heals. I am going to make you stand in the way. Because I don't want Deanna getting hit. Okay, let's send Claude in, too. Okay. We can aura. There we go. That helps. We need to not get hit by a bunch of spells again, though. A boxing gym opened up in my town. Once I get over my social anxiety, I plan to join it. That sounds fun. I drawed it! Just subscribed! Welcome in! Thank you so much for subscribing. It really helps the channel. I think Deanna's gonna get targeted here, but I think it is worth to break up this AoE pile. Defense 2, that's gonna help. Bolt 2, I forgot he had Bolt. I'm gonna put Jaha in the way just to give us a little bit more leeway. Is that actually the case? I was just making a joke on... Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yogurt lives? Yeah. My friend really made that for me. Like years ago, I really like it. Attack 2, defense 2. I've never tried boxing, seriously. It looks like fun. I wonder if I'd be good at it, though. I guess it doesn't matter. That's what them teaching you is for. She took that surprisingly well. Oh, the cleric's totally out of MP. Okay, I was like, I'll start on the cleric and then maybe he'll heal himself. But if he's totally out of MP, it doesn't even matter. He'll look like that yogurt in time. I know it. I call him Swolgert or Swogert. You know, since he's my favorite character, it's like, I figured it'd be fun to have like some channel branding for him. I was about to be like, I could put that on a t-shirt, but then it's like, people would get the wrong idea, wouldn't they? Their first thought would not be, oh, you like Shining Force. It would be, ah, you're into some weird stuff. Yeah, let's top off Deanna. I want to not mess around with that too much. I'm really curious though. I might try off, to jump back for just a second, I might try off stream at some point to see if I can get an AI to write a synopsis of Shining Force 2 that is that off. I should check some of the other games that he lists as well, if I know them, to see, like, are those that off? I don't ever use this. Let's just shoot that. Ah, that reminds me. I'm sad the alpha male shirt you sent me is flaking too much from being washed. I'm going to have to retire it. No! That's not very alpha of you to wash it. For people that haven't seen your, like, fundraising stream, the fact that I sent you an alpha male shirt is really funny. Devoid of context. Ugh. Y'all will have to go watch his fundraiser stream to get what that's about. I kinda wanna let Hanzo get this. But maybe I'm being dumb. I'm really not taking a whole lot of damage from this. Okay, let's boost for MP. It's probably the best thing of the bunch you sent me. You like that more than the trophy? I was pretty happy with the trophy. That and the jelly beans. Okay, let's see. I don't know if you can do 20 damage. Ah, oh, so close. You know what, we'll let Natasha get it. She deserves it. And also has much more trouble getting levels. Alright. Hey, Mayfair! Oh, it's Gyan. Or Gyan. I don't know how you say it. You're alive! They can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread beast man. We did give him, like, a running pimento and the ring, I think, so he was, like, insanely fast. Prince Nick has been taken to the shrine. We must rescue him. Come on, let's go. Wait a minute. Who are you? Look at everyone, they're all tired. Let's go to the village and allow everyone to rest first. Nick is on his way to be sacrificed. I really don't know that we have the time. Yeah, there's no time for that. They've taken the main road, but I know a shortcut. We can arrive before them. I think we should do that and then rest. What would I do without you, Gyan? Come on, everyone. The Ginger Beast Man? Is that not what I said? I thought it was, but maybe I'm crazy. I forgot May died. Almost as good as the Mitchella theme from SF2. I love the Mitchella theme. I think that's the one that puts Taya to sleep. Okay, no promos or anything. Okay, this is a new shop, I think. No deals. Okay, the Great Shot's new. Oh, Gyan actually joined us. There just wasn't, like, a fanfare for it. Iron Claw, okay. Well, I want to put Gyan back in the force. So we'll have to decide who to bench. I'm thinking May. Sadly. But she's just terrible. Unless there's anybody that's like, we just have to have May. Or you're gonna boycott. Oops. I think the Chrome Lights is still what we're using. Yeah, the silent joins are odd. Yeah, they really are. Okay, and then Gyan can't be equipped with anything, if I remember right. Holy staff. If I didn't know better, I'd say you have a thing against Foxling mages. Grace is great. And I think Aleph is one of the best... Well, her availability is not as good. She's decently on par with, I think, Henri especially. I don't know if that's a hot take, but... Yeah, we'll do that for Slade. The silent joins are odd, like Yogurt. Yogurt's fine. I don't feel like that one's that jarring. I think it's more Adam. Because Yogurt, like, there's so much weirdness around Yogurt anyway. Alright, let's quick chicken Guyan, and then he can join. Use quick chicken Guyan. There we go. Now he won't feel like it's way worse than he did last game. Member change. We'll join. Guyan will 55-35. Defense is not great. Attack is okay. And May is going to sit out. We'll do the talks when we get close to the end. I just meant specifically in this game. I mean, the Adam one is really weird, because, like I was saying, I got distracted. Yogurt, there's a lot of weirdness around him anyway, so I don't feel like it's as jarring. But Adam, it's, like, really not clear he joined you. I've only done the ring thing once with Yogurt. I mean, you do it once, you know, I think. You said the next... I'm checking the next, I forget when you said the next one was that I need to pay attention to, the next map. I forgot to write it down. 21, okay. So that was 19, so this is 20, so next one, I think. We must pass through this valley to reach the shrine. If we were to be ambushed here, it would be fatal. We must take the chance. I think we're getting ambushed, given that there's a chest in the top right corner. We're gonna stop here. If we hope to reach the shrine before them, it would be brutal to, like, just put a chest there in a cutscene, and then you can't ever get it. Hey, Cypress, what's the matter? Can't you make up your mind? What is that? While you're standing there arguing, your prince is being sacrificed to Eom. You animal, I'll break your neck. I guess he gets to say that. Listen up. I'm doing the thriller dance. We must lure Cypress into the dungeons, even if it costs us our lives. I guess that's like an Eom shrine thing? Eom statue. And a long corridor. I am thinking we're at the laser eye battle. There's a demon master, huh? Okay. That brass gunner. Okay, that's a weird looking way to get up there. I kind of just want to use Claude in both. Gonna be targeted here, but... Nah, we'll send Dawn up, maybe. Do you have spots? Yeah, all you have is spots. Okay. Send Dawn to get one of them. Claude can go help with that. This battle's a nice SF1 Redux. I kind of figured. I'm picking up what they're putting down. Send Randolph too. In case she needs backup, because she probably will. Okay, the brass gunners look good. Oh, and it's the attack animation from 2. You have slots, but I kind of don't want to take you out of circulation that long. I might send Hanzo to the right. He's just rushing us, okay. Perfect. Yeah, he can reach all the way around. He might need a little bit of support to get that kill in a reasonable amount of time. We'll support him from the ground, I think. I wonder what that means. Oh, they have one range? That's kind of surprising. It looks different, too. I refuse to call him Higgins, just by the way. For a lot of them, I can't remember what their name is, but I can't call Hanzo Higgins. I feel too insane. You could probably take one from that at this point. Yeah. I was hoping she could reach on the right, but since she can't, I'll probably have her help out with the gargoyle. I forget how the countdown works. It changed colors, so I'm assuming it has to do with that. But it's the ultimate Grandmaster Ninja of Far East Town, Higgins. If the same people just localized the entire series, Far East Town, Higgins. I don't even, maybe the worst, laziest meme yet to the Discord, alright. Okay. Yeah, let's pull that up. Oh, animal, you break your neck. I receive. All animal, you receive. You break your neck. It's so stupid. I don't even know what to say to that. It's so dumb. Why did that get me so hard? Thank you, Taya. Ugh. As I almost just egress out of here. Ugh. Okay, at least you don't resist magic, too. I do think that's one of the worst yet. Okay, we had a whole game distance. Does Gaian's attack animation still look like derpy Godzilla? Yes. And I don't even get to know how much he does. I'm kind of assuming, operating on this assumption, that the laser eye is not going to just delete us from all the way down the field. But I'm realizing... Yeah, maybe I shouldn't just assume that. I hate Gaian's animation so much. It just looks like derpy Godzilla. Oh, another Valkyrie, okay. I guess that's for Dawn. It's like the 90s Godzilla where he does the flying kick that looks really dumb. Oh, that's rude. Okay, now it could delete Jaha. I think. I remembered Hanzo was in this game, but I forgot how to get him. I thought you got him in this battle. I mean, it's pretty weird. That's one that I'm definitely like, did people solve this on their own back then? Alright, we're gonna take a step back and try to not get obliterated. I like the badly punctuated run on give me the jewel, in turn I'll spare Slur Astral. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, there should definitely be a comma in there. Yeah, give me the jewel. In turn, I'll spare Sir Astral. Yeah, it's not great. But, like, I feel like there's a lot of bad things like that in these old games. I feel like that one's rather minor in comparison to some of the other stuff. You probably can just heal Jaha. I don't think we're gonna have a ton of poisoning in this map. Put you to the side so you don't get blasted. Can put you here. Because, yeah, I probably should be careful until I know how it's gonna shoot us. Attack 2, defense 1, let's go. It was kind of funny, I went to visit my mom the other day, and she's been watching the streams more. Okay, that doesn't matter. My phone lit up, so I was like, important? No. I went to visit my mom the other day, and she's been watching, like, tuning into the stream a little bit more. And she was, like, asking me, like, what is this text that's on the bottom right now? I had to explain, like, that's the attacks and stuff, and she's like, you read it sometimes, and then other times you don't. Are the people in chat making that happen? Oh, that is very sweet. Also, even just that she was watching, like, not understanding to that level, I'm like, oh, you're really just doing this to support. She also wondered if this was multiplayer and you guys were like all the little people on the screen. Oh, okay, red definitely means it's about to go off. Claude is probably safe. Welcome in, Nick! Hi, Nihil Mom. Hi, Nihil himself. Man, I wish that you guys were all the little goobles coming to get me. Somebody should make an SRPG where that's, like, an easier thing to do. That would be very fun. Okay, yeah, let's clear out the way. Randolph can grab that. Buster shot. Is that the one I just got? I think you have it. Yeah, it's gotta be the red now. Surely. We're not walking out into the middle there. I'll stand on land effect to take less damage, because yeah, we're not getting out of the way. We'll see how much it does, I guess. And if it hits enemies like the laser eye does. Here we go. Yep. It does go all the way down. The boob laser. Okay, it's 14. That's not too bad. I don't know if this is a unique song or we just don't normally get this far in the song. I think we just don't normally hear that full loop. That's nice. That looks cool. Giving your chat members all control of individual enemies would be really cool, especially if it, like, put your, like, name on it and stuff. I'd be really into that. The only friendly fire in this game. The flying mines don't have any friendly fire? That kind of surprises me. Yeah, red is also usually, like... It's a pretty universal sign for danger, so... I feel like I'm picking up what they're putting down. So that was like 5 turns or 6 turns or something. It's pretty forgiving. The laser eye battle, probably the most recurring feature of a Shining Force. I think the Camila archetype is the most recurring thing. There's not one in Shining in the Darkness, but I think there is in every other game. Because I'm like, there is in Wisdom. Oh wait, maybe not Holy Arc. But like, the fact that there's one in Wisdom is like, okay. The balloons, I'm not sure. The golems on the bridge that roll boulders, I do remember that. Are we saying it's Michaela in SF1? She's pretty different from the others. Camilas aren't usually casters. I do think it's... Like, I think Michaela created the archetype, they're just not all casters, is my thought. You don't think Michaela counts as one? I kinda do, because it just feels like the sort of sultry dark elf. Like, that to me is like what the archetype is. So Camila would Michaela would definitely count as that. Do that, and then I need to heal both Claude and Guyan, ideally. Zalbard is a Michaela. I know what you mean, but like, I feel like sultry dark elf is the thing that makes more sense than like caster that supports Big Bad. Because I look at Michaela and Camila and Barbara, and I'm like, I see a kind of clear archetype happening in a way that Zalbard just doesn't feel like he fits, because nobody remembers Zalbard. Every time I do anything with SF2 and Zalbard is on screen, everybody goes, oh yeah, Zalbard. It feels like he is nobody's favorite. A Camila is a new archetype. I consider Camila as a physical boss with a weapon that grants magic, which is a cane, functionally. I think it's more about the appearance for that one. I've never seen Michaela as much as Sultry, to be honest. Her, like, art in the manual or something? I forget what it is. Like, she's definitely giving you the look. That's kind of what I'm basing that on. I'm kind of wondering if we can actually cross this entire thing in just 2 goes. If not, I don't think we're, like, up the creek, totally. He's gonna slow us down a tiny bit, but only a tiny bit. The 4 Heavenly Kings are an archetype? Oh, it's red. We're not gonna make it. Yeah, this might be a problem. I don't know what the 4 Heavenly Kings are. The Bridge Golems is not a one-to-one comparison, but it's a similar idea where this big linear AoE... Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that, but I think you're right that is a decent comparison. Dawn can take getting hit, so I'm gonna have her come up. We're gonna have to choose who gets hit here, and then probably Aura to undo it. I need Deanna to not die. Luke can probably take it, honestly. Especially if we deal with this guy, because he does magic damage, or true damage. I view her as the powerful enemy wizard archetype. I wonder if there's kind of 2 overlapping archetypes there. Because I very much... I had not considered it before, but I do totally see what you mean. Ow. Wait, what Ty said about a magic weapon granting magic with Kain, did he use the Sword of Darkness to cast D-Soul on Varios in the beginning? Is that a thing I'm just realizing? Maybe? I'm not sure. That is a good question. I would put Kain in the Vader category, like the Dark Knight of Darkness, and stretching it Odd-Eye of SF2. I kind of agree with that. I would do Kain, Odd-Eye. It does get a little more complicated already, because I'm like, who else would I put in that category? I'm not sure who the SF3 one would be. I don't know, is Kain more Odd-Eye, or is he more Lemon? Okay, you have Aura on standby. We are gonna need it. This is gonna hurt. The 4 Heavenly Kings is the name given to the bosses in Gaiden 1 and 2 and Wisdom. Okay. I didn't know that because I played the terrible translation of Wisdom, which I really want... I'm fully locked in, that's funny. I really want to replay Wisdom with the PAL translation, so that, like, I actually have a better understanding of what it said. Zomzog Matt just subscribed. Lots of new subscribers tonight. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. MK11. Okay. Mortal Kombat 11. Sword of Darkness, show me your power. I feel like he just used it to cut Varios down. But I'm basing that on not a whole lot. We don't really know how, here's a like. Oh, thank you. Yeah, liking and subscribing really helps the channel, because it pushes the video into more recommendeds and stuff. It's great. More people can see me take a giant laser to the face. Kain is more Lemon due to his redemption arc. Odd-Eye has a traitor arc. Yeah. Yeah, I do kind of think you're right, that Kain might be more Lemon. Which also sounds really weird out of context if you don't know what I'm talking about. We don't know how Varios compares to, Kain in terms of, like, stats or anything. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That really sucks. Because there goes our Aura that we wanted. Unless she resists it really hard, but I don't think she does. And our Vicar. Oh, that was terrible. I think we still live, but that hurts. That was a terrible play. We can get, like, 10 more likes, theoretically. That'd be great. And yes, you are talking about Mortal Kombat 11. I don't know anything about Mortal Kombat. It seems like a neat series sometimes. Top 10 game. I bought the one that had the Jason and the Predator. So I played it for a little bit, but not like competitively or anything, just because it had characters I thought were neat. So I screwed around with that for a little bit. And it was fun. I also used to play it a little bit on a job I had. I worked for a company called Game Truck, and we would bring video, like, trailers to video game, like, full of video games and TVs and stuff to work events and people's houses. Just wherever you hired us. Schools. And we'd set up video game parties for people. It was really fun. And Mortal Kombat was a decently popular one. But nobody knew how to do any of the fatalities. I think Kane uses D-Soul because we know they've... Oh. Attack 1. Ah. Low level for Luke there. Low roll for once. I feel like he's earned having some low rolls, though. I think he used D-Soul because we know they've used sword sounds in cutscenes like Max dueling Varios. I think the screen flashing is implying the actual use of D-Soul. I've never noticed that, but you're totally right. Evil Axe, okay. Here's a weird question that you probably... maybe nobody knows the answer to. Are Gaian's growths in Book 1 and Book 2 the same? Or are they different in any way? Alright, let's start on this thing. That is okay. That's not totally gonna cut it, though. We can get Deanna out of the way, at least. Is he gonna come get us? I should check what he has. Freeze 3 and Boost 2. Okay. We need to not get Freeze 3, ideally. Aha! Okay, he has a unique animation for that. That's interesting. It's our last heal. I think we probably healed Deanna again, just to top him off and make sure. That company sounds cool. It was cool. We did that and we did laser tag parties with these, like, inflatable obstacles and stuff. It was a really good college job. Iron Man games. I Iron Man some games. I don't know if you're talking about, like, games with Iron Man in them. That was my least favorite thing at Game Truck. We had the Lego games, and the kiddos always wanted to play Lego Marvel. But then they, like, didn't want to solve any of the puzzles. They wanted me to solve the puzzles for them, and I'm like, I can't. I'm working, like... I can play a round of Smash or, like, a round of Mortal Kombat with you, but, like, I can't sit here and play the entire Lego Marvel game for you. But dang did they want me to. Oh, it cracks. That's cool. His growths have reduced greatly because he went to a surgeon to get them treated. It's so dumb. I hate that I, like... Where are you going? Oh, the cleric's gonna come out and fight by himself? Alright, that's quite a choice. Eom woman game. What is What? The closest thing I've seen to that company you described is an arcade. Yeah, and arcades seem like they're making a comeback. In, like, the Dallas area, there's a lot of free-play arcades, which is, like, you pay, like, $15, and then you can play as many arcade games as you want. And those are, like, pretty popular in my area. I really thought he'd get that kill. He needs a crit sword. Can you get this one? No. Welcome in, Serious Lol. How are you this week? How'd you like the party split? It was cool. I did think Deanna's party was just kind of more interesting, but very interesting. We have Hanzo now, and his name is Higgins because some localizer 30 years ago hated me. Alright, HP 2, attack 2, defense 2. I don't know. A 1 sample size is not very good, but I'm like, that might be better than his growths in Book 1. Not sure. Seems like they took the Marionette as a base for the Demon Master sprite. Oh, for sure. They definitely did. Also, when we promoted Chester, did his hair get less pink? It looks more orange now, and I thought it was pink earlier. Or maybe I'm thinking of Book 1.
I can't believe we failed. We'll still succeed if the resurrection is successful.
Foreshadowing the Game Boy Advance game?
What did he say? Something about a resurrection. It doesn't matter. We need to rescue the prince.
We lost people because I took a laser eye to the face, and then a Belial bolted us. It was a legendary misplay. And it was both our healers, so that was great. Okay, let's save, and then... Oh wait, I need to... We got another Valkyrie. And a different bullet. A buster shot. Is that better? It sure is. We used that first shot for like 5 seconds. Oh, we had a halberd, not a Valkyrie. Okay. Well, let's give this one to Dawn. I think that's everything interesting we got out of the chests. Oh no, we got an Evil Axe too. I don't know that we're gonna use it. We'll give it to Jaha to hold. It does a lot of damage. Alright, I'll equip stuff before I forget. Because I will. Yeah, 6 extra and range. That's pretty good. 62. Alright. Alright, I think we're good. The magic of the internet allows fans of an old game to watch a guy like 1,500 miles south play said game. It is pretty cool. There's times I'm very grateful to be living in the time that we're living in now, that I get to share all of this with you guys. My eyes are down there. You also have a running pimento. It might be good to use that. Do I have another one? Oh, I do. Yeah, we can. It's getting late enough into the game. We should. Who has duty move? Jaha's pretty bad. Luke is pretty bad, but Luke is keeping up okay. I could give it to Claude just to make him even more insane. I swear we used one on Gaian to up his move, did we not? Good night, Mahane. Final Fantasy XIV's FanFest stream is tomorrow, and I'd rather be up to see it. Have a good evening, everyone. Well, I hope it goes well. I don't know what FanFest is, but I hope that it shows everything that you're hoping to see. Alright, let's give it to Gaian. I thought I already did that. I must... I really thought I did. Am I going crazy? Did I just consider it? Because I thought I used it on him and then said that, like, now he won't feel different because I did that in book 1. This is technically a different version of Guyan, so his move got reset, I think. I did it before you got here. I thought I did it in the last camp. So I'm like, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I hit the wrong button or something and I just thought I did? No, I gave the move ring to Claude, I thought. Or Hanzo, I forget. It wasn't Guyan, though. Has Prince Nick arrived? Eom wants his royal blood, now. Oh, evil one, soon you will have the blood of a prince. King Warderer, they've arrived. His sprite looks terrifying. With it looks like he's just like bleeding from his eyes. King Warderer, here's the prince. Nick and Sirius Lil, if y'all want to chime in, we were just debating too whether, well, like, Shining Force archetypes. And Ty and I feel like Kain is like Lemon, because there's both like kind of a redemption arc, even though Kain doesn't join you. But he's more Lemon than Odd. Odd-Eye is less like Kain than Lemon is because of that, if we're going to do archetypes. And then I think Michaela starts another archetype, which then Camila and now Barbara, and it keeps going down the line. I think that's it. I think Barbara is like Michaela, because it's like kind of sultry, dark elf kind of thing. Teodrin thinks that Michaela's archetype... Michaela is an archetype, but Zalbard is more who continues that. And I can see that point too, but I'm curious if y'all want to weigh in. King Warderer, here's the prince. About time you got here. Ah, Cyprus has given us trouble. Not again. Please be assured that they will not trouble us any further. Oh, they're in the ancient valley. Good work, Barbara. Not so fast. Who said that? The Cyprus army, it can't be. We've come for Prince Nick. Hand him over. Never. He's intended for Eom. King Warderer, I'll handle this. Go, take the prince to the shrine. Yes. I do wish that they, like, made a different sprite for Nick so that, like, he doesn't have, like, the use of his arm. It's a little weird he's still carrying a sword. Hindle, come with me and bring the prince. Barbara, I'm counting on you to stop Cyprus here and now. Nick is just like, no! It's weird that he's not saying anything. Cyprus, you now face an Eom general. You'll experience my wrath. Alright, we've been seeing her since the beginning of the game. Okay, there's a secret here as well. Teodrin said, okay, there's that. Okay, you've got a Taros here, randomly, in the Ahsoka Chimera. What are those? I'd say Zalbard is more like Michaela, and Spiriel's kind of like Kain a little bit. Ooh, I can kind of see the Spiriel one. The Corrupting Mask on Lemon and Kain is also used on the Father of Hero from Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Ooh. I don't... Oh. Well, that... Yeah, that definitely sticks out. Do you have an item slot in case you need it? Yeah, you do. Alright. Chester found Rush! I'm Rush, a samurai. Is that Musashi? Are we being dumb with names again? I've heard of the fanatical Eom and have come to fight. But only if you inspect this gargoyle's crotch. That is what I was looking for in a hero. Allow me to join your group. I'll be at headquarters. Rush the Smurry has joined the Shining Force. What do you think this fellow's Japanese name is? Surely it's Musashi. I'm just gonna egress and put him in. I don't see why not. But who do we take out? Kojiro? Ah, I see what you did there. There's nobody that, like, I'm itching to remove. Oh, he's got a samurai sword. Interesting. Okay. I want to keep at least one mage, so Natasha stays. I kind of like everybody we have going. I might just pull out Dawn. Because I think she's the least interesting. I don't know. Who do y'all like more between Randolph and Dawn? Yeah, we're definitely putting him in the Force now. But yes, it's Musashi. Of course. That's so weird. Samurai sword, because katana didn't fit. 61-43 versus 60-41. They're about the same. I like Dawn more, but Randolph is probably better. I think Randolph is cooler. Okay, we'll beat Dawn, but we need to take her her thing. Item, give. And like last time, when we get to the last level, we'll swap everybody out to see their talks. Okay, let's equip Randolph. We probably can sell his old spear to you. Still no deals that I've missed? Okay, cool. We'll hang on to the halberd, because I think we can use it. Alright, let's go back. I was biting my tongue not to mention how the theme for Gaiden 1 was jellyfish, and the theme for 2 was Japanese for secret characters. It is pretty interesting. I'm curious... I didn't catch on that there were themes like that, but yeah, you're right. I wonder why they decided to do it that way. Okay, I think we just pull a right... The placing of our units is really kooky, with these two just being at the bottom right, but... I think we just pull a right to get the chests. I'm really curious how this book is going to end as well. If, like... I still don't like this more than book 1 yet. I'm liking the second half of book 2 a whole lot, though. Oh, I should check Musashi's stats, too. It's really cool to have Hanzo and Musashi back. For sure. But I'm really curious how if this is going to end in a way that makes more sense than book 1 did. Because book 1, I really felt like Eom was a thought they had really late. And that, like, they realized, oh, we should carry the villain over to the next thing we're doing. I guess to give it more continuity. So I felt like they decided to, like, push Eom to the next game really late. And that's why we just had, like, the weird monster thing. It's totally my guess, but I feel like that was supposed to be Eom. And then they were just like, call it Weird Monster, or whatever they called it. Smiley guy. Is that the only thing to find on this map as well? Outside of, like, chests and droppables? I don't need to inspect every gargoyle crotch, do I? I'm biased towards Randolph. He's performed for me every time. I've not really compared him. I think Randolph is a little bit better because he came online for me a lot sooner. Only thing to find, okay. But I don't know if that's just RNG. Chester takes that really well at this point. Chester had pinker hair that time. I wonder if Chester's hair is, like, linked to the palettes used on the map or something. Because it was way more orange than that in the last map. I know they use cheats like that to save space sometimes. I'm gonna double check it to make sure I'm not insane. Did I equip the better thing for you? Yeah, I did. I just forgot to sell your old one. Now it's more orange again. I think it was more pink fighting the Dullahan. I wonder if it's because the Dullahan has pink and he's got orange. Let's go, Claude. I'd say the second half of Book 2 is what really carries it. So far, it's a lot better than the first half. First half is a little bit boring. I wasn't bored, exactly. It was just that the story was just like, my sword, my sword. I have to get my sword. And we just chased the sword the entire first half. So I was a little bit less... I think part of it is like y'all built it up a lot. So then when that was what the plot was, I was kind of like, okay. I was expecting it to be, like, a lot better than Book 1 and really hit the ground running, and we just kind of didn't. But this has been good so far. I wonder if it's like SF2, where 2 colors are used for the weapon, and the hair changes depending on which shot is equipped. I think when he attacked when he got attacked by the Dullahan, it was more pink. So I'm thinking it's the enemy. And see, Hanzo's gloves right there are hot pink. Are they always hot pink? Or is this pulling some other color? I can compare that to... I gotta remember to check Barbara's stats before we get to her. Okay, do you have pinker hair this time? No, it's still orange. I missed some of your last stream because I fell asleep. Did you come across the villain with the eyes that look like the orange capsule inside a Kinder Surprise? Not sure. I'm gonna say no. The final villains that we fought last time were Woldol, who became a scorpion because reasons I don't really understand. Oh, Gordon. Yes, we fought Gordon. Gordon is weird. Yeah, Gordon, okay. Yeah, he was very weird. I also talked a little bit about, like, being very confused at what race he is supposed to be. If he's, like, a goblin or a dark elf, or, like... I don't really know. Also, aren't those capsules banned in the US? Yes. You can import them, no problem, I think, but yeah, I don't think you're supposed to sell them resale. Because it's like a choking hazard or something. I had them when I was a kid, though, like that in Wonder Ball. And it was pretty easy to just not eat the toy you knew was in it. I remember the chocolate oh, I set him up for that so bad. I remember the chocolate in Wonder Ball being really nice, too. But I don't know if I just remember it that way because I was a kid or what. I don't know if it aged that well. I should import some Wonder Ball. some point skill issue from the kids. That's funny. Yeah, I get why they would do, like, ban that, but, like, I do think we are weirdly selective about what we ban here. There's stuff that we're, like, really obviously like, oh, that's bad for you, let's ban it, and then there's stuff that, like, Europe is like, that, we don't call that food, and we're like, well, we do. Probably just gotta get rid of the Taurus. I had a Kinder Surprise while playing the game, and I could never unsee that comparison when I was a kid. Now that you say that, I definitely see it. Did we just kill a Tauros and get a Sword of Darkness in return? What? What? In the last game, it's in a random chest. In this game, it's just... here? Okay, so Dark Sword is just like a category of thing. Yeah, like there's that is not the legendary Dark Sword. Surely. I am so lost when it comes to those at this point. Yeah, like, I was like, did I really see that right? Is that really what we're doing? Yeah, the Sword of Darkness becoming seemingly a non-singular entity is weird. Very. Quick 10,000 gold, okay. Musashi looks great in this. His sword, or scabbard, looks a little odd. It's not, like, terrible. But it almost feels like a color is missing. I mean, the Chaos Breaker, too, like... Let's see how his attack animation looks in this. Still pretty good. Doesn't quite have the meat behind it that it does in SF1, but I'm still good with that. Do I want to send Gaian back? He can start pushing us forward. This Minotaur will catch up one day. They were made at an Ancient's Forge by a robot blacksmith. I know you're joking, but I'm kind of tempted. I'm kind of inclined to buy that, honestly, at this point. Because it does just feel like they're just around. That would make more sense than them being, like, extremely limited at this point. One MP point more to heal them both. I think we're gonna pass it to Claude again. The Sword of Darkness, I mean. But yeah, it does feel like that went from being the, like, legendary sword to... There's a couple dozen. It's fine. You get a Chaos Breaker, you get a Chaos Breaker, you get a Dark Sword. And, you know, maybe this is cope, but maybe it's that, like, they, in SF1, they thought it was the Chaos Breaker, and there's one, and they were just incorrect. They just didn't know. But like I said, maybe that's cope, I don't know. The Sword of Light is still a unique. Yeah, I don't know if we've seen any other ones. And maybe it's that, like, the forces of darkness constantly hide the swords of light, because they know it could be used against them or something, but then they keep the swords of darkness around because they use them, so that's how we end up with it. I don't know. I'm totally in, like, headcanon mode. I think he's got that. I think I would rather Chester come up and help us with this. Okay, let's look at Barbara. What do you have? Dispel. Axe of Atlas. Okay. It's just called the Atlas in SF1, I think, but I recognize that. I'm pretty sure the Cursed Sword in SF3 was called the Dark Sword, and that was just made by the blacksmith. Doesn't Lemon have it, though? I thought Lemon had one. Unless I'm crazy. I'm a little bit worried about Hanzo dying to this, like, thing now that it's got attack boosted. I'm a little afraid of it. That seems too good to pass up. Haven't used Bolt yet. Oh, her art looks great. Lemon also had one. Nice. Alright, Randolph, can you get that for us, please? Let's go. Okay. Nuke averted. I don't know, it's also like, is the Force Sword just a Chaos Breaker, or the Chaos Breaker? I don't know. I'm just leaning to, there actually is maybe just a bunch of them made. Alright, you got nothing, you get that. Evil Claw. What, for like Luke? Ooh, that looks cool. I think it makes more sense for you to move up here. So that you can potentially get an AoE off. Yeah, and then Musashi only needs one more hit to finish that one. Musashi holding the rear. Yeah, I don't see why we don't put Luke up front. Insanity. That's the evil glove image for SF2. Oh, is that an SF2? I don't remember it. I hate that Rush sounds like a Sonic the Hedgehog character. I wonder if it is. I'm amazed he took 8 from that. More asset reuse. Eh. Like I said, it's fine. If they want to do that, that's okay. Alright, yeah, we can get Claude in here to get that. Defense 1. I feel like he's starting to peter out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if we do. I think it's fun to mess around with the dark stuff, but, like, I don't know. The cost rarely feels worth it. I had to make sure this doesn't break. Oh, okay, it did. So I can't use it again. Apparently not. The only Rush in the Sonic verse is Mega Man's dog from the crossover. I don't even know if I knew that was a crossover. But there's a game named Sonic Rush. for the DS, right? Is that the one Blaze is introduced in? I've never had that one. Yeah, sure. I like that she has Dispel and we've taken out half her health with spells. Her actually using her turn to cast Dispel feels like a crazy thing to do. And yet. Oh. That makes a lot more sense for her to do. Okay, yeah, it is the one with Blaze. Okay. Did not remember. Oh, you're not the Aura one. Dang. Could boost you guys. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. The defense by 13 is pretty huge. I watched a good video the other day of somebody doing a... It's not an Iron Man. I forget what they call it and other stuff. It was an Iron Man, but like... I know that's not what they call it. For, Okay, yeah, there, we can do that. For Sonic Chronicles The Dark Brotherhood. That was crazy. Kaizo, maybe? I don't know, I can't think of it. It's the Pokemon rule set. Where you have permadeath. But it was very interesting watching somebody do that for Sonic Chronicles. Because that game is so clearly not made for it. Attack 1, defense 1. Let's go, Musashi. It's really cool, like, being reunited with Hanzo and Musashi. Like, you know, I wonder, it's like the cheap nostalgia, like, does it get me? Yes, it does. Alright, let's heal up Hanzo. 30 years later, I'm still hearing about Sonic. That is extraordinary, just like this game is still being played. I also enjoyed Pokemon when it was brand new, and now it's popular. Yeah! I mean, Pokemon is the most popular media franchise in the world now, by numbers. And I don't think it's close. Randolph is crazy. That would have killed at full health. Randolph trying to prove we made the right choice. Go around this side, I think, and go for the Brass Gunner. Luke, our MVP, squaring off with Barbara. Takes one. What a Chad. Luke just doesn't care about anything. He does so much more than Deanna, it's nuts. And I get Deanna's like, I think one weapon behind, but still. Gaian Body Slam versus the Geralt Bear Hug. Yeah, I don't like Geralt's promoted thing either, if I'm honest. I'll send Musashi around this way. I like Geralt's pre-promoted one. That looks pretty cool. Let's go! Hanzo, bringing it home. And we get the Axe of Atlas. Raijin. Oh, cool. I've been defeated.
But you still have to face Warder and Eom's power. You can't possibly get the prince back.
I bet we can.
Deanna, go after Warder. Hold it right there. Oh no, the enemy's behind us. I can't allow you to enter the shrine. I'll finish you here. Say your prayers.
Not so fast, Solo.
Solo?
We defeated Solo. What? That's... And he's not even on screen. Is he? Cool to see Roos again. I'm just really... Are we just saying stuff? No clue. Yeah, like, Solo's not here. None of them are Solo, unless he became a Dullahan or something. Seems like a mistranslation. It has to be. What? I'm also like, what?
Look, it's Roos from Guardiana.
Yes, Mayfair, I've made it just in time.
This doesn't concern Guardiana.
Cyprus is our ally. We've come to fight by their side.
I thought you were already defeated.
Hurry, Mayfair, save the prince.
Thank you, I won't forget this. Hurry, let's save the prince.
Where have you been this whole time? Like, I'm so lost. Okay, I feel like we're going into the final battle, so we're gonna do the... Okay, let's swap items, and then we're gonna do the talks for everybody. Where's Claude? He's lower. There he is. Okay, he's got the dark sword. I really wish we had another crit sword to give Deanna. I might... Do I take it away from Hanzo, or do I just... Do I take his and just give him the dark sword? I'm very tempted. Let's give the Atlas Axe. They said the Guardiana army was mobilizing very slowly. Maybe. Translator's time. Do you know what it's supposed to say on that one? Oh, right. The axe. I was like, what am I moving? Okay. We'll use the Protect Milk, too. We can take that and give it to Ram, just to get it out of our inventory. Simplicity's sake. I'm good with him having the healing rain. I feel like he'll live. Yeah, let's do it. You give the crit sword to Deanna, who still can't use the Sword of Hayja. And give your broadsword down to Claude. And I think we're good. We'll do some equips, we'll do talks, and then I guess we're gonna go into one of the final battles. They said the Guardian... Oh, yeah, I read that. And so the Cyprus army just kind of rushed ahead anyway and got. Okay. Yeah, maybe that is what happened. I just got it confused with the Cyprus army getting got. Okay, who needs the defense? Deanna's pretty high. Jaha's pretty high. Natasha's terrible, but she gets to be. Is there anybody? Chester's defense is really high. It's kind of silly. Could give it to Hanzo, maybe? Make him more survivable? Yeah, I'm good with that. Got another one. You know, we're gonna use it on our Aura user. I feel like that's not a bad call. Because I have lost her before. I think that's all our stat boosters. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna give your medical herb. Oh, I can't use that. Thought I was still gonna give. Let's give his medical herb to somebody that makes more sense. We'll give one to Natasha. Because he can actually throw out heals. Let's give the other one to Chester. Okay. Alright, let's do our equips. How much does this chain? Crazy damage. I do want to see it a little bit. We'll see if we pull it out at the end. His attack's not bad, even like that. Okay, let's do talks. So we'll do everybody we have, and then we'll do everybody else. Make sure we see everything. Do you have a black ring equipped? It's not cursed in this game, remember? Oh, I don't think I do. Do I have one? I do. Okay, yeah, let's use it. Alright, thank you. Remember? Talk. Yep, that's us. When we work together as a team, I believe we can do anything.
Look at my heavy army. Have you seen a stronger soldier than me?
I must continue my training to stay in condition. If you want a good workout, you should try training with me.
Unlike Jaha and Eric, I can use magic spells.
I'm too old to stand at the front line, but I'll be right behind you if you need me. Do you want to see how well I can shoot my arrows? Okay. I go at the risk of my life to rebuild my beautiful country.
No, I'm just writing a letter. No, not to my boyfriend.
Healing? Oh, let me do it. It's my job. My fight lasts until Eom is defeated. That's not how you spell until, but that's fine, I guess.
Hitting away. This is my way to fight.
It's a secret, but Slade is spoken ill of by the girls. Samurai, never afraid of death.
Of the death. What? Okay.
The battlefield is the best place for me to show my skills.
There is no enemies in front of my strong body. Why is this written so weird? Okay, let's have everybody join up real quick. We'll see everybody's off lines and stuff. Yeah, they're written really badly. Just keep going down the line. Okay, let's do talks again.
Luke, Eric, Jaha, don't fool around or you'll be sorry.
Everybody laughs at my helmet because it is a pot, but it's convenient. No, he admits it.
My noble blood never allows me to lose, but I can't hold my head up before dawn. Yeah, I like the action on the front line.
Okay, let's cook something while we're waiting here. Hey, Jaha, give me your pot. Jaha, where are you going? Come on, I'm hungry.
People in my town are very friendly. I love it. Only bad point is, there are no young girls.
I hate bullies and liars. I don't forgive them.
This secret is between us. We elves love singing rather than fighting.
I'm pleased my magic is useful in our battles.
Okay, now we swap people again. I'm just curious why the broken English is so bad.
Okay, we put Sarah out. We put Randolph out. We put Claude out. Road's been out. Okay, we put Musashi out, and then I think we just have Hanzo and Guyan. Let's check. Good old pothead Jaha. I didn't even realize what they were doing. Oh, that's why the girls didn't like Slade. It's strange. Maybe they didn't bother proofreading the HQ dialogue much. I'm just confused who, like, did it in the first place. Like... I don't know how stuff like that slips through. Hey, who shot that spitball at me? Slade, I knew it was you. Is he just a child? I'd rather kill myself than give up my pride. Okay. Randolph over here, like, I would rather end myself than be benched. I think it's good we benched Dawn over him, my goodness. My wings look like a wash rag as I'm always in the middle of the action. Okay. To win on the battlefield, one must find their enemy's weakness. Oh, don't you understand what a samurai is? Then I'll teach you after the dinner. Patience is one of my disciplines. Okay, yeah, now we just gotta switch Guyan out. Seppuku. I like that it auto mods that. You're not supposed to say seppuku. Okay, let's put Randolph back in and we can kinda start making this look more normal again. Dawn was benched. We want Hanzo. Graham is benched. We want Musashi. May is benched. Okay, let's do the last talk. Try Sudoku. I hated Sudoku in school. I'm more okay with it now, but for math class, they used to make us do Sudoku, and I was like, I hate this. Look at my great muscles. Look closer. Closer. Okay, that's a fun one. I forget, is it like Pokemon or something that made a Sudoku game, and I was like, people would pay for this? As a kid, that was crazy to me. People pay to do homework? Okay, I think that's all the talks. And we've equipped all the stuff. Your adventure has been saved. Alright, let's go end book 2. Why would you do Sudoku in math class? Because it's like math, numbers puzzles. See, it does not shock me that you like Sudoku, Deodrin. What an enormous shrine. Also, I recognize how cool it is that, like, Luke, or Lug, came to help us in our, like, hour of need in the last game, and now it's his son doing it in this game. That's kind of a cool little thing that continues that. Wait, keep looking. Wait, listen. Hey, listen. I hear them up ahead. Ah, the Cypress Army. How far you've come. That voice. I've heard it before. Probably Hindle. Me? I was Cyprus's former ambassador, Waldal. Oh. Force Ghost Waldal? No, it can't be. Waldal died. You're absolutely correct. After defeat and death, my soul couldn't rest. I've come back from death to let you feel my pain and suffering. I was not expecting to see Waldal. Anything to find on this map? He has the Sword of Light. What? They... Okay, yeah, they're all just there. I got nothing. Checking all the gargoyle crotches real quick. Just chest, I think, and drop stuff. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's really weird to me that he just has that. Oh wait, his name is his name Deathwoldle? Deathwoldle. Didn't even notice that. I think you're good on secrets for the rest of the game. Okay, thank you. I'm just... Every time I think I've got, like, a slight handle on the Shining Force lore, they just shake it up a bunch. Like, oh, you think you're starting to understand? Well, here's this. And I'm like, okay. I don't understand anymore. Get it? It's because he died. I do get it. So, is he appearing in that form because his true form is more like this? Or is his true form the Scorpion? Or is that his version of being a Super Saiyan? Wow. Okay. I think we egress and just bring him back. What a terrible opener. My bad. Well, let's go get our pervy old man back. Oops. That's what I get for giving the defense up to our Aura user and not him. I mean, yeah, mega tissue paper. Didn't quite realize he was that flimsy. At least we clarified that right at the beginning, huh? Alright, yeah, you stay in the back over here. I guess his name is Assassin. He is living up to his name, for sure. Yeah, he just wants to pick off people. That's like a smarter AI than I'm used to. Because I would assume... I don't know if my Chester is blessed or what, but like... I would assume archers are not normally quite that tanky. So I'm gonna go with Woldle's true form is not the Scorpion because of this Force Ghost appearance. Is your Chester Blester? Ew. Sounds like Blister. Also, the Bonites continue to be the most frustrating enemy in all of Shining Force. I disagree. I think that title will forever belong to either the Chimeras or Blue Dragons in SF1. Because there's nothing more infuriating than missing with your entire party and then somebody getting killed. It just feels so powerless. Like, it just doesn't even feel like you played wrong. It's just like, oops. Should have had more magic, I guess. I'm gonna go with Woldle's true form is not the Scorpion. Your chat behind you on Family Feud. Good answer. Good answer. Show me, not Scorpion. Chimeras too, that may be worse. I do appreciate that it feels like they've nerfed them for this game. That they are not quite so dodgy. So I feel like they knew. I'm pulling this way, but is there a chest? Okay, there's a chest on both sides. We'll make sure to grab both. Definitely Chimeras. Blaze 4 is cheap. Yeah, they're just dumb. The archers here, I can play around it. Like, it ultimately, it's a little silly, but it is my fault for putting Slade within range. The Chimeras and Blue Dragons, with their, like, 50% dodge rate, or whatever it is, a lot of the time it feels like it's really not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. You're just missing over and over. Camera pans to Waldol's true form category, not a scorpion, turns over as the top answer with 67 votes. Yogurt gets 2 votes. He's secretly a little hamster. I know Yogurt is supposed to be like an alien or something. I really need to do the research again to figure out where that comes from. Bats from SF1 are irritating, but not as strong. The dodging and the sleep. That's true. To me, they're kind of a fun challenge early on. But I don't know if that's just me. They don't feel quite so punishing because they aren't hitting you for a billion damage after doing that. I usually feel like I have more control at that point, that like Lo can get in there and drop a heal, or like we can get it killed before too long. Not in this world, at least. Natasha's also gonna get taken out by an assassin. I need to be careful. Especially given there's 2 of them here. I think I'll have Jaha start the second one. Yeah, you're fine to do that. The Chimera can probably fly over the statue. So I need to be careful about that. Attack 2, defense 1. Chester's great. Yeah, you definitely get that. Attack 1, defense 1. We'll keep you back. I don't trust it. Claude is still hitting really good, even with a worse sword. I do want to give Musashi a heal soon. That's probably fine. You take like 3, 4 from that? Okay, 4. Did I equip your better sword? I did. Okay. Start moving Natasha up slightly. I used to do an insane amount of grinding in these games, but then when I went back and played them, I found that ruined too much of the challenge. That's how I feel about it. That's why I don't enjoy grinding. But I also think it's fine if people like doing that. I think there's kind of a power fantasy element to it. Ooh, that hurt. It's like there's a guy I used to watch a bunch that decided to do a playthrough of Final Fantasy VII, not streamed or anything. But, oh, finally, Detox 2. I'm so excited. He ended up, I think in the very first area, grinding all the party members he could to, like, 99 or whatever. And it was like, I just wanted to breeze through the whole game like that. And I'm like, well, if your hobby, like, while you're listening to other stuff or watching stuff is just grinding FF7, I mean, there's worse stuff you could be doing. I just wanted to get that Chimera out of here. He scares me. A lot more than Ataros does. Which is so weird to say. Yeah, Claude can help out here, I suppose. Crits and kills. Claude is undefeated. Which will make Sephiroth harder as his HP for Cloud is level dependent. Oh goodness. Yeah, that would definitely be annoying. Do you have item slots? Yeah, you do. 6,000 gold coins. That's so not helpful to drop on me at this point in time. It's like, I posted about it in the Discord. I watched a great YouTube video the other day about, like, I forget what, it was like a lunar game, which I'm not, it is a series I'm really not familiar with, but it was really interesting just to see, like, how aggressively bad that game was. Like, every enemy was tied to your level. There's a lot of, like, aggressively bad decisions in that. Also, the main character is like a courier, and if he sprints, he loses health. For like every second he's sprinting, it was ridiculous. I don't think Deanna can take that by himself. Okay. Hanzo's defense isn't the best, but it's also not too bad. If I do that, I can send Luke to go help Deanna. But then one playthrough I did an experiment with the Protect Ring and Chad to get... Chaz? To get him Bolt 4 by just defense boosting groups till the ring was cracked and egressing to fix it. And that loop was a neat way to grind him without grinding the rest of the party. I hadn't really thought about doing that for Chaz. I know Chaz is overlooked a lot because his spells... I forget how many levels he takes to start getting his spells. But it's like you don't really think he, like, has much. I think that's what we talked about. We talked about it on the Discord not too long ago. I think Taya looked up his spell list and stuff. Because I've never... I've messed around with him a tiny bit, but not very much. He seems fine. It's just also that, like, mages and SF2 are not super ideal because the health pools are so large. I'm gonna deal with this. I think we'll do that. Nice. Awesome start. Yeah, and then we can pull right. Do you have space still? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna have you probably go get that chest. I don't know how I'm dealing with the left yet. I'm not really sending anybody over there. I can send Guy in, I suppose. Too bad that Bolt 4 is still inferior to Peter going on a rampage. It really is. Goodness. Okay. We heal Deanna. I am less in panic mode. Also, where did Sarah come from in this? Is she just, like, an advisor or something? Which is... Raijin... His spells are a lot. I get that they're kind of just bonuses, though, is what it feels like. Is Sarah, like, Cyprus's minister or something? Or a minister? Yeah, that hurts. I think you take that, and I can aura up that little hill. I'm just wondering, because she wasn't part of the army in the last game. But I'm like, if she was, like, loyal to Nick and, like, the true Cyprus or something, like, that's kind of an interesting detail about her. I think Chaz starts with Freeze 3, Blaze 3, maybe, and Bolt 2, which at that point, you get him as pretty bad. I don't remember if it's that much. Tyron gets Freeze 4 earlier, which is actually quite good. I just get frustrated with Tyron that I feel like he is... We talked about earlier, like, the different classes being designed with certain characters in mind, and I feel like Tyron has, like, a super recognizable wizard hat that's really cool. I love his design. And then none of the battle animations look like they were made for him. He doesn't look like the wizard, and then he really doesn't look like the sorcerer summoner. The summoner, I feel like, is supposed to be Taya, and, like, nobody else. Alright, yeah, let's aura up that hill to save you guys. Need that Demon Master out of here. And this would be really good if Natasha could get up here. Isn't Taya's Sorcerer Sprite unique to her, though? Is it? I don't remember. Evil Ring, muhaha. Oh, maybe I can switch the swords back here in a minute. I just realized Deanna probably can use the Sword of Light. Maybe. But can Claude? Taya does have a unique sprite, so the generic sorcerer is supposed to be Kazan. Oh, that... It's so weird, though, because it's, like, so feminine to me. It's like Elrond, kind of. But I'm like, to me, Kazan so does not read as an Elrond figure. So it just ends up feeling really weird. Kazan to me feels like he's supposed to be the wizard. Because who else would the wizard be? Okay, I'm cool with pulling the wyvern now. I thought Kazan was kind of feminine when I first saw him. I thought he was a woman. I don't know. To me, he just doesn't read very feminine. Like, he has... His skin is good. He just doesn't read particularly woman to me, though. Or womanly. It is crazy that I'm using Hanzo in like 2 games down the line to kill these wyverns. I would have never thought I would see this as a kid. Okay, Claude can go get that. What do we got? Evil Lance. Okay, so they're just giving us one of every evil thing. Okay. I'm fine with us not pulling him yet. I kind of want to leave that for Natasha. Cool, cool. That one minimum damage coming in handy. Alright, let's heal one more time. And then I don't know who needs to initiate on Woldol. He's got a lot of health. We'll send Slade this way, since our Vicar's over there. Oh, okay, Hanzo is. The way his design is reads very SF2 to me. He seems very, like... To me, the, like, main descriptor I use for SF2 is whimsical, and he feels very whimsical. Probably take out this bishop real quick. He has the book 1 music. Oh, is that what that is? You're right. That's pretty cool. Use the light sword for bolt. Ah, okay. He's also double turning us, so I need to keep that in mind. Ah, you can do that too. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage to you. Okay, it seems like they at least knew Woldol needed to be able to use a lot of spells, because, yeah, he has a ton of MP. There we go, Bishop's gone. No support for you. Attack 1, defense 1. I appreciate the defense. That would make him not die by, like, 1. Alright, you can go around and do that. Oh, he didn't have that much health. I feel like we can get through that. I'm gonna make sure Hanzo doesn't die. I don't think he'll double cast at us every time, but Hanzo can live anything now. All the heals. MP2, I appreciate, and the defense. Okay, what's his attack animation? Okay, it's just like a swipe. That's cool. I feel like we're gonna end him now. He just doesn't have the defense and HP pool to, like, actually live this onslaught of all of us dogpiling him. What do you think about Sarah's battle sprite? I think it looks very cool and dignified. Oh, I totally agree. She looks great. Actually making me like the Vicar class for once. I don't hate it in SF2, like, I just was disappointed that it felt so tailored to just Freya. I guess, if I'm being, like, totally fair. We gotcha, Claude. Here's back up. Does anybody else need heals? Yeah, we'll heal Deanna before we send him into the fray. Yeah, that's why I was asking if Sarah was like some sort of minister or something, like political minister. Because she very much looks it. Randolph might just get that kill. Okay, not quite. Perfectly set it up for Deanna, though. Yeah. Nice. And we have the light sword.
I've been defeated, even with all my power. Whoa, what's happening?
I'm melting.
Oh, King Warderer, help me, I'm melting.
It's the fate of evil to end life this way. How horrifying. Feels like a Wizard of Oz thing. There's little time. We must enter the shrine. Oh, okay. And you bring us back to camp here? I'm kind of surprised. Okay, let's see. Can you use it? You can. I appreciate that. Okay, then let's give Crit Sword back to Claude. Alright, this works for him. Okay. Yes. And then we want to equip that, and let's give the Evil Lance to Randolph. I don't think we'll see it, but it's there. It's an option. Let's give your broadsword to somebody else, just to get it out of our way. Alright, I think we're good. I don't think anybody's dead this time. No. Okay. The SF2 Vicar Sprite looks like a clown outfit. I don't think it's that bad. It just kind of looks like a friar. Wait, Freeze 3 can hit at one range here? Can it? Is that not normal? I forget. Undertale moment? I have no idea.
I knew it was you. Hindle, I've raised and looked after you. You betrayed me.
What?
We almost allowed Prince Nick to escape. Once and for all, we must take care of Hindle. No, he must suffer before he dies.
First, we must sacrifice the prince. In SF1, Freeze 3 and 4 range 2-3 only. I just didn't even remember that.
I can't allow that.
Be cooler if Deanna was talking.
Ugh, not the Cypress army again. I can't believe they defeated both Barbara and Waldol. All my plans are ruined because of that Hindle.
So, Hindle is the traitor. But why help Cypress? What's the matter, Deanna? Could it be that you know Hindle?
That's preposterous. I won't participate in such prattle. I'll personally bring punishment to Cypress.
Deanna, we'll talk later, but first let's get Warderer. It's a little annoying that she's become like the Peter. What weird music. Sentinel, we have a red Taros now. Skull Knights with Dispel. Blue Minotaurs, Executioners. And now we're against Warderer. Bolt 3, Boost 2, Aura 2. Okay, that's not a thing. Oh, there's a chest up there. We gotta get that. You still have space? You do. You always have the one space I need you to have. Alright, here we go. Oh, that looks insane. That's so cool. I keep picking, like, I'm like, that's my favorite background, and then I see another one, and I'm like, no, that one is my favorite. It's so good. Hanzo is fighting the Tauros, a red Tauros from Shining Force 2, with this background. This is like a fever dream. And it looks like the Chaos Breaker? What? I don't know what's happening anymore. Again, just, I think I understand, and then they just grab me and go, brrr. I have no clue. Freeze being 2-3 range is what makes the Marionette not an insta-lose. Okay, now I'm just feeling dumb that I didn't recognize that. Oh, I can't quite see. Yeah, I can't reach him. Okay. I wonder if Hindel's name might literally be Hinder because he hinders Walt Warder's plans. I guess we'll find out what Hindel's deal is. I'm very confused right now. They really did go hard on the SFCD backgrounds. I don't know if the artist just had more time or they paid somebody a lot, but whatever it was, like, give that guy a raise, because my goodness. I'm surprised I haven't seen that in every Shining hack. I would be using that. Let's go. Yep, it's suddenly just green now, don't question it. So is that a Sword of Light, or is it a Chaos Breaker? Are they calling it a light sword, like a lightsaber? And it's not a Sword of Light? Or maybe you guys are right, just don't question it. Arden's used an SFCD background. Yay, let's go! I don't want to put him out that far. I don't think he has the defense for it. I'm surprised he didn't rush us. I think Light Sword and Dark Sword are just renames of Sword of Light and Sword of Darkness. That's what I thought, but why it looks like the Chaos Breaker. Did they just forget to make it yellow? Her being 2 range locked is really tough. Is really inconvenient, because I'm like, alright, like, for her XP, I'll spend the extra, like, just to get a little more EXP, but not even an option. Alright, Guyan has the health pool to attack into this, I think. You could give her the Evil Ring to cast Bolt, too? Okay, yeah, maybe we should do that. Well, and it's one of those things that wasn't an issue in the original game, because they didn't have swapping weapon sprites, so... Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. What spell does it cast on use? Boldol used it on us. It's... Bolt 2? It was Bolt something. Some of the CD unique content I find questionable at best, so I take the visuals of the Light Sword with a grain of salt too. Does it look more like the Sword of Light in Gaiden? Also, I knew I wanted to make this YouTube series. I've said that before, so that's why I didn't play all these. I don't know if I would have had the self-control if you told me that, like, Hanzo and Musashi are in this, and, like, Because I could have played this bit on 3DS like 10 years ago. Might have been too tempted if I knew all this. Because this is just nuts. Inner me, like child me, is so happy. Alright, let's try and quickly get you out of here. I think we can get through this pretty quick. Welcome in, promote. I'm doing a... I didn't see what you said. Thank you, Taya. But we are doing a no spoilers, no backseating, anything, so... If you come in, just blasting spoilers. It's nothing personal, I just really don't want to know, like, what's going on. I'm very, very into the Shining series, so I'm playing this for my first time. I don't think the guidance have icons for items, at least FC doesn't. There's no guidance, only have text, no icons for spells or items. But does it look like the sort of light in Gaiden? Like in the battle sprite? Oh, how do I want to handle this? Hold up. Okay, we can pull you, I guess. It was just spam? Oh, okay. I saw one that was spam the other day. I don't think I can repeat it, because YouTube would probably auto-flag it, but it was like, just insane conspiracy stuff. But they were just, like, chaining words together and stuff, and I'm like, I love a good conspiracy theory, like, would love to hear you out, but, like, you can't just come in guns blazing, like... Oh, in battle there aren't any swapping weapons, right? I see what you're saying, okay. Sorry, I didn't quite understand before. Okay, so Gaiden, that must have been pushing the cartridge a lot. It's I really like the weapon sprites in this, so I'm very grateful that we have that here. It's a little tough. Let's do that to give chip damage. Okay, I can't use that again. I'm getting terrible item luck. We're gonna put Claude over... Do you have any heals? No. Could use the Protect Ring, but... I think we're gonna do that. And we're gonna try to heal him up. And send him to go get the chest, because we're pulling more enemies than I wanted to right now. Try and do this and kill them. We'll try and hold the line. I'm worried about Warder, though. Okay, he's backing off. I appreciate that. Okay. Can do that, and we'll top off Claude. Since we're sending him deep into enemy territory. And you can move up and do a large chunk of this guy. I don't mind that we're running out some of the cleric's MP as well. I was discussing this with Corsair a little while back, and the Game Gear palette space is severely limited. It seems like the Game Gear everything is severely limited, but, like, for what it is, I guess I'm not that surprised. The fact that they had a portable like that early on is pretty impressive. Let's just aura you two, why not? There we go. I don't want to go up any further, because I do think we're going to pull water if we do. That sucks. And he crits. I was like, well, we should live on 1 now, because we got more defense. Of course he crits. So it doesn't matter. Insane. Let's get this guy out of here before he does stuff. The coolest town to explore in the 16-bit SF games was the town containing Mitchell's Shrine in SF2. And I would probably go with Monarena if I had to choose something for SF1. I don't know what I would pick. What would I say the coolest one is? I'm a little biased because the conversation with Elliot I thought was just super cool as a kid. So that really... How are you back already? Somebody's bot just spazzing out. Talking about Transformers and stuff. What? Okay. Thank you, Taya. Oh, you don't seem to be able to fully ban. I can. Oh, maybe I can't from here. You hit him on the channel, which I think is what banning is. I can look at it later. For now, I think you've silenced it, so... 'Tis a fine solution. Alright, Claude, go be a Chad. Alright, let's pull back. I don't want no trouble, Warder. Timed out for 86k seconds. That works. Alright, cool, we pulled him. I don't know how YouTube moderating works. I don't really either, if I'm honest. Ooh, that hurt really bad. We're gonna need to heal him up and provide more support. Yeah, let's bring you back down and get you heals. I'm gonna try to not let us get rocked. Okay, you can take a hit. Yeah, POW is a neat one, because, like, especially the two sides, like, you find so many cool stuff. You get Vanker, Gunts, Yogurt, you hatch Domingo, like, it's so much happens there. For my moderation time back in a radio channel, they have hundreds of similarly named accounts to bypass bans. I just don't get what the purpose is. Like, yeah, sure, you can spam stuff about Transformers, I guess, but, like... It doesn't really do anything. If it's a bot, it's a very strange one. Oh, come on. Oh, I thought it'd be attacked by 2, and it's like, alright, there's the 2 we needed. Can just... whoosha. There we go. Okay, now we don't even have to deal with the Wyvern again. Slow and steady wins the race. Alright, we're gonna pass some turns, and we're gonna send Claude off on his mission. Hopefully he doesn't get ambushed up there. That would be kind of funny, though. I like a lot of the SF1 towns, given what they were working with. The fact that everyone is pretty unique and memorable is impressive. Oh, totally. I'm just surprised, like, something like that, I feel like has not really been recreated in this day. I know there's people working on it now, but it's really weird to me that, like, a bigger company doesn't look at sort of what they were trying to do with Shining Force and go, yeah, that definitely can work. Let's, like, put money into that. Because I really think you could make a Shining Force again without spending nearly as much as you used to. Probably top some people off here. Plong, plang, plong, plang. What the music feels like. I thought you were just saying something in, like, Dutch. Alright, what was all of it for? A white ring. Okay, interesting. I think we start moving in. I don't know how close we can get before he, like, decides it's go time, but I think we find out. Ooh, he's taunting me coming that far forward. Would kind of like to heal Jaha, too. I think we throw Hanzo up. I think we start going. Great start, Hanzo. Let's go. The final battle begins now. Alright, what are you throwing at me? Oh, he looks great. That's more than half my health. That's not good. We are not going to let you boost him in any way, though. Get out of here. They should make a Shining Force maker. Oh, that'd be so good. I would play it till the end of time. White ring is good. I figured it would be. You can break the Sword of Light? Didn't think that would be the case. Gotta pay attention to that. Is that not what Chaos Wizard is making? I think there's a difference between an engine and Shining Force Maker. Mario Maker is like... it's so easy, a caveman can do it kind of thing. I appreciate what Chaos Wizard's working on. Okay, I really want to see his attack. It's pretty cool. I love his art. I'm not sure that what Chaos Wizard is working on, though, is so easy a caveman can do it. It definitely makes it a lot easier than, like, doing your own engine from scratch. But, like, Mario Maker, you don't need to, like, know how to code or anything. I'm gonna just double check there's no searchables here, because this looks really crazy. Okay. It's a cool animation, I'm not even mad. That's gonna hurt. Oh, crits Chester. Okay. Musashi takes that surprisingly well. The crit on Gaian. I could Shower of Cure, but I don't trust that there's not a Phase 2. This is not Eom. I'll throw you in here. I do not think you're going to be able to help too much. I assume he heavily resists this. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Or, Engaged feels like it was kind of, sort of, but not really trying to do something similar to SF with the post-battle exploration thing. It just felt like such an afterthought. Like, there's just nothing to it. I think we do that. Nice. Let's go. He's probably immune to Dispel, I would assume. He can do a big bolt. I think we all... Those two don't. Hanzo and Gaian don't with it. Everybody else does. We'll do that to make Hanzo live it. And then hopefully we can heal Gaian here. Everybody else lives. Dang. That just felt personal. Next time someone beats me up lying on the ground sobbing, well, at least I got to see his cool attack animation. Yeah. Warder is down. That is kind of funny. I mean, it would be better if, like, somebody could a priest could wave their hand over you and just heal you back. Maybe you would be like that. The way you punched me in the face was pretty cool.
I can't believe you defeated me, the King of Eom. I'll be back.
You will?
Warder disappeared. Where did he go? I'm right here. Nick will be sacrificed and I'll regain my strength. And you'll be annihilated.
No, not our Frenchman. What? Why does he look like that? I don't like that. My dear King Warder. Oh, that's... Hindle.
Hindle, if you come to interfere again...
I thought that was supposed to be Nick.
Who, me?
Prince Nick quickly escaped from his bindings. Hindle, thank you. You've saved my life. Look at my hand. It's as you said. Prince Nick's right hand is no longer stone. His portrait's terrible. People of Cyprus, by defeating the evil warder, his spells have been broken. Now, hurry to your friends. Receive the Sword of Hayja. You must now use the Sword of Hayja to nullify Eom's power. Use the sword and end this quickly. Yes, it shall be done. Okay, so this is a Cain again. A Cain, a Lemon, a Hindle. Prince Nick, I'm so glad you're safe. I'd like to thank all of you for saving me. Especially Hindle. Perchance, did Gaian know about Hindle? Of course he knew. But we had to deceive the enemy. You must be Diana. You look exactly like Hindle. Yes. Oh, is it my brother? What? Diana and Hindle? He's Hindle's brother. Okay. Hindle owed Warder and couldn't betray him. But he couldn't forgive him for sending his brother into Cyprus.
You'll die, Hindle.
Oh, he really is a Cain. No, Hindle. I thought he was gonna throw him into the lava, but he just, like, smacked him on the ground.
There's no way I can win, but Hindle will be my final sacrifice. Then I'll call on Eom to destroy all of Cyprus.
If he just, like, folded like a origami, like, would look nuts. Hindle, Hindle! Would be very dark for Shining, though.
Nick, please, care for Diana, my brother. Please.
That's still kind of dark. Oh, I didn't expect him to sacrifice himself and just jump in. Okay. Whoa, okay. Eom has Dispel. That's like a main body Eom. I do not believe he doesn't have spells. Oh wait, what are you? Eom Doll, Freeze 2. Aura Hell Boost. You have a Healing Rain? Oh, maybe that I get or something. Surely you don't use that. The final boss, it's a Kraken battle? If I egress, do I have to redo the previous battle? Prince Nick. Okay, we need to give him the sword. This battle on the hardest difficulty is hellish. Oh, this sounds fun. Yes, you have to redo it. Okay. We will make do with what we have then. White Ring needs to go to somebody. Do you have a ring? No. Okay. There you go, now you do. This is the double barrel? Alright. Good to know. We will be careful. I don't know if it'll work, because y'all warned me, but I'm gonna try and state, just in case. Okay. Give the Sword of Hayja back to Nick. And then when we equip it, we'll see what his stats look like. Alright, let's start this head. I don't really know what we're dealing with. Oh, he looks so cute. He's just out there, like, chilling. He looks like a little puppet. Alright, let's send you up here. I really love Eom's design. I do too. He looks very, very cool. Hanzo can go in, probably. Alright, we've got visible health. Welcome in, Hellcat. I just hit this ASAP, getting home from work, and I'm gonna watch from the start, but been loving your SFCD run right after SF3. Hope you're really enjoying it. I've always wanted to play this one. I am loving it. It has been fantastic. So thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And when I clicked, you were going, oh, genuinely shocked, so I'm so excited to see what that's about. A lot. We're pretty much at the end of this one, but it's been crazy. Okay. Oh, you have Demon Breath. Of course you do. Alright, we gotta fix that up. She's like just a liability. What's the point? Okay, let me equip. Alright, what are your stats? 64, 41. One higher than Deanna. Alright. I'm good with that. Sweet, that casts something. Not great, but it's something. Yeah, I need her to aura right there. Welcome in, Avocado Kayak Girl. You're just in time for the final battle. I'm assuming we want to just rush down Eon or a level 2. I don't really want to deal with the bishop and the dolls and stuff. Thank you for subscribing. It greatly helps the channel. The weird snake enemy looks cute. I said the same thing. He just looks like he's out there in his own lane, not wanting to be bothered. I'm worried that'll put me in range of the right one. We definitely don't want to be fighting these guys 2 at a time, I don't think. Well, might be a bad idea. We'll have Deanna start this one. Casting Freeze 2 with the sword was not something you could do in Book 1. I didn't remember that being a thing, so I'm glad you're confirming that. Move Sarah back for a sec. We'll send Claude in. You hit like a train. I feel like we just can't do more than 20 to this guy. Was hoping we could do that before. Is this book 4? Nope, this is book 2. Gosh, that hurts. I'll just cast that on himself. Okay. Yeah, I want to get Jaha up there. Alright, let's see what this one has. Probably the same thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to pull back, I think, and deal with the dolls as they come. Not what I wanted to do, but they just have a lot of defense. That's gonna hurt. Ooh, he's weird looking. Let's have Luke help out with heals. Oh, I missed the whole thing. It says started streaming 7 hours ago. Yeah. Been doing this for a little bit. But there's still more after this. I'm only going to the end of book 2 tonight. Alright, we got one of them. Let's do that. I kind of want to stay in formation, but I also know I need to get this guy going down now. Oh, they have so much health and defense as well. Got any heals? Not really. Let's have you stand here so we can aura you easier. We've got to heal both of them. This is really intense. As a quick question, you were told that the premium disc has spoilers for the guidance. What do you predict it might be? I assume it's either characters or bosses. I don't know which. I love that Claude hits that hard. I'm so nervous right now. Oh, okay, we got double turned. Dang. Alright, I'm curious if we do this, like, what it looks like. I did state, so we could go back to that, but... yeah, this is crazy. I'm surprised the snake things are that strong. I'd consider this the hardest final boss in all of Shining Force. It seems that way, honestly. Yeah, that's our main character, so it killed us. Okay. Let me go to the shop real quick. Oops. I kind of want to just do the run back. I need to repair stuff, and we need some healing seeds. On, like, multiple people. We just need a whole lot of healing. Warder is not too bad, and I feel like I can do this pretty quick if I'm not getting that chest. Dark Dragon definitely wasn't killing Max that easy. Definitely not. Well, it helps that the heads are really spread out as well. Oh, it's so expensive. Okay, that was broken. The Axe of Atlas is broken. And then your halberd, I think, is broken. Yeah. Okay, let me sell our healing herbs and replace those as well. Why is Slade not in the Force? Does Nick take his spot? I might have to bench Natasha for Slade. Nick is with us. Okay. So he has dialogue then. I didn't realize he'd be with us. He does kick someone out? Okay. Yeah, I like Natasha as a character, but she is just not very useful. We are loading up on healing seeds. Unlike Lug, how rude. I mean... Lug was cool as like a plot moment, but he definitely does not feel as useful as Nick does. You get a healing seed, and you get a healing seed. I just need to make sure, whenever we kill the guy that has a Shower of Cure, that whoever does that has a slot for it. Could give the Evil Ring to Sarah. We could. Let me do that real quick. Or Sarah has one now. She has the white ring. Which I think is probably better. Because I bet that heals. Okay, let's check Talks real quick. Talk. What does Nick have to say? ... Okay. Can we remove him from the Force? Yeah, we can. Okay. I wondered if he was Force deployed. Okay, now does he have something to say? No, he just doesn't say anything. Okay. I just don't think she's good enough to stay, regardless. Like, I would rather have the heals, I think. Because even casting, like, Bolt like that, they have so much spell res that, like, it just doesn't matter. Alright, here we go. Oh! No, it spawns us back here. Alright, that's not even bad. So they don't even make you do that. I bet, from what y'all are saying, I bet in Gaiden that this is, it's not quite as forgiving, I bet. Maybe they recognized how hard this was. I swear I had to redo the Warder fight. In Gaiden, maybe you do. So, only one head at a time. For sure. I wonder if he has 3 range. Or if you could just play lame with Chester and totally range him. I haven't played the Gaiden version. Oh, I have no idea then. I feel like Hanzo might as well be in. I don't feel like there's necessarily somebody better for that. Guyan can get ready to help with the doll. You can put Jaha in. You can just lame them out. Oh, that... Yeah, okay, we're not gonna do that. I think we'll do... This was a decent strat, I think. Attack 2, defense 1, alright. And then we'll put Claude in. I'm gonna assume Nick is a game over condition. Oh, he rolled just attacking. Still crit, but... I wonder if the Sword of Hayja breaks. Surely not. I too could almost be sure this was a double header. Weird. I wonder if on higher difficulties it is. Nick is needed to first hit the main body with the sword. Let me figure stuff out like that on my own, but, yeah, that is weird that I could... Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, but you can leave him. Nick is right. So that is weird. I guess it's just not finishable if you do. But that is weird that they would let me do that, then. I appreciate that he's targeting Jaha, not everybody else. We both gave him the same tip. I see. I just like to figure out puzzles like that on my own. I at least want, like, a chance before y'all tell me stuff like that. You can get the kill. I think the idols respawn. Oh, okay. That would make some sense. We're gonna have to deal with them now. Like, they have freeze too, I guess we'll see what happens. With our health pools, yeah, like hitting 15s on groups of us is just too damaging. Let me not group up for an AoE. Yeah, I kind of like the skeleton spawner. I think we'll send her to go heal them up. I think this squad has this one covered. Oh yeah, especially with the crit, that helps. There we go. Jaha's back in fighting shape. Dang. I wish you did not get another turn yet. Oh, I think I felt like he got a turn because he countered. Okay, that's fine to start off. Oh, Nick actually resists that a little bit. I wonder if the sword gives him some spell resist. The YouTube side of chat is a pain. It misses half the messages. Oh, is it cutting out messages again? There was some, like, weird internal issues with that, like, a couple of weeks ago, or a month ago now. But it was, like, all across YouTube, and they did get it fixed. I hope it's not going back to that. I'm like so focused in. I see none of Chud King's messages. Weird. Are they at least showing up above me here? Is that working properly? We'll see. They don't show up in top chat mode. That could be it. Yeah, YouTube defaults to top chat. If you want to see every message, you can switch to live chat, and that actually displays every message. Which is also some questionable design. I don't know why they do that. Big aura, yep. Okay. Just healing 30 is not too bad. It's another feature. Like, I don't know, when did they put that as the default? Always. As long as I've been streaming on YouTube, at least. And why did they do that? I don't know. Because I guess why would you want to see all of the messages? Why would that be what you want? Like, YouTube just makes such weird calls. Okay, yeah, they are gonna respawn. Well, that's fine. We're killing them at the same turn, essentially. Oh, come on. There we go. Getting rid of them, and then this guy. This will give us the time to fight the next head. Do you have space? You don't. I'll let somebody else get the kill. You don't have space either. I also want you to get heals before you go back in. I'll have you just use one of yours here. There we go. Do you have space? No. We'll do that. Oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks. I'm glad it didn't go for Sarah, at least. Okay, let's try and pull back some. Have Claude heal himself up. And then we've got to go for the next head. I think it's probably the only one with the Prince class in the entire series. Maybe. Only one I can think of for sure. Okay, you have space, but now he's not at death's door anymore. Okay, yeah, he spawns again. Don't love the position we're in, but let's start on this head. Oh, you're still not healed. Guyan doesn't do the most damage, but he can take a beating. I might send him to the left to occupy that doll. Alright. I don't know if this puts me in range of Eom. I guess I need to find that out. Jaw's map sprite is so badass, and then his battle sprite is so cute and unintimidating. Yeah. I wish his battle sprite was a little bit different. Attack and defense 2, let's go. You probably resist this, but I'll throw in a little bit of help. Oh, crit, alright. That actually does help. Alright, yeah, we're gonna send Guyan to go fight that. Does so much. Alright, do you have space? You do not. Let's put you here and do that. Claude's going down. Alright, so we've got a... Now I know. That was the only way to find out. So he can do that at 3 range at least. Dang it. This guy's being a pain. Can you do 11 with this? That would be great. Perfect, thank you. Oh, exactly 11. Alright, Nick has the healing rain. And he double turns. That's scary. Alright, let's send you out to fight that. Attack 2, defense 1, I'll take it. Double turn Musashi. Nothing I can do about that. Alright. Well. In Jaha goes. 28 damage. Oh, Demon Breath still turning into Zeon's face. I didn't even notice. The reason this fight is so absurd on the hardest difficulty is that Eom takes forever to kill, and he just keeps spamming Demon Breath too, and the high terrain certainly makes it even more annoying. This is a really hard fight. Like, I'm just not even sure what to do. I just kind of have to play lame and, like, stay at some distance. Because I can't... There's no way for me to get in there. I can't just take 3 Demon Breaths kills every single person in my party. And it seems like Eom, the main Eom body is double turning. Not sure if they have a heightened counter rate, or if it's just been that way the whole game and I'm still not used to it. Block the spawners? We could. I don't feel like they're that bad. I just need to go deal with them every so often. Like, I think that's what we do here. Yep, he comes around, does that. We deal with them on both sides again. And then we go charge the main body. Because they take a couple of turns to reach us. It's not quite as bad as the skeletons. They're scarier than the skeletons in SF1. But, like, the fact that they take a couple of turns to reach us is at least a little bit nicer. I just need to make sure I don't pull a Claude again and end up in their range when they spawn. Raijin level 2, alright. Yeah, the moving 2 tiles seems like the thing we need to keep them doing. That doesn't put me in their range, does it? It might. I need to stay a little bit away. There we go. Finally, we double attack instead of countering. Oh, losing the counter. Anyway. Let's keep you safe over here. Gaian gets it. There we go. I appreciate not the freeze. And these guys essentially also, I think, have infinite MP. They don't, but like functionally they do. They're never gonna get through all that. I think you can run the spawners in SF1 out of stuff too. I think you actually can kill all the reinforcements. So I don't know that that's an option here, but could be. Let's do that just to make sure the next hit kills. I really just get one use out of my items. There we go. At least they give good XP. They better. They're very durable. Okay, let's use yours. 255 spawns is a lot. I was not aware that it was that many. That is a little bit less you can run it out. To me, I would say that's functionally unlimited. Because, like, any normal vanilla playthrough, you're not gonna assume that you can run that out if it's that many. I think we're all pretty healed. Yeah, like his 2 tiles is fine. Okay. And then I'm gonna do this, because if y'all hadn't told me, I would have tried. But Guillaume suffered no damage. I wondered what it would say, too. Alright, I can boost. I feel like it's not going to help. Do it anyway.
We'll do it live!
Do you have anything that helps? Not really. Oh, okay, it actually will help. That's good to know. He's not fully topped off. We may as well. Just to be sure. I think we need all the help we can get. 4 HP is a lot to us right now. Alright, if we throw him in and start healing, even if we get double turned, we might live it. I think we live that. We might only be able to damage him from one side, and if that's the case, then Chester is very valuable to us. Oh, sweet, he rolled not doing it. Alright, here we go. Alright, I guess that means open season. I don't know if we can get around to the side or not, but we'll give it a shot. Guyan has the move to try. We can get up there. I don't know if it helps us or not. It's a lot of health. Okay, that's not... No, there's really one slot to attack. That's crazy. We just keep nicking, I guess. I don't know what to do. I guess pull Chester back. And then I don't totally know how to handle this. Wow. That's insane. I feel like that heals more. The boost did help. Yeah, we'd die without that. I don't think we, like... I don't know that Chester can even, like, live with the boost. Alright, you go distract that one. It totally outturned us. This is nuts. Nick is not a game over condition. Okay. I thought we were done. We still may be. I mean, we just gotta keep Deanna on deck, I guess. Hanzo probably goes down here. Oh, come on. This is a final boss. Yeah, this is nuts. Like, nobody can live against this. And his ads are really, really strong. Whew. We run up an aura at them, I guess. I don't know what else to do. I don't know if Aura 2 heals more. I guess we find out. I don't know that we live otherwise. No, it doesn't. Dang. Just has higher radius. That is not gonna cut it. Team wipe or will you egress? We may have to egress. I'm not trying to team wipe, but I just don't know what to do. Wow. Alright, we'll egress. Okay. Where's resist when you need it? Yeah. This is crazy. Alright, we gotta res people. I gotta think. So we can have Randolph, Claude, Chester, and somebody else railing on him. And I feel like we have to do that. We're learning each time. This time we learned what his range was. But, like, holy cow. This is one of the hardest final bosses I've ever seen. We can buy a couple more healing seeds, but, like, any other ranged unit to bring? Not that's good. Graham really dropped off. I would recommend getting Graham to deal with the snakes faster. I did make a lot of mistakes there, for sure. I agree with that. I think we can deal with the snakes fast if we just surround them. I'm just saying, even with the mistakes I've made, this guy's intense. Okay, I think I want to take the healing rain away and give it to somebody else. I don't think Nick is the ideal person to have that. If he's gonna have to be an attacker. Let's give it to... maybe Jaha. Let's do that. Yeah, but Graham is our only other option, and he is bad. So I don't feel like he's gonna do a whole lot for us here. I just kind of feel like that's what the fight is. Is that we're gonna have some melee units that are not contributing that much, unfortunately. Until it's their time to shine. Does it respawn the other guy, and does he still have a Shower of Cure? It does. He does. Okay. So we could potentially hoard those, but I'm not gonna play that lame. We need to make a lot better use of Claude. Alright, here we go. I don't think he drops it a second time, but maybe. I'm not gonna bank on it, because that feels kind of lame. Okay, we send Claude around to this side. Sure, you can go here. Nice crit, nice crit. You can go here, and then I think we need to move him so he doesn't get rushed by the freeze guy. You can attack into that once, at least. Or not. Okay, that's better than... That's good RNG. I appreciate that. Okay, Deanna can get in here. You can get... Put you here. Then we need to move Hanzo. Another good crit. Alright, RNG. It's a sign. It's a sign. We've got this. Okay. There we go. Could be a sign of hubris. I'm not getting overconfident, that's for sure. I'm chilling. See, like, you got hurt, we're pulling you back. We are not messing around. We need all hands on deck, but we've got this. Okay, I still think we're going to be out of range. We're going to have Jaha go ahead and hit this guy once. Just to start it, because we can do this faster. No, I don't like that. I like getting out of range more. Claude is a little hurt. We're going to heal him up before he does anything else. Eom literally has a long-range nuke. He sure does. And we're going to deal with it. And I'm not entirely sure how we're going to deal with it yet. But we're gonna. We are going to play super conservative, super safe. No. Because I don't know if he can reach me there, so we're just not going to take the chance. You just keep taking your pot shots. That is your job. Every turn, you just ding him for a tiny bit more. Yeah, you go ahead and start that. He's still gonna move up to hit us. You actually haven't taken damage yet. Spread out a little bit so we don't get AoE'd. Okay, we're gonna pull Jaha back. That's fine. He resists that. Alright, let's dogpile you. And really, we need to get rid of the healer, because he doesn't come back. Randolph is just invaluable. He is great. You know what, Claude? You go up here and do that. Love it. Good dodge. Alright, we'll have Nick work on this. Unfortunate. I like how this is going so far. I really want Jaha to get a turn so we can move him out of range. Getting nervous. Move you over here. That guy already healed himself. We are gonna need to get him down now. Let's go. We're back in it. Jaha getting double turned. Sucks. Alright, well. It is what it is. Gaian needs to go help deal with this guy. Alright, yeah, he's in range now. We're gonna have to deal with the left one as well. Jawei. Alright, let's just have Deanna get rid of that guy. There we go. Exact damage. Doesn't like you saying pothead. Okay. Musashi, you start on that one. That's so bad. Okay, he's not critting us or anything at least. We at least have that. I gotta play safe. If Claude gets double turned right now, we're so screwed. Okay, we can do that. I need to pull everybody that's up, down, or this doesn't matter. He respawns immediately. That sucks. Alright, what? Thank you, Chester. Alright. That's something. That helps. You gotta move in and heal yourself, I guess. I'll just throw out a fireball, why not? Not set up a perfect freeze too for him. If Sarah dies, it's even worse. Let's finish healing you up, and then I'm realizing that Randolph needs to not have the other Shower of Cure, because he is going to be up attacking. So he needs to pass that off to somebody else. You can be here and do that, because you're going to have to go fight. We are definitely going to give him a boost first. Give Shower of Cure. Let's give it to Gaian. You're so annoying. We can aura that, but... Alright, let's swarm this guy, get him out of here. Get a boost up there, and we'll get Nick started. Alright, you're the one with boost. You do this, and we'll get all 3 of them started. I think that's the play. I don't get it. You like to get hit for free. I know, but... I'm having a great time. Honestly. I'm just like... This is so intense. Yeah, we'll do that. I just need to get an aura up to them. Oh, thank you, Guyan. Skill issue, get good, etc. Okay, Nick has full health. There is no better time. There is no good time. Perfect. Yeah, we do that. That way we can put Claude and Chester in. They can start fighting. Claude can't reach. Okay. Next turn. Ideal. Just heal yourself up. Luke is so low. I'm gonna use him to top off Randolph. And then we can send Randolph in. If he's not in melee range, he's not gonna get meleeed anyway. He's so good. Let's just go for it. I swear it feels like Eom gets quadruple turns sometimes with how useless agility is at predicting turn order. It definitely feels like he's getting a lot of turns. I very much agree. We really just need RNG to go our way. I mean, it feels like this is our main push. Like, this is... I don't have anything else. This is the answer. Okay, we're gonna need to heal him. I would maybe give the white ring to Slade so both him and Sarah can cast Aura. You're smart. We will do that. I should have already set that up, though, is the problem, and I didn't. Okay, Aura is 7 and can reach. The same heal is 10. Why not Raging 2? Because I want him to cast more often, and that's really expensive. He can only do that like once. God, he has so much health. What is your move? 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Yeah, he's gonna be here next turn. I think we send Luke to block, so we aren't dealing with it. Crap. There goes our aura. Yeah, the white ring, it would have been better to swap it, but I just did not have the turns to do so. And I didn't set it up before we started. So we're gonna Shower of Cure, I think. I think that's our only play. Who has it? Jaha has one, okay. It's like fighting Xeon, but with weaker characters. Absolutely. We really do not do that much damage. Crit for 18 out of 300. Boost wears off. I double turned. I can't. I just can't. Yeah, I know. I have 2 Shower of Cures, but like... We made it like halfway. I'm not done yet. I'm still trying. I'm still fighting. He's got our other Shower of Cure. So that's great. No point in using it now. I just need Luke to distract. Like, that's all I can do. You just sit there and heal yourself. I wouldn't think most final bosses have anything on this. Like I said, this is one of the hardest SRPG bosses I have ever seen. This is crazy. There's just nothing you can... He double crit. Nobody lives that. There's just zero to be done about it. Bro. It's like playing a game with your little brother and he's like, it's forever my turn. We try to heal up Gaian, I guess. No, let's boost. And we're gonna send in Musashi, I guess. He's not. Oh my gosh. Whatever. Do I put Deanna in for a sec? You got boosted. I need the damage. Get in there for a minute. Get in the ring. Ideal. I'm pulling him out the second I can. That's so much MP. I feel like that's not worth. No, we're gonna pull him out. We're gonna send Guy in. We're gonna get Guy in ready to go in. There's boost too. Alright, let's put you off to the side. Getting you the hell out of there. Just top yourself off. It might come down to you. Go get him, Musashi. Do me proud. 13 is not super proud. I'm gonna need you to do more than that. Chester, I love you. Hanging in there on the one. You got a boost, you take this. I wish you took it better. I've got thoughts. I'm just deciding. I need Guyan's turn. I'm gonna stay, because if we lose this, I don't know how I'm gonna win. Hold up. Hear me out. Full heal Chester and Musashi at range. Oh, there goes boost. It's probably not good. I appreciate that. Iron Manning this game would be insane. The crit. Chester bringing us home. I can't even reach with Blast. Flayed. You've done your duty. Because of you, Musashi survives that. Everybody salute. Oh, he lives! This is insane. Bring us home. Destroy the light sword on Eom. Wow, that was hard. That was insane. Oh, what a gauntlet. The power of Eom is fading. My strength is leaving me. It's cold. Cold. Am I dying? Welcome in, Cyclone. Thank you. Who's calling? Who's calling me? Who is calling you? The creator? Is that you, Eom? You're taking me to Hades. No, I won't go. No! Ooh, that was cool looking. All of Cyprus's fallen comrades have come back to life. They knew it was so hard. They had to put text there. I suppose Waterer is dead. Eom seems to have gone back to Hades. But Hindle will never return. Oh, is that him crying? That was a weird way to write that. Deanna, stop! Searching for him is useless. Hindle is dead. What in the world? The shrine is collapsing. Without Eom's power, there's nothing to hold it together. Everyone out! Now! No, my brother. Deanna, you must leave this place. Prince Nick, we need to leave. Hurry. I can't leave Deanna. He won't move. Oh, Deanna. Here. Here. You poor lad. She's gonna hit him with Egress. Deanna, you can't stay here with Hindle. You'll die. What do you mean you don't care? You coward. What about your friends? Don't you think they'll mourn your loss? And me? What will I do? Don't you understand, Deanna? It's not just Natasha. Everyone cares for you. Let's go, Deanna. You must live for your brother, Hindle. Yes, you're right. Let's go. I'm glad we had time for a support conversation right here. I like that the hole there looked like a Hindle-sized hole. Everyone at their posts? That's good, very good. Unlike the beginning. Mayfair, what will become of Deanna? Mayfair, it's not just Jaha, but everyone is concerned. Will Deanna be leaving? Natasha? What? Prince Nick and Gaian are trying to convince Deanna to stay. But it's a difficult decision for Deanna to make. What decision? I thought we were his friends. Remember, Deanna's been through a tough ordeal. He knows he's welcome to stay here in Cyprus. Mayfair. Guyan, any news? The way they made him shake his head was great. Guyan sadly shakes his head. That bad, huh? And the prince and Deanna will be out shortly. You still want to leave? Are you sure you won't change your mind? Deanna nods his head slightly. I'll say no more. It'll be futile. I can't change your mind. People of Cyprus, Deanna will be leaving us. Let us wish him luck. It'll be lonely around here without you, Deanna. Think of me and all your friends in Cyprus once in a while. We'll never forget you. Classic trope of the main character leaving into the great unknown. Deanna, wait. It's not the last we're seeing of him, I don't think. Natasha, do you have something to say to Deanna? When he leaves, you may never see him again. Well, Natasha, follow your heart. It's not fair. Leaving me like this, don't you care about me? Deanna, I'm going with you. I don't care what you say. Deanna slowly nods his head in approval.
This is getting too mushy for me. Deanna, don't forget, we're your friends too.
And off they go. Prince Nick, will Deanna be alright? He'll be fine, Guyan. He'll live as a hero. And one day he'll return to Cyprus. Ah. Nice art.
After a fierce battle, the Shining Force defeated the evil Eom Empire. True peace once again was restored to Cyprus. And they left Cyprus for a journey into the new frontier.
I love Shining Force, you guys. The Another Story of Shining Force, Part 2. What a great game. That was awesome. Welcome in, Magnus. I missed the final battle. It was insanely hard. That is easily one of the hardest SRPG bosses I've ever done. That was insane. I really thought this game might be fun to Iron Man up until that point. And now I'm like... That got so much scarier. This game really has not been hard. Like, that was so different. That was such a change in pace. Do I like this more than Book 1? I'm gonna have to sleep on that now. I think I still prefer Book 1, but I see why y'all like Book 2 now. The second half was a lot better. That was crazy. Great villains. I liked Warderer, and Barbara. They were both pretty cool. Bringing back Waldol as a Force Ghost was fun. I think Book 2 is ever so slightly better than Book 1. I don't know, the first half just really was tough. Second half was really good. If the whole thing was as good as the second half, I think you might be right, but the first half just really dragged it down. I might, to fully know, I might have to go map for map. But this was awesome. I, like, cannot believe that I've got Luke's son in this, and Hanzo and Musashi helping me fight again to deal with another giant threat. Like, Nick and Deanna standing together at the end and fighting, like, that was pretty cool. This was awesome. Eom is crazy, and he does keep the same trope going of we only get him waist up. Every boss we must only get waist up. And what a finish. That was crazy. To be concluded. So, originally, that would have been Final Conflict, but that is not what we're doing next. Eom is the only one who never even says anything. Well, Dark Dragon doesn't... No, he does. In the beginning, he sort of does, I suppose. We're gonna sit here, because I don't know if there's any after credits thing. But... yeah, this was awesome. I mainly only prefer Book 2 due to bias. I played the original Sword of Hayja on Game Gear, so I had more fun re-experiencing it with updated graphics. That makes sense. I'm excited to go back later down the line and play it with worse graphics. I know Taya has said he prefers some of the Game Gear graphics, but I'll definitely go back and play the Guidance down the line. This was crazy. I'm just still trying to take it all in, that, like, all of this. It's a lot to take in. Another fantastic shiny game for sure. Dark Dragon talks to you when he's dying. Oh, does he? I don't remember. So, next week, we're going to do Book 3, and I don't know if that's going to be one stream or two. I can't remember what y'all told me. My main gripe with the Guidance is that the movement is very sluggish. It hasn't been bad. Like, I don't feel like movement's been an issue for me in this. I don't even know if it's a gripe. Like, I'm gonna have to think about that final battle for a little bit and how that was balanced. The ramp up in difficulty there is kind of nuts. I think it should probably be a more even ramp than it is. Book 3 will fit in a single stream. Alright, I guess next week is gonna be all of Book 3. Maybe even have time for Book 4. I don't want to go this late next week, ideally. But I'm gonna have to think about the balancing in that last battle. Because, like, we are doing... It's weird that we're doing, like, 20 damage. Attacking into 300 health. It is a lot. Could get through 3 and 4 in one stream if he's fast enough. I don't want to be rushed. I would rather err on the side of shorter than longer for that. Because it's just such a big thing. I think there's not an after credits. I'm gonna push okay. Did we... Oh, there it goes. Okay. I do want to see what it's called.
Sonic. Software play.
I'm at least gonna look at that, and then it's too late. I don't think I have a... What's it called? A tier list in me right now. Okay, let me see what she says here. Welcome to the Guardiana Library. Just let me put these books in order. 1, 2. So, you're interested in the Legends of the Shining Force. Glad to get them for you. They're my favorite stories. Okay, so if I push new game... Cartridge. A new challenge. Okay. Insert Dark Dragon meme crying emoji. I don't have Dark Dragon. I have Dark Soul, though. The question is, what do you do if you leave book 4 for another stream and finish it in like 2 to 3 hours max? Will you do something else? Maybe. I might stream, something to the Discord. Yeah, I could have a late block ready to go, just in case, and we could see if I can raid into myself and see how that looks. I'd be open to that. But I'm kind of okay with that. If we do a shorter one. Like, I really want to give, especially the Shining Force stuff, the room to breathe on the channel. And I've done a lot of, like, thinking about where we go and stuff, and I've done some soul searching, and I've come up with how we're going to proceed after CD and Final Conflict. I think I've got it kind of solved. So, just to clue y'all in a little bit, when we finish Final Conflict, I'm going to do an update video, because I haven't done one of those in a while. I'm going to do a state of the channel, and I'm going to explain kind of what we're doing. And how things are going to look going forward. But things are going to be just Season of Shining until we get to the end of Final Conflict. We're doing Shining Force every single week, and that's the main focus. So, thank you guys so much for joining me on this journey. Sword of Hayja was fantastic. I can't believe I had this on my 3DS like 10 years ago. That's wild. Also, what about Premium Disc? We'll do that after Final Conflict. That, actually, yeah, that'll probably be our big send-off, huh? Send-off, in quotes. I've got plans for you that I think y'all will be down with. This, like, maybe not shocking, is some of the most fun I've ever had streaming. Like, I knew CD would be special, but, like, going from SF3 into CD, like, it's just been a really special experience, so I'm really glad I get to do it with all of you. But I think it is my bedtime. It's about 4 a.m. here. If you're watching the VOD, I greatly appreciate you. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. I do read every single comment. I try to respond to all of them, though I'm not always the best about it. But yeah, tell me if you like book 1 or 2 better, and who your favorite characters are. And what did you think of that final boss? Because good lord, we really scraped by at the end. We were very low on resources, but that's kind of how I feel like final bosses should be sometimes. That's why I'm like, I've really got to think, because it was a crazy ramp up in difficulty, but like once I knew his range and kind of what he did, we were able to get through with almost nothing left over. And you don't need anything left over if that's the end, so I'm alright with it. But that's gonna do it for me. Good night, everybody. See you next week for Book 3.